I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make the man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Ninja boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, I'm scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Django. Get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tempo. Personality, spicy body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace like headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in, I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Aslı.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Aslı.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love him when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone. Welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to be here with you guys tonight. Thank you all so much for joining the show. And hey, Smiley, thanks so much for coming by. Love to see you here. I know it's so hard to catch each other. I'm always watching on the replay, too. So I appreciate you being here. And thank you, Witchy Mama. So good to see our Witchy Mama. And Michelle is here, Marion. So good to see you guys. Thank you all so much for being here. And Seth, you guys had me cracking up behind the scenes here. Yeah, we sometimes do act like we're sitting at the kitty table. It's okay. And little Miss Sharon is here. Good to see you, little Miss Sharon. And hey, Peace, Love, and Jeeps. Good to see you. and Bo is here. So, guys, we have a special guest. Hey, show poodles, again, and also, our friend Libra that's co-hosting tonight. So I'm going to pull them up on the panel and say hello. But I wanted to quick get our shout outs really fast. So if I didn't catch you guys, just holler at me. But welcome in, Dragon Tribe, and thank you all so much for joining tonight. And we have our beautiful Jennifer Aaron is on the panel with us, as well as our friend Libra. Hi, guys. Good to see you.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, how's everybody?
I'm doing great. I'm excited about the show. I found more examples than I thought I would of, Darvo, because we were talking about, getting some examples, and I ended up making like an hour and 20-minute video because there were so many.
Yeah, I'm excited to dig in. I really am.
Me too. I'm super excited. Hey, Miss Ann, good to see you, and thank you guys for being here. Let me see. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up really quick your short video because I wanted it explained, and you did such a good job of explaining it in the short. So I want to play that really quick for us, and then we'll do some comments.
Hi everyone, this is Jennifer Aaron. In my book Villain Syndrome, I talk about a psychological manipulation pattern known as DARVO, DARVO, and it stands for Deny, Attack, and Reverse Victim Offender. Here's how it works. First, the person denies the harm or wrongdoing, even when there is clear evidence. They will say it didn't happen or that it's being misunderstood. Second, they attack the person bringing attention to it. This can look like name calling, discrediting, or trying to make the other person seem unstable, dramatic, or even untrustworthy. And third, they reverse the roles. This is the most damaging part. Suddenly, the person who caused harm presents themselves as the victim, and the real victim is made to look like the aggressor. And this creates confusion. It shifts public perception. And it can silence real victims because they start to doubt themselves or fear being disbelieved. In Villain Syndrome, I explore how this pattern shows up in real life, especially in situations involving control, reputation damage, and emotional manipulation. Once you see DARVO, you can't unsee it. And more importantly, you start to understand that being labeled the villain doesn't always mean you are one. Thanks, guys.
Okay, guys, so that was really well said, Jennifer. Really well said. Thank you so much for that.
Oh yeah, yeah. I wanted to get something out there like that for this tonight because I don't feel like I explained it enough.
Hey, girl, it's like they want us to believe the Darvo disappearing act is what it made me think of when I got done doing the video. So I was doing the thumbnails, and I'm like, that's basically what they want us to believe, and they've used this technique on us many, many times, too many times.
Yes, they do.
What do you think, Libra? What's your take on things?
It's funny because what you just said, to pretty much reverse what, like if you acknowledge these things, that narcissistic person will, they do not like being out of control, and what they'll do is they'll have a campaign to try to stop you from bringing any kind of awareness to it. That's for sure. So I agree for sure on that.
Yeah, it's like a total smear campaign.
Smear
I
campaign,
agree.
yeah.
Yeah, and you talk about the reputation, Jennifer, and how it damages people's reputations because a lot of times people don't know what to think, and sometimes they're pretty good at spinning that narrative.
Yeah, they will portray themselves as the real victim, and then like Libra said, they'll go out and try to attack your character, your liability. They will bring you down, and they don't care how they do it. They will do everything they can to do it. So I think for me, it's very important to get this out there so people can prevent that. Like, if you know what Darvo is, you're going to be able to diminish the person who's attacking you and be able to say, this is what you're doing to me. I know this, deny attack and reverse victim offender. You're not doing it to me.
I agree. And I was going to ask too, if there's any like tools that we can use. I mean, obviously, like you said in the video, once you see it, you can't unsee it. So you know what to look for, or when you see it, you recognize it. Especially once you kind of dive in and get to know the several different types of tactics that they can use. And everybody's different, so people are going to say different things and do different things. But I was going to say, is there anything that you suggest doing? Um, I mean, other than maybe confronting them, but what are some tools that are smart to use if you're in this situation?
Yeah, so for me personally, documenting everything that is being done to you. And I know that we've gone over journaling, and there are parts of journaling that can be kind of bad because they can come and violate your privacy. But if you hide that journal, even lock it into you know a safe, where they can't get that. Depending on where you live, you might be able to even record, when they're doing that, when they're in the middle of that. You'd have to look into the legal aspects of that, because some states, I don't think you're allowed to video record without the consent of the person. So maybe
Same
look
with
into
the phone. Yeah, it's the same. They're super strict in Florida. They're a definite two-party state. If you're a one-party state, then it's okay because, but like you said, there may be differences. I'm not sure about the recording on the phone thing, but I know we definitely can't do that here. I was able to do it in Missouri, but not here.
Yeah. Well, if you're able to, I would suggest that, you do that. Maybe even telling them, hey, I'm going to record. But I mean, then again, that might not work, because they know that you might use that against them. But I guess the journaling would be the number one thing. Also, witnesses. So friends, family, have them document as well. Because
Yeah.
if
Yeah.
you ever have to go to court with one of these people, you want to be prepared, and you're going to want your witnesses. So, don't lie about anything. Document everything.
That's a
Tell you,
great one. Don't even fib around a little bit because that's gonna tear down your credibility, and that's the last thing you need at that time, right? Because they're already doing that with the smearing and all of that.
yeah. So, I mean, for me, I always would have witnesses, whether that be a friend or a close family member, just to know what's going on. Because these people act like they're somebody else when they're in public, and behind closed doors, that's a whole different story. So I guess those would be
Absolutely.
some of the tools that I would use. It's very hard, to catch them when they're doing this. Because, like I said, there's so much liability out there lawfully that you can get in trouble for video recording behind their back, blah, blah. But that would be my suggestion. If you can, do it. If you can't, don't do it.
I think that's great advice. I mean, I definitely think it's really important to ensure safety and secrecy. And I know that a lot of people look at that as deception, but you almost have to. I mean, I can't even say almost. You don't have a choice. If you want to get away, you really have to be careful with the documentation, because once they realize that you're doing all of that, it's kind of a game over thing. Or if they find it, you could be in real danger. So always just find. They've even said like a trusted friend, if you could keep like a bag of stuff at their house and things like that works as well. Just making a safety plan in general is smart, I think.
Yeah, your credibility is your number one thing that you want to keep. In courts, that's what the first thing they look at is your credibility. So
yeah, and it sucks because there's lots of times when your credibility gets shot down by a person just because of allegations and things of that nature. I know I went through that during a divorce. I I recognized it very quickly with Seth and his situation with Katie. You can't just all of a sudden leave your child, or excuse me, you can't just leave your child with someone and then automatically let them have all this access, and you're not around, right? Because you're deployed or you're in boot camp, and then you have the divorce, and all of a sudden this person's not fit to be around your child or their child. Like, that's absolutely insane. But it obviously worked for a little while because he got pulled through the ringer and had to show that he wasn't doing things that she alleged.
yeah, there's so much that Seth has gone through for what, in my opinion, I've seen, and a lot of it I've seen is Darvo. Like, no
That
doubt.
is absolutely Darvo. When you're allowing, and he was good enough for so long. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, Seth. 7-8 years. We were a stellar dad, fine to keep around Sebastian by himself, and you took care of him mainly. And you guys went on road trips across the country. All of that was well and fine. But the minute that you guys were about to get divorced, you're unfit. You're a horrible father. You can't be around Sebastian because you're so horrible. I don't think so. It doesn't work that way, folks. Mm-mm.
Nope.
Lieber, what are your thoughts on things?
Yeah, I definitely see it in that situation for sure. Playing the victim, going to court, on these the ones that are kind of like throwing rocks at others and hiding your hand, or throwing rocks at others and then playing the victim, and so they take people to court and have restraining orders on them, claiming that they're being stalked by them, when really they're the ones that have been threatening, right, other people. And I'm talking about, obviously, who I'm talking about, right?
Oh, yeah.
That has been attacking Seth basically with these tactics, and I think a lot of it too that is hard for a lot of us to do is the emotional detachment. That is a good tool, is mentally separate your emotions from the situation by recognizing that Darvo is a predictable defense mechanism, not a reflection of your own shortcomings.
Yeah, because they make you believe that you're not good enough, and your reality is distorted by what they're saying.
Yes.
Because you're like second guessing yourself, right?
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of, they'll make you look at make you out to look like a nutcase, when it's really the other way around, in my opinion, right?
Boom.
Really
It's gaslighting 101. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Crazy making behavior. And
Oh man, they'll call your job to get you fired, call corporate if you're working for a corporation, right? Things like that. Go to HR, do real that can do real damage. Go to your family members and do slick things there, But yeah, I was looking over these tools and strategies, and that's one that caught my attention because it's easy to get our emotions, especially if it's a partner or a loved one that's a spouse or a boyfriend or a girlfriend. It's real easy to, in my opinion, get caught up in that emotional state that you start
Oh
self
gosh,
blaming. What am
yeah.
I doing wrong? And oh, did I do something wrong? And you start just really searching, and then the confusion starts, and then the emotions get involved. And then it's hurtful. It's very painful.
Oh my gosh, yes it
So
is.
yeah, for sure. And so that's what I thought. That's what I was kind of looking at with this whole thing is stood out to me. So
Thank you for that, because it is hard to
yeah,
separate your emotions, but once you know that that's something that you have to do, it's also again something where you're like, okay, I have to do this, right? Like you're going to try anything to help the situation or find a solution. So if you're looking for a solution, that's a good idea, and that is very difficult for me, and that was difficult for me in family court too, as Jennifer mentioned earlier. Um it was just
yeah,
difficult for me to take my emotions out of it. Of course I'm emotional. It's a horrible thing to go through.
yeah,
Um
yeah.
but yeah.
It's kind of like this is what it reminds me of. You end up becoming like that little puppy dog that's like you can keep beating me and I'll keep just loving up on you and trying to, because I love you. And it's like,
Mhm.
why I don't know why you're beating me up like this emotionally, right? Or mentally. Um, but I just keep coming back to you, just loving on you, looking for love. That's what it kind of reminds me of is what we become when we just get caught up in it and we just don't see it for what it is.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a
Either,
good way to put it.
yeah,
Well, because we all want to be loved, and when nobody wants, even in Sebastian's case, I've said before too, nobody wants to you know, not like their parents, especially a kid, right? And so I think Sebastian just wanted the abuse to stop. Like Chris had said some things like, oh, well, he tried to get me kicked out of my house or whatever. It's like, I don't think Sebastian had any malice. I think he just wanted the abuse to stop. What do you think, Jennifer?
Yeah, so I can't really speak on what exactly happened in his life. I think that would be more of Seth to be, he would probably know more about that. But for what that we've been told, um, children in psychology, they have what is called an attachment theory. So, of course they're going to love mom. Of course they're going to love dad. They don't know how to process or cope with even in abusive relationships. They might want to get away from that, but they still love mom. They still love dad, even if they're being abused, because they don't know how to cope with that. And so
Mm-hmm.
they also become probably fearful as well. I mean, wouldn't you be, you know? Um, but I just like, I personally think that's something that Seth would have to kind of touch base on because I really don't know the background of all the abuse that happened. I've heard about the belt ordeal, and maybe a few other things. And so, um, for me, I would think that that's attachment theory. Sebastian probably didn't know how to detach from his mom. Maybe I don't know how he was with Katie. You know,
Yeah,
and the,
I mean, I think Seth has said a couple of things that made me think that, but also I just think in general, kids have that unconditional love. I hate to say like a dog, but in the same way, I think that's a good analogy that Libra said earlier because yeah, they just, I mean, think about it, they rely on the adults, and that's another reason I just don't think that Sebastian just ran away either with nothing, for one, is a big red flag, but just in general, because he had never done that before, and it doesn't seem like he, I just don't think that there was any type of malice. I think that if Mr. Chris was good to him, it would have made his whole world better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think he ran away either. And if he did attempt to run away, the only thing I could think of is he would want to go run to his father.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if he had a phone, he would call. I mean, what? Yeah, what do you think, Libra? I mean, I think he would. I mean, and that's
Yeah,
just speculation.
Yeah, there's no way, in my opinion, that he's going 2 years, especially without his father. He'd want his dad. I mean, in my opinion, I mean, at least, I mean, it'd have to be in the first week. I don't know. I just don't. I have a hard time believing that he would just run away from everyone, but his dad mainly. Um, it's just they had too much of a. It was his, like he said, we talked about. That's his mini me. That's Seth's mini me. So
Mhm.
they did have a definite bond. He always had a structure when he was with Seth. He always had a disciplined structure at his home of, a set schedule of, we do this at this time. We do, get your meal prepared at this time. You go to bed at this time. You take your shower at this time. It's very disciplined in a good way. That's a very good thing. Structure is very good. But when you take, especially an autistic teenager or autistic person in general, depending on where they're at, you get them off a routine, that can cause a lot of problems. But I know that there's a routine at Seth's house. He would want to be back. In my opinion, I feel like he'd want to be back in his routine, playing games with his dad, all the stuff that they love to do together. And so,
Yeah, I agree.
that's rough.
I agree.
It's just, that's what's so heartbreaking about it, in my opinion, too. That's why we're so bothered, is because we're like, that's just such BS that he would just, without his shoes on in February, just disappear from his house. I'm sorry, but yeah, that's my take on that, really.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. Jennifer, is there anything you want to add before we get into the clips? I'm going to play like the longer clips, and then we'll discuss it. I kind of have a way I think that I'm going to break it down. So,
Yeah. No, I guess the only other thing I would probably say about what we were just talking about is this is my opinion, and I'm sure it's the opinion of so many others as well, that if he were running away, he's not going to run away without a trace. Okay. So, in my opinion, he didn't run away. That's my opinion. And I just want to put that out there because I think a lot of us think the same way. Like, if he ran away, I mean, Katie even said it in one of her interviews, which was very odd, by the way. But I think we all know, like, if somebody's going to run away, you're going to find something. You're going to find the trace of clothing or footprints, maybe, or eventually find where he ran off to, right? Because at this time, there were flyers up. It was all over the news and everything. At that point, I think people knew what he looked like, right? So if he was just walking around, there's only so many places you could go around there, that area. Somebody would have recognized his face. Somebody would have recognized that he's missing. I mean, there were helicopters. There were canines. There were people searching.
Yes.
So, you don't just vanish, especially when you're a child. I mean, I'm sure he was brilliant and smart, but we're talking about, a young teenager here. And he's just allegedly, yes, not gonna, there's just no way in my mind,
Right.
Oh, I know. Like you're saying, there's no camera footage. There's no scent. There's no, I mean, we haven't found like, a piece of a sock or something we haven't found his glasses. We haven't found, and with him having his money and that being found well after the fact, that tells me a couple of things. One, they didn't do a thorough enough investigation because they would have found his money, and not Chris. And Chris wouldn't be the one to have found it,
Yeah.
in my opinion. Go ahead, Lieber. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying, yeah. I was just agreeing.
Oh,
Because I remember
but
that he
thank you.
found it, he was on the phone with somebody and he found, here's the money now. At first he said there was no money. And then later on, Chris on the phone, I think he was on the phone with a detective or someone. They weren't even at their
Yeah, he's like, I
house.
called him right away. I looked for the clip today, but I couldn't find
Yeah.
it.
It's crazy. So, but yeah, um, I was just thinking about this as well. You know, the boundary setting part of the tools you can use as a strategy against the perpetrator, right? With Darvo is
Hmm.
boundary setting, and when it comes to Sebastian, I mean, try to imagine just even being a 15-year-old as it is, if you didn't have autism, to try to set boundaries with someone, especially if they're an authority figure. That's just extremely hard, dang near
Hmm.
impossible in most cases, because they're going to be like, you're the child, I'm the adult, you respect me, you do as I say. You can't really, so you're really victimized because you can't really combat it in that way like an adult could with another adult, right? Like I could with you, or Jennifer could with me. And
Hmm.
I looked at that and I go, man, that had to be so rough for a child. And I think we all have had an experience, maybe a time or two, where there's that kind of bully adult that you couldn't really talk back, or they were really provoking and they shouldn't have been, but you can't talk back and you can't really set a boundary with them. How dare you? But there's also loved ones and spouses and girlfriends and boyfriends and whatnot, domestically, that will do that too. Um, you know, so those boundary
True.
settings can be rough for an adult if you don't understand it, or haven't had therapy, or have not learned that um, tactic or tool. It's a very useful tool, though. It's worked for me many times, and after I've learned it. But I felt at first that was, oh, well, that's selfish, or that's mean. I can't tell them not to talk to me that way, or I can't tell them not to do that, please, because it bothers me. And no, you have to set boundaries, and that they should respect. They're not always going to, especially if they're a narcissist. They're not going to respect your boundaries, more than likely. But that's where we just try to keep them out of our lives, right? If you can.
Yeah, I know it's hard though. And the thing is like not all these people are narcissistic. It's just that they're using the Darvo playbook. They're just
Oh yeah,
they're, you know what I mean?
they
They're not all.
subconsciously do it. They don't even realize it. I don't think half the time. It just
Some don't. I think you're
falls
right.
into place with them. And it's such a habit, I think, a lot of times, because they've been doing it so long, or that they don't realize that they're just a good manipulator, and a lot of it is manipulation, that it just kind of has always worked for them, and they kind of sharpen their sword, so to speak, on strategizing on how to get their way. Kind of like the kid
Hmm.
whining and crying that he wants the toy on the shelf, or whatever it is. Could be learned at a
Exactly.
very young age, especially, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, there would be evidence, Seth says. If Sebastian ran away, there would be evidence on video camera. Boom. I
Yeah.
agree.
Absolutely.
Like Jennifer said, yeah,
Absolutely.
that's a very popular opinion, but it's like very logical though too. I mean,
Yep.
obviously there would be something, and especially that ring camera right across the street was pointing at the house.
Yes. And the porch light was off that night, allegedly.
Allegedly.
So yeah, I know, right? I always
Hmm.
say that though too, um because there's so much out there that it's like, well, I could be wrong. But from what I understand, that porch light was off that night. um I try to get reliable resources, and some resources I can't remember if what I might repeat might not be so. But yeah, that just makes it that much more shady, you know. And so anyway.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right. Well, let's get into this video, guys. I have about like a 3-minute clip, I think, in the beginning here. It's not long at all, but
we're not allowed to go out and look for him. They're playing music right now. They don't want to confuse him. And this is scary. Yeah, but they're not allowing us to go out. We can take water to our local sheriffs and stuff like that. But they're not, there's nothing to do with the parents or anything like that at all.
Today is what I'll describe as a redundant search. We have mapped out more search grids, sent responders out to search specific grids. They search that area, they clear it, they come back, they get another search grid, and they go back out. Yesterday, we, for lack of a better term, we threw everything that we possibly could throw at this. I'll show you a picture of the map in just a moment. We absolutely obliterated covering the area where Sebastian could have walked off to. Obviously, there's a litany of things that could have happened to Sebastian, and none of them we can presume are credible or validate yet. So we're doing everything we can. Every lead that we get, we're following. If someone calls and says, hey, I think we saw him out of the pond, we're going to the pond and checking. Nothing's off the table at this point.
Okay, and I guess the priority has it moved from a 2-perimeter search right to 1 perimeter to now how wider?
We're at about 5 mile width right now. We keep, as we clear the areas, we keep expanding. We do get calls and tips from time to time, and we take some of the teams we have here, respond to that area, and either cooperate or invalidate the tip.
Okay, great.
And we know that you guys earlier were saying that you're not discouraging the public from coming out. Is that still the same message now?
So right now we have enough first responders on the ground here that we can communicate with, that have the same training. They have the apps that we use to track. And there's a litany of reasons that it's important right now. There may come a time when we call on the public to come out and help us search. But right now we have plenty of first responders on scene. The best thing the public can do to help us is keep sharing it on social media. If you see something, say something, call the Sumner County Emergency Communication Center at 615-451-3838 and check your home surveillance video. Just check. If you see something, call us. We'll come out and look. I think that's going to be what breaks the case, is somebody's home surveillance video seeing something.
Okay. And at what point are people going to be coming out?
They absolutely are. Sumner County is the greatest place on earth. I truly believe that. We have the absolute greatest citizens here, but we also have the best law enforcement relationships in the county. We've got people from across the state here, the TBI, Tennessee Highway Patrol, Hendersonville's here, Gallatin sent people. We have plenty of first responders. So my urge to the public right now would be to check your home videos and stay rested, because when the call comes, we'll put it out on social media, and that's when we'll need you to come.
Okay. And at this point, have you guys ruled out any indication of foul play?
I won't say that we've ruled out any indication of foul play, but I will say that the family has been nothing but cooperative with us. Nothing but cooperative. There's no indication of foul play at the moment.
Okay. How have those tips been of people coming in and offering up any information? Have you guys had any leads or any information you can kind of share with that?
We've had several tips. One of the tips was that he was sighted off the Newman Trail off Long Haul Pike. We actually, when we got that tip, we sent a team out. We made contact with who they thought was Sebastian, and it was not. Again, that's a great tip. It could have been. So if somebody sees something, call us. Let us know. And
how's the family doing? Just asking, checking with them.
Oh, I cannot imagine the struggle that the family is going through right now. I'm a dad. Director Widener's a dad. I don't know how they're handling it. I couldn't survive if something happened to my kids.
Managing all of this, what's been going through your guys' mind? Just kind of juggling all of these people and having people come in from outside agencies as well. I mean, what's been going through your mind? Well,
I think Director Widener said it best. Every time we debrief and talk about what we've done, we're asking, what ideas do you guys have? I think I'm a pretty good law enforcement officer, but I'm not the smartest guy in the room, and I know that. So if someone's got an idea, and we've had some pretty good ideas come up, and we're gonna try everything we can. So keeping an open mind and doing anything we can to find Sebastian.
So
I'm sorry, I was muted. So my first, sorry. So my first question for you guys, Libra and Jen, and don't be shy, guys. You could just chime in. But do you think that Katie and Chris were able to get one over on the officers? Like, do you think that they used some Darvo tactics in terms of like playing the victim and flipping the script around in order for them to? Because I mean, the police do work for us, right? And I understand that there's probably some deeper connections involved here, right? And some corruption. But overall, do you think that they were kind of able to play off of the fact that they, They have a missing kid and they're like, oh, how dare you ask us that question, type of a thing.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and jump in and say I do believe that, in my opinion, because now look at what they've done with the court system and used it against like Bullhorn, right? And so when they used the court system to play victim, in my opinion, with her, after um, she was just simply trying to help with this case, and you know, allegedly the that same side of the family, the uh, parents of the stepfather, following her around and turning around and saying she's following them allegedly, just really shows, if the family pattern kind of there, and then turning around and calling law enforcement, which is who you have to give a report to first, right? To initiate the process before you even get to court, to get the warrants and everything else to have someone arrested. So if we look at this, this tells me, in my opinion, that yeah, I believe they did very well sweet talk, so to speak, or knew how to kind of play victim and talk in a way of getting their way, if not just being that it's could be allegedly someone that they are already close to that's in law enforcement that is already assisting in that manner, so I say yes, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think they did. I mean, there's no telling, but just speculating. Jennifer, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. So my question though would be, from the very beginning of Sebastian going missing, initially, when were they questioned and how were they questioned? And do you know that? Could you tell me that?
Right.
Because I would love to know, like, what the responses were to law enforcement in that moment. Because I don't know what's true, what is not true out there. There's been so much put out there that it confuses me even. But from what I'm hearing is that they were separated, or they weren't separated, my bad. They weren't separated. And they were both questioned immediately together. Now, is that true or is that not true? Do any of you know if that's true or not true?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'll tell you, they had quite the brigade. They had the whole Foot Clan. No, they didn't have the whole Foot Clan, but they had several members of it that were there right off the bat. And then there's also Lori, who, like, I don't know how she made it there before Seth did.
Yeah, see, for me, myself, I would just love to know what was discussed right away in that initial investigation from the very, very start, the second it started. And I definitely see Darvo and Katie in the beginning of the investigation when, she's saying that, people are attacking her unfairly. They're being harassed and targeted. That's denying, right?
Right.
And playing the victim. So, yeah, but the one thing when we were just watching Sheriff Craddock that bugs me, and what really bugged me from the very beginning, even when I didn't know anybody, and I'm sitting at my house and this whole thing came up on the screen. I got really upset because they're telling people, don't come out and search. Don't come out and search.
Right.
People have a right to go search if they want to go search for a missing person. It's not against the law.
I agree.
Yeah.
And they had something to track it with too, and they were acting like they didn't. they're like, oh, we don't know how to track it and we won't be able to find you if you're out there. Yes, you will, because if they download the Sartopo app and they all are downloading their searches on there, then that's how you can find people if they're hurt and stuff. But
it doesn't make sense to me because I went to school with a girl named Shelby Shelly Mook, and she went
oh
missing.
yes,
She went missing in Shelbyville, Tennessee, and I remember her. And I remember when she went missing, I got so many phone calls from people up north, like friends and everything, just ecstatic, please go find her, help us find her. And they immediately did a community search for her. They didn't hesitate. People were out there with canines, law enforcement. There was no law enforcement asking for people to stay home. So Sebastian going missing, he's a child. That's critical. You got a missing autistic child out there. You need community. You need a whole village to go looking for a missing child.
Damn
so why
right.
are you telling people to not come out? That's suspicious to me. Like beyond, I don't know. Like why would they not want that?
And like in hindsight, we got Terry Lynn up there going, they're playing music for him, so they're good. Don't search. They're playing music for him. And by the way, the parents don't have nothing to do with any of it. Like again, when I hear it, I'm like, oh gosh, I wonder if people remember this, because I totally forgot about that. But it in hindsight, it looks very strange.
Yeah.
There's a lot of strange things in the beginning of this investigation that were just like odd.
It's
very
like,
peculiar.
You remember when Chris Proudfoot said that keep my truck out of your mouth, don't talk about my truck, basically, in a nutshell. Not verbatim, but don't talk about my truck being there. But on this date, whether he was right or wrong, it's very aggressive, right? The matter of him yelling and screaming on these panels at the YouTubers or whoever it may be. So that's kind of that's like the attack is what I feel like.
He's
the perpetrator, right? The perpetrator discredits, belittles, or attacks the person who brought up the issue. Like, well, it said your truck came up over here. Whether that's right or wrong, don't you talk about, it's kind of like this one here as well. You know damn well where my mother was, Seth, on Sunday night. You know where she was Sunday night. So, okay, and then starts belittling, right, and calling people names, and the list goes on, right? I could pull up plenty of that, and so calling them names, belittling them, attacking them, but and that's the same thing that was going on at the searches with the Cajun Navy, right? They were getting intimidated and threatened to stop searching and get out of here. What are you doing here? And then we see later on, of course, the reverse victim and offender, and then we see flipping the script. And then they go to the court. They're the victim, and but then have the gall to sit there and laugh and smile and giggle and point in court. And this is the same thing Nina said, right? Allegedly.
Yes, she did. She said they were all laughing. And then whenever that happened and everybody was saying that they were laughing and joking, and then you see Chris on the news and he's like gathering people's cell phones from the gallery. And I'm like, what is he doing?
What? And then you see the same thing. You see this Hunchback of Notre Dame sitting next to Katie Proudfoot, and they're over here smiling and giggling in court. So they're not afraid to put that in your face, which is wild, so wild. But that just shows the true colors, I guess, in my opinion. But anyway, I just thought of that, because something made me think of that. Hell, I don't remember how I got on that, but
No, it's all good. It's true though. It's true. Smiley said she should understand why or she said she understands why. Wait, let me read that. Sorry, I can't read tonight. Last night was bad too. Um, she said she understood why I and others thought she was responsible or had questions. Well, I mean, especially because she's the last one with Sebastian, but I wonder if that's guilt too.
yeah, I feel like you know, like Dog the Bounty Hunter was talking about this, but he asked, you know, I believe he asked his wife this, but he's like, you know, what would make, you know, I look at them and I see pictures of them before, and then now after Sebastian goes missing, they put on all this weight, Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot, and he's like, he asked his wife, what makes a woman? Because from a woman's standpoint, you know, looking at Katie, and I'm not body shaming nobody. I'm just saying this is alleged, you know, that they do look different, right? He said, what makes a woman put on weight? She said, guilt, shame. You know, you don't just go eating a bunch of food, you know, because you know, your you know, son goes, you know, that you know, somebody goes missing and you don't know. It's more of a guilt thing. So something's there, I believe, in my opinion, that when, you know, I believe there's a lot of guilt. And I look at some of those interviews and where she looks nervous, like she's afraid of being in trouble almost, like the real shaking and all the look. That one interview, I believe it was the 1 year. Yeah, it was a 1 year anniversary, I believe. She's shaking, crying like crazy and stumbling over words, saying something wild, like, you know, would have been, I mean, uh, he's 17 now type thing. Like, wait a minute, huh? You know, just very strange behavior, and, you know, rocking back and forth like crazy. And then wasn't ever like that in any other interview. Makes me feel like a lot of nervousness there, in my opinion.
Yeah, well said.
Yeah, guilt. Guilt. I see it. What do you think, Jen?
Yeah, I was just thinking about, you know, my husband and I, we often talk about corrupt judges and everything.
Yeah.
And we kind of make the joke sometimes that when these people are so corrupt, they go from looking healthy and then like a couple years later, they look like they're just on their deathbed, or like they gain a lot of weight and everything. And it's because the guilt for being so corrupt, like, just eats you alive.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you know, a lot of them start drinking and doing heavy things and drugs, you know, just to numb the effects of what you're doing and what you're causing. And so allegedly, that's what I'm thinking, like, that's what I'm thinking here, you know?
And I'd say the lifestyle too coming with that, right? You're just living it up anyway, and that's hard on your body. Just living in the flesh, feeding the flesh, right?
Yeah,
absolutely. I believe, or I agree with Show Poodles here, saying that some people will overeat or like stress eat, you know, because I see a lot of people saying stress eating, and I think that's true. Yeah, or they might just like not want to eat at all, right? You have that sick feeling. I've had that before where I just was like, you know what I mean? Like nothing sounds good, but that's kind of depression symptoms as well. But stress eating is also, so I think too with Chris and Katie, I don't think they get out much, you know? So it's like, how can you exercise if you're not moving, you know, if you never go out?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, your cortisol goes up in stress. So,
yeah. I've had times where,
great point.
You know, you eat like crazy. Like we've had that happen. I had death in the family where we were eating comfort foods, which is like hamburgers, hot dogs, pizza, all that good stuff, right? And it was a death in the family that wasn't our fault, so it's not like a guilt thing, but that happens too, right? But then it depends on medication sometimes and other medical factors, I guess. But you know, but there's times where I had so much stress in a sense where I wasn't hungry and I was almost starving myself and I would barely eat. So it can go, I mean, everybody's different, but when you see that weight gain like that, yeah, you think, and looking older. And somebody mentioned like not long ago, I can't remember who it was. I think it was, I can't remember who it was. So anyway, they said every time I see Chris Proudfoot, he looks different. He doesn't even look the same. He's
Yeah.
always looking like worse and
They
worse
change
and
their
worse.
appearance. I think they
Just
do
looking
though.
different too. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
was-
they're changing it on purpose, Libra. I do, because like
Oh,
every
man.
time they've come on like a TV interview, they look different.
Yeah. And it's just totally unhealthy compared to in the past. It's so wild. It's wild.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I mean, I just think, it just depends. And yeah, I mean, it's a lot of factors all mixed into one. So the late, great Peter Hyatt is the clip I want to show you guys next. And it's about 5 minutes, but there's a lot of good info in it. And it basically kind of lines out what he's thinking in terms of Katie's story, what she has said so far, and really good stuff in there about why someone would have to justify doing something. So basically, if you're doing something and you did something to somebody, right, that you weren't supposed to do, you're kind of justifying it, right? And that's where some of this victim blaming comes in, which I thought was super interesting. And yes, rest in peace to Peter Hyatt.
Doing anything we can to find Sebastian.
So they did finally speak out. And when I say they, I'm talking about mother and...
Oops, sorry, we got an ad.
Every time we debrief and talk about what we've done, we're asking, what ideas do you guys have? Because, I think I'm a pretty good law enforcement officer, but I'm not the smartest guy in the room, and I know that. So if someone...
Well, that was weird. I think I have a possession over here. Okay, hold on. All right, there.
Doing anything we can to find Sebastian.
So they did finally speak out. And when I say they, I'm talking about mother and stepfather. Is the information will lie somewhere there. And when stepfather did most of the talking and was obvious in control, and they seemed to have scripted in the interview, people recognized it. People without training recognized it, saying, uh-oh, this is scary. Listen to this guy. And so people did ask questions, especially after the first interview, and people didn't believe him. And the social media backlash was on these two. And then there's the dad in the background, with this heartache of being distant, but not having knowledge of what happened. Now, when I analyzed that first interview, I said, they've coordinated their statements, their story. And mom is withholding information about what happened. And I'd like to just to give you an idea about it. With the social media and the instant churning of the bombshell and the breaking news, and people have sent me outrageous things, just foolish and outrageous things. What it comes down to is listening when someone speaks. And there are certain things you look for linguistically that connect someone. And it wasn't there. It wasn't there. Remember, he's going to have, the killer is going to have a very strong opinion, even as he tries to conceal it, which I didn't, about the victims. There's a need to justify or a need to conceal. But self-preservation kicks in. This was all about them, not about a supposed missing child. When Sebastian went missing, the key to finding him, the key to everything, lies with the mother. In order to find him, you have to know under what circumstances he went out that door. You have to know that. She withheld that information, and it was very carefully guarded over by stepfather. So if stepfather wasn't there, then why would he have the same guilt? And this is my theory on it, and then I'll let Seth comment on any of those things. The key to locating either Sebastian's remains, or at least the trail of where it goes, that if someone grabbed him and he's still alive, the key to locating him lies with that mother. You have to tell what happened. We have to understand his mindset. We have to understand what he was like at that moment. So here are two factors within that I think are not understood and really important. She holds the key. That account is the only evidence that can be presented to investigators to understand Sebastian's mindset and how bad whatever happened. And here's another one. When it happened. I am convinced it didn't suddenly become a surprise at 6 a.m., not by their language. That interview that was done recently, absolutely perfect, which is a good sign that tells you, nope, it was scripted, it was put together. In subsequent interviews, I heard them repeat that again, and it was too precise. I said, oh, that's coordinated. So it's alarming. We all say, I love you to our children, and hopefully our children say it to us. It is the need to present that while Sebastian was missing. I need to be seen as a good mother. The need to be seen or perceived as a good mother tells you there was a deficit, there was something wrong. I am firm in my belief he was part of it via the phone call. And why, after being married as many times as he has and being such a man of anger, and his disposition towards Sebastian was frightening. It was frightening to me. I've interviewed him 100 times in that sense, where I've heard the stepfathers and boyfriends run them down and very sometimes subtly blame the victim, that sort of thing. And they did. That's self-defense. That is preservation. If Katie wants him found, whether he is deceased or alive, she has to give up the same key from the very beginning that remains all this time, 2 months later. Just tell the truth of what happened. But self-preservation is blocking that. And this is why my belief on stepfather's involvement is so important. Sebastian deserves better.
What else can you tell us about?
Okay, guys, and Sebastian does deserve better. What I thought was so interesting about this is if someone is going to be using these Darvo tactics and they team up with somebody, they're going to have to get their stories straight. So what do you guys think?
Leaper, do you want to talk or you want me to talk first? I don't want to be rude here. Talk over.
No, you go ahead.
You know what? I
Okay,
really
don't make me yell like Nancy Grace. She'll be like, "We're in a fact-finding arena. Just jump in, jump in." No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry, I had to say that. Jen and Lieber, sorry. Go ahead, Jen.
I'm just polite. I'm just giving everybody the opportunity to speak first if they want to. You know, I used to listen to him when he was around, and he was so intelligent, in my opinion. I'm sitting here and I'm listening to everything that he was just discussing and saying that, you know, Katie is the key. And, you know, this whole time I've been saying the same thing, like, we're not going to get anywhere unless we hold Katie responsible. Right. We have to, I mean, they have no accountability whatsoever. And I do agree with what you just asked me as well, lady. I don't know. You know, it's just, I try not to cry during that, to be honest with you, because you're a mother, I'm a mother. And it's so true. You know, I'm sitting here with you all tonight, and I have a 4-year-old toddler, and I am literally on my husband and on my daughter, who's 14. You know, keep your eye on him for me. Make sure you read to him before bed. I'm crazy. I'm like helicopter, okay?
That's not crazy. That's just momming. Just momming.
Yeah. I'd rather be a helicopter parent than to be like Katie, who seems just delirious of what's going on. Like, she just doesn't care. But that's my opinion, okay? Don't come after me. It's just my opinion, just my assessment.
Yeah, but she doesn't check on him, Jennifer. So I think that you have some supporting evidence to make you believe that as well. Like, not checking on him would be an example, but there's several others.
Well, I don't even think you have to be a helicopter parent to just naturally, like if I heard a thump as she's portraying and saying Katie, um, sometimes I feel like maybe she made that whole thing up because even if you're not helicopter and you hear this big thud, you're not, for me personally, I'm not going to just yell, "Are you okay in there?" and trust and believe that because different factors here. Like I have a 14-year-old teenage girl. Like if I hear a thud in her bedroom, I'm going in there.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not going to just yell. I might yell at, "Hey, is everything okay? Are you all right?" And if she says, "Yeah," I'm still going in there. I'm still like, "Okay, I'm going to open the door and kind of be nosy and see what's going on. What are you doing in here?" I'm not going to just
Yeah, like if they answer back, like say you're doing the dishes or something, your hands are full with something, or say you're changing the baby or something, I'm sure diapers aren't a thing anymore, but I'm just saying, say you're in the middle of something, you might holler out, "Hey, are you all right over there?" Especially if they're, 14, 15, because that's the right around that age, right? But yeah, why would you not just double check, especially, I mean, what if she was sneaking a boy in? Not to say, not to say
Hey,
that you
well,
would,
Hey,
but,
that's
I mean,
happened
that's
with
what I'm saying.
some
When
people
when I
before.
was that age, when I was that age, okay, I wasn't bad or anything, but me personally, I would try to get out of my bedroom at like 2 in the morning just to go sit on the porch and which is kind of dangerous, but like, you don't know who's out there or what can happen. But so it does happen. I mean, teenagers are teenagers. And
yeah,
sometimes
she might try to sneak out. Sure, too. Yeah,
yeah,
true
yeah.
that.
I, I I don't trust teenagers. No, 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 no. But it's just beside me that, as a mother, as a parent, and especially with him being autistic, I really feel like she might have made that whole thing up because it just doesn't make any sense to me. And then
You're not the only one, girl. There's a lot of people out there that think that that story is just not, the math ain't mathing on it.
it does not add up. It does not make sense. Like it,
Yeah,
even
and then
the
yeah,
door, the
then you
doors,
hear
right? Go ahead, talk, Libra, talk,
no, then you hear
talk. My
right, the cough.
the cough.
Yes, the cough, the cue. Whenever she might be saying too much.
Oh yeah, how he's like, like that or
Hmm.
something.
More
Ahem,
than
or whatever.
once, allegedly more than
Yeah.
once. But go ahead,
Allegedly more than
Jen.
once. Yeah. Well, somebody was saying in the comments too that in the video, and I heard the cough too because I had my earbuds in when I was editing, and that's when you could always hear like any little nuance in the background. But yeah, I did hear that, and I do think it might have been Wayne because she does have a significant other. Nina does called named Wayne. And so I think it might have been him. But in the same way, Chris Proudfoot does do that. And that's something that we've kind of identified with him, right? Like that he'll do that and cough. I pointed it out here coming up too. But yeah, I just thought that that was interesting because Peter Hyatt's looking for those consistencies in the story, but where he finds them is that they're telling the exact same story. You would have to do that. Say Jennifer and I were trying to, team up against somebody, right? Or say we did something and we, didn't want anybody to know about it, but what both of us were guilty and we knew that both of us would be in trouble for it equally and the whole nine, right? So the two of us would have to try to get our story right because especially if we're talking to the police, we're going to have to get the Darbo down pat, right? And I think they did because they'd deny, they'd attack, and then they'd flip the script, reverse those roles. And Peter does say that, and we also see it when they're talking to the PI, and they're talking about how it's not a school night. It is, they're trying to stay on task with the thud especially because Katie was like, no, I said this, dot, 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 right? Even though she tells Nancy Grace, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? Was the story. But that's not what she told the PI. She told the PI that she told him, I don't care what you're doing in there, knock it off and go to bed. Just like that. And Chris didn't say it right when he was on the call with the PI. And so she snapped at him and was like, you better get the story right, in my opinion.
And Jen, you were saying something. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I thought you were done, and then when I started talking, you're starting again. I was like, oh crap, she had something else to say. But yeah, what were you saying, Jen?
I don't remember
It's
now.
okay.
It's all right. It's all good.
Yeah, the thud or something. But yeah, checking on them. Yeah, when they're young like that, I'm gonna check on them for sure too.
I
Yeah,
think I'll check.
absolutely. I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check on them, right? I'm gonna do whatever. But then Katie also will hear some reasons why she said that she wasn't gonna check. Um, and then one more thing I wanted to bring up is Katie holding the key, and that it would just have been the best case scenario, or it would be best for her to tell the truth. Um, I mean, I think both of you guys think that she probably holds the key. I don't know. What are your thoughts there?
Well, being the last one to see him, I think so, in my opinion.
Yeah, that would be logic. The last person to have him, see him, be around him, um, that's the key because of obvious reasons, right? I mean,
Yeah, and she also drove him home allegedly, if he did make it home. So she's the last one that's supposed to see him. And in my opinion, and why I was so confused at first until I understood Tennessee law better, and everything else, that she was not held accountable as for child neglect or something, or is because was just beyond me, because it's her responsibility to know where he's at all times when he's with her. But Tennessee law is, and everything else is just not, it is not accommodating to holding parents accountable. And in my opinion, for something like that, it's you know pretty wild. Now, if it was like an abduction, I'm pretty sure she would have found it. They would have found an open window, something. That was a a smooth criminal, slick abduction, if it was right. And so you're the last parent to see him. You probably know, you know, and you should be held accountable, in my opinion.
Yeah, I completely agree there. And there hasn't been any accountability. And, it's interesting that Peter's saying, okay, well, Katie holds the key. She needs to just come clean and be honest, right? Because we all kind of know. I mean, it's always going to kind of go back to Katie. But he also talks about how Chris was on the 3-hour phone call with her. And so that puts him right there with her. And I think it's very interesting that Chris has never said, well, I heard Katie check in Sebastian and ask him, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed, for example? But that never happens. So it's not even as if he's telling the story from being the other person on the other end of the phone. But that's exactly what puts him right front and center, to be ridiculed right along with Katie, in my opinion.
yeah. For me, it's like, how can you be studying and sleeping and watching your child at the same time? Like, there's too many inconsistencies in her story. So it just, and I think that's on purpose. I really do. Um, to deflect from the truth and the reality of what happened. I think she feels guilt. Um, so she's making up everything that she can. Um, just her body language and my opinion, because I don't want to say for sure, this is exactly, I'm right about everything. Um, But in my opinion, her body language just screams to me that she's lying and guilty and just making up whatever she can. And yeah, like Seth says, reading while talking on the phone, where is my son? I mean, I just don't get it because, like I said, we're parents, and it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't. None of it makes any sense. And so, you're the mother. You should be watching your son. And I don't know about you, okay? But even when my son was, an infant, I would never ever leave the door shut. I don't let my daughter keep her door shut. It's like,
Well, and Sebastian allegedly didn't have a doorknob on the door at this time, allegedly. So I mean, that makes it a little bit more easy. I would think I don't know how much of a sound barrier it would be otherwise, but I mean,
Yeah. Here's another question. Why did you not give law enforcement your Brinks home security cameras that are everywhere all over your house, allegedly? And then you turn around and you got an update or an upgrade, if you will, on your home security, and which would, if you were really in mystery of where your stepson and where your son is, y'all would have, and you know who I'm talking to, pulled that video and given it straight to law enforcement. Exactly. Allegedly, Seth.
I agree. And the door probably doesn't shut properly, right, without a door handle. Yeah, it's and then also with the social media thing, we're gonna get more into that too, because these are gonna be, I have some interviews to show you guys of what was said in each interview. So the first one's Duchess, right? And they scaled back the search for Sebastian, and then Chris and Katie came up on this panel, which we've gone over this recently. But again, it's just going to be a compilation of boom, boom, boom. Here's what was said on social media. Here's how it played out, just so we can do a fair analysis, because we don't want anybody's panties to get in a twist over this. We just want to show, our audience the reasons and examples of why people may have been, sending Peter Hyatt like outrageous clips of what Chris Proudfoot was saying, because he was absolutely going panel to panel and doing, the world tour on YouTube, and acting a fool. I mean, just straight up admitting to things. And big shout out to Smiley, because she by far did the best interview, in my opinion, than anybody that's ever interviewed the Proudfoots.
Yeah, don't get pissy.
Don't get pissy now.
Chrissy.
Okay, Mr. Chrissy. No, I mean, we're going to play your own words, sir. So if you're ready. All right, here, guys. I think this is a good spot.
Loves the color green.
Dude, guess how much it costs me to make sure my family gets $1 million if something ever happens to me. You'll never get
green.
Go back just
That's self-defense. That is preservation. If Katie wants him found, whether he is deceased or alive, important. Sebastian deserves better.
What else can you tell us about Sebastian?
He is an avid Minecraft fan. Loves the color green. It's got the goofiest and quirky smile in the world. I don't think anybody could mimic it, to be honest with you.
He looks like he's such a sweet young man. He
loves to dance. That boy he'll dance his tail off. That's for
Hey,
sure.
there's nothing wrong with that. Dancing is good for you. It's good exercise too.
He's good.
I just really hope they can find some answers. Now, I did ask you guys because, I know that sometimes when we're looking for autistic children that go missing, a lot of times people are concerned that they may be attracted to go towards the water. So talk to us about that. Is he a good swimmer? Does he like to get in the water? I think you did mention some things about that to me earlier.
So he's a fish in the water. I'm gonna tell you right now that but here's the distinction. He is not a child that likes to get dirty. He can't stand his hands dirty. He can't stand bugs. He is fearful of flies and things. So if he swims, he is a pool kid. He's not I'm a river and a stream kind of kid. He is swimming pool bound.
Sweet, stubborn. He loves to help. He loves running, and he loves to play his games and his fidgets and Uno. Lord, that's one of his favorite games right now. Favorite color is green.
Does he like music?
Oh, God, he loves music.
An eclectic taste.
How many?
An eclectic. I mean, from as everybody knows, Eye of the Tiger to Eddie Vedder.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So we got Pearl Jam on one hand, we've got Survivor on the other over here, we've got Taylor Swift, and
He's got a big crush on her.
So under normal circumstances, I wouldn't violate his privacy like this. But the reason why I know he has a crush on Taylor Swift is because I saw him on YouTube Googling something about being Taylor Swift's boyfriend.
Oh.
Oh,
What's it take to be Taylor Swift's boyfriend?
I think it was, does Taylor Swift like blonde boys?
Aww. Oh my goodness. Travis has competition now.
Yes, absolutely. Well, downside is Travis got a little bit bigger pocketbook.
Oh my God. Okay, sorry guys. I'll just stop it right there. Good. That's it. Yeah, so a lot of people, and I see you guys in the comments too, talking about how nobody liked how they were talking about Sebastian, but they would say these things as if they didn't believe, like, oh yeah, his smile, and they're both giggling, and Katie turns it into acting like she's crying, and it's so out of sorts. And then to be like, well, I wouldn't invade his privacy like this. And then somebody in the comments earlier, I do want to say also, was talking about that. They were saying that Sebastian's phone was locked down. So they were like, how was he able to be Googling about Taylor Swift liking blonde boys if the internet was shut down?
When was that interview? Like time frame?
So the first two we watched are gonna be Duchess on March 3rd, and then March 4th they interviewed with Pollyanna Thompson, and that's this one right here, with the green shirt, or mint green shirt, or whatever Chris likes to call it. So yeah, and then the other one was from Queen Bee, and that was 88 days in. So we have, like day 8, day 9, and then 88 days in. So Katie's saying something completely different and elaborating, which makes me think that, there could be some truth to it, or maybe it's false. I don't know.
I don't even know what to say, because I just find her just crazy. Like, your son's missing. Why are you talking about this stuff?
Yeah,
And,
because
like,
I don't think that's going to help him help us find him having
it's
a
not.
crush
It's
on
not.
Taylor.
So, like, what does Taylor Swift have to do with anything? She doesn't even go out and look and search for Sebastian. I mean, she's kind of acting like he's already gone, at this point. Like, this is it's just weird.
Yeah,
It's just weird, guys.
It is weird.
What is she doing? What are we doing?
You trying to plug Taylor Swift so you can get some money that way? So
Trying
you
to
can just say
plug Taylor Swift.
allegedly and say that you're allegedly right, and say that you're going to use that to search and just going to blow it, probably allegedly, because you know where he is or isn't or whatever, right? It's like such a weird thing to say, man. I totally agree. Just dumb shit, in my opinion. Always
I
saying
think
some dumb shit.
I think what they're doing is they're kind of trying to make it seem like they know him so much. Like, they loved him so much because they know everything about, you love this, you love that. Yeah.
He swims like a fish. He
Like,
swims like a fish.
there's so many weird analogies coming out of these two.
Yeah, there are. And, I mean, I don't know. I know Taylor Swift is from the area and that sort of thing. So, I mean, I just thought it was strange, too, that they would bring that up. And, it's always something embarrassing, like, oh, he's coming into his hormones. And, we'll hear some more thoughts, because this is going to be, kind of a bunch of things that they were saying when asked about telling us about Sebastian and his personality. But it just doesn't fit in for me. For me, it doesn't fit. And Seth says she doesn't give a shit about Sebastian, allegedly. And it appears that way, right? Because of all things to say on a panel of people, because they get a lot of people in that chat. I'm surprised that she would choose to say something like that, among other things that were said that night.
Yeah, and it's also like when you were saying, we were talking about this the other day, going out of her way, like what was said today, going out of her way to say, I said I love you, he said I love you too, so good night, bye. And then, with the last day that she was with him and saw him and everything else or whatever, allegedly, says, he had a colossal popcorn, had a good time, and just talking everything up for no reason. You could just be like, yeah, we went here, and now he's gone. But you have to talk it all so much to make yourself look better. What did you do? Allegedly, what did you do? Right? That's really caught my attention. That's very shady, in my opinion.
Yeah, you're right, Libra. She's almost like she's basically trying to convince us before we even ask her to. Like, I'm a good mom. He said he loves me. He said goodnight to me, and we never hear her reciprocate the "I love you" either, which is, again, just not normal. Because if your son or your daughter says "I love you," or even if any little kid was like "I love you, Miss Trish" or whatever, because they have to call me Miss Trish, otherwise they're in trouble. No, I'm just kidding. But I mean, if they did, I'd be like, "Oh, I love you too, buddy." You know what I mean? Like, you just do that with little kids. You show them love and stuff. And I know that Sebastian's way older. He's 15. I get that. But yeah, any mom should reciprocate the love.
Yeah. I mean, my other son, he's 21, and I still don't stop doing that when I see him. Like, he gets annoyed with that. Oh, don't do that, Mom, But I don't ever stop showing that to my kids. So no matter how old they are, they're probably going to be in their like 40s, and I'm still going to be like, "Oh, I love you,"
Exactly. Yeah.
So it's just,
well, yeah, life's too short not to, right? I mean, you have to, and you want your kids to know that they're loved. And Seth says, face it, everyone. With those two, it's all about them and never about Sebastian. And that's another great point that Peter brought up that, we probably overlooked because, there was so much in that little clip. I mean, yeah, it's always about them, and people picked up on that big time, Seth. They really did. I mean, I did, because your interviews were so much different, so heartfelt and genuine and authentic, and theirs just fell so short. Um, and Smiley says, according to her, she supposedly didn't see, um, or didn't know he would be in the bed that morning, right? Is that what she told to? Was it Dateline? I think she said that too. I want to say it was Dateline. I know she changed it several times. So the Taylor Swift thing, I don't know what to make of it. I just think it's kind of just something for Katie and Chris to elaborate a story on and not talk about what happened to Sebastian or their knowledge of the situation.
I mean, country rock.
No hip hop.
Classic.
We don't allow the hip hop.
Well, he doesn't really
Well, I
get
say
into it
rap and
anyways.
things.
He loves, like, when we were in California and the school had this lap thing to gain money. It was a fundraiser. And every year I did this many laps. I did this many laps. I mean, I've got t-shirts where they would write on his back. Every time the kids went around, they'd mark a mark on the back and they'd keep running. And he just had marks all the way across his back. He likes playgrounds. He hates being dirty. He don't like being dirty.
Yeah, he's not your tomboy style child where he goes outside and plays in the mud.
He loves animals, but he's terrified of bugs.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, even a fly, and he's like,
Okay, sorry. What did you say, Jennifer? Go ahead.
If you notice their body language, okay, they keep repeating what each other says, like, likes the color green, and then she'll come in later and say, oh, he likes color green. She just did it again. And then they're both like rocking, right? Chris is kind of doing it too with her. Like, the energy right there is so
Yeah, they're mirroring each other.
Yes.
Katie talks about matching energy too, and she tells that to Sebastian that you have to match other people's energy, when you're approaching them or speaking with them.
Look at what you pause. Look at how she's looking up to the people who are trying so hard to come up with a theory or a different story than what's originally happening. Because they're thinking hard. Okay. They're like, what do I say? How do I make this sound good? How do I deflect the truth? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, their body language is so eerie. How they're mimicking each
She's
other.
mocking Sebastian again in this too. She's like, oh, like he screeches like a little girl. And again, I hate saying stuff like that, guys. It doesn't make me feel good. I'm just saying that's what I'm seeing here is her again, like making fun of Sebastian, like as if they made fun of him for it before in the past. Like, oh, he doesn't like the bugs, and they just think that that's so funny because, I mean, and I wouldn't think of it like that if I didn't see Aunt Melissa deliberately screwing with this kid at his birthday party. Like, but I think that to me, and you might be right on the like thinking thing, right? Like she's thinking back. I think you're right. Thinking back to the times when they were teasing him about not liking bugs. I mean, because I don't know. I don't like bugs either. And there's people that have found that out and they take a bug and, put it in my freaking face. And I'm like, get that shit away from me. Like, I don't want it. I don't like it. Get away from me. And I'm sure Sebastian did that. And then they thought it was funny, in my opinion.
They just keep repeating each other. And that's what's kind of odd is, it's just, that's not normal. It's almost
Yeah.
like they are like they already told the scenario and the story to each other of what they would say or whatever, allegedly. But then they're kind of losing track of what each other are saying, so then they just repeat what the other one said before. It's weird.
Like reinforcing each other, like to reinforce each other, or
Maybe one forgot what the other was going to say about something, so they just like quickly like, oh yeah, he likes the color green, even though he just said that. And then
true, yeah.
It's weird. It's weird behavior. It's abnormal behavior, in my opinion. And just like the hand coordination, it just the body language everywhere, the way they look at each other, the way they repeat each other, the way they deflect from something, and like you said, saying something, making fun of. I mean, this was just. I mean, Sebastian had just went missing not too long, right before this interview. So
This is day nine.
Yeah, so why are you already laughing and cracking jokes up like that? Like, not that you would ever want to make jokes like that, but like, it's so. What, like, I don't know. I'm sorry. You can continue the video. I wanted to touch on that because it was just bugging me. It's like,
no, I know what you mean, because they also do the one track mind thing, and they both put their hands up and do the same exact hands.
But they're both rocking at the same time, and like, oh, don't
It's
feel
almost
good
like
about it.
a sort of derailment, on
It's
a
like they're both like,
conversation.
they're, yeah.
Yeah, they're rocking around. They're self, and a lot of people said that's self-soothing, and I do think that's true too. I mean, said it's to reinforce themselves and their lies. They're trying too hard to make the lies seem like the truth. Yeah, they really want to convince people before, like, we're not even wanting to be convinced. What we're wanting to hear is details about Sebastian, where we could find him, what we can do to help. That's the only thing as the audience we're looking for. Yet they keep on offering up all of these excuses before we even ask for them, or justifications, whatever.
Yeah. And she didn't go out searching for him at all at this point, did she? This is just all talking for a camera, right?
Right. So this is the first two, or we're just only on the first two interviews. So this would be the second one, and but it's the first like TV one where she actually talks with Holly Thompson from WSMV4. So yeah, these are the fresh ones, and I know like we've analyzed these a lot here, but I mean this is going to be the original story. It definitely evolves over time.
He does.
But just describe that too, as far as his way of thinking of things and maybe how determined he was about certain things, or his mindset.
He's got a stubborn mindset. If he believes it's this,
he gets on a one-man track and he is just on it.
Okay, so were you talking about that part too, Jennifer? Because I know that is the one thing. I think it might have been Chris McDonough had brought that up. That they. Oh my God.
he's got a stubborn mindset. If he believes it's this,
he gets on a one-man.
Okay, there we go.
There it is again. Like my husband and I, okay, I love him more than anything in the world, but we don't even do that crap. Nope.
I know some people might say it's because you're so like if you're very close, but like they weren't really. They were only seeing each other a couple times. I mean, every other weekend, because she allegedly would be going there to see him, and he wasn't, at the house. And when Sebastian was there, he wasn't coming home allegedly. So I mean, they were.
I wonder were these questions already pre-examined with them? Did they already know the questions prior to filming this of what they were going to be asked? Because sometimes, a lot of the times, journalists will say, hey, this is what we're going to kind of go over. These are the questions we're going to come across and ask you. So that right there, I got the question of, is that true? Because, I mean, it's just so odd that throughout this whole thing, they're just doing the same things.
Yeah, like
I agree, but I will say, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Libra. Go ahead.
I was just saying like it was screened before they did it. Yeah. To me it almost looks like it's not, just because it looks like they're feeding off each other too much. Like he likes green. Oh yeah, he likes green. They can't think of what to say, almost like they didn't know it was coming. But I might be wrong. Or that's why it is so funny. It was screened, and they did, you know. And what are they talking about right here?
They're talking about Sebastian and getting into a one-track mind on things. Like if he gets on a subject, he stays on it. You know.
Well, I just lost it. So I was like, wait, where's my mind at? No, but I was listening to them, but when we got on this subject, I went, wait a minute, crap, what were they talking about? Yeah, that's pretty odd. So odd looking. That's a perfect screenshot too, by the way.
Thank you. I knew there was another example of it coming up too. So I was like, okay, because I agree with what Jennifer's saying here. And I think too, I know that one of our friends was in the chat one night, Jana, who lost her sister. So she has done interviews with the news, and they do give you a list of questions. She said typically they do. But that doesn't mean that they always do. And then on top of that, I know that if I have a family member on the show, I am going to ask them 2 questions. I'm going to say, unless it's Seth, because Seth just popped up in the panel. But anyway, either way, I know Seth better than most. So, but if it's a new guest and they want to come up and talk about their missing loved one or their family member, I will say, is there anything off limits? And is there anything that when you're talking to me about this that you don't want me to share, but you want me to know, right? So that way we can set up some boundaries and some perimeters for the interview and what have you. Oh, I think we lost Jennifer.
And you want to
Okay,
be
sorry.
ready.
Go ahead, Libra. Go ahead.
Right. I was just saying, and you want to be ready. And a lot of they'll do that with big celebrities a lot of times, you know, like Taylor Swift or Michael Jackson or something, you know, or, you know, somebody really big. And even Michael Jackson got surprised by certain things, I'm sure, for sure. You know what I mean? But yeah, she'll be back. I'm sure she'll come right back up here. She probably got knocked off somehow. But yeah,
But you're right, Libra. I bet you, like, and even in the conversation, like, say something comes up, sometimes there's like unforeseen things that somebody else might ask in the chat, or maybe I'll ask off cuff, and it'll lead to something that, you know, wasn't expected. So no, you're right. Even if they give them a list, it's still not 100%. So
yeah. Or it might just be sneaky, and the media is like that. They can be sneaky and just add something in. But if there's a contract now, if they do a contract where it's like, hey, you can't ask me this, well, they better not do it, so then get sued. You know, Tony did with that. Excuse me, Tony did that with anyone that wanted to interview me, because I would answer any question asked of me, no matter the subject. Yeah, it's a protection. It's a good protection to screen an interview a lot of times, I think. And I'm glad Tony did, just to protect you, Seth, because, you know, Tony was a really good person.
yeah, he was a very good person. And, you know, it's just about keeping it professional. So, you know, I'm not anybody that does.
And you want to be ready. You want to be ready. You don't want to be like them fumbling over it, and the interview kind of, I mean, it can be edited, but you kind of want them to be ready to, okay, this question's coming, and I don't have to search for the answer in my head, you know, type thing too, like throw them off guard. But yeah, it's definitely a good thing to do if you can. And
yeah, it is. It is. I agree. I agree.
So yeah,
Well, I
we
guess
just
we will go ahead and play this through just a little
yeah.
bit more. But yeah, this this is another example
It
of
looks
that
so
one track
stupid. I'm
mind.
sorry. They just look so stupid. Golly.
I know they do.
The two
They look
peas in the
very
pod, let
foolish.
me tell you. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they are, and I do believe you too. I believe it when you say too that they're like feeding off of each other's energy. You know, I mean anybody does.
Yeah,
I mean
like a
that's what we're
dog.
kind of doing on the panel too. You know.
Yeah.
Track, and he is just on it, and he is all about it.
But I mean, he's very smart.
He's
I mean,
smart.
he can play chess. He can beat adults in chess.
Wow.
So he's
He loves playing games. Minecraft. He loves Minecraft. The game that he has is not online. He has the Switch. He, for the most part, is happy. He likes to laugh and joke and tell you all about everything and then some. He loves games. He loves video games. He loves to play with his Legos, even building things with me. We build little projects here and there, but he's always a character.
I just thought of something, lady.
Yeah, what's that? She says he's always a character. What the heck?
Yeah, that whole thing. You know how I learned this, that when you're stressed out, you get your brain gets cloudy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so she's like and it's offline. She had to mention that too, right? His switch. I couldn't think of what the name. I think she was getting brain cloud from being so stressed out. So she's really stressed in that interview, and they're really talking up like they really know him so well. I guess, as we've already probably talked about, but they know him so darn well. He's so, we know every little thing about him, and they're talking it up so much, like where I think it's kind of the opposite, in my opinion, where they were trying to get him into an institution or get him somewhere outside that home and away from them, in my opinion. You know what I mean? So so when you get interviewed and you're trying to act like you like somebody, what are you going to probably do? You're going to sit there and try to talk about everything you can think of that they like. There's a person at work you might hate, right? But they love football, right? Oh, they love the Steelers, and they're always up there every day watching the Steelers. And I go in there and I say hi. I see them, and there they are, and because you're in trouble. It's like she's in trouble. She kind of shows it more than he does, the nervousness. Like she's in trouble.
Oh yeah.
He's trying to.
She's very nervous. No, you're right.
Opinion,
she is. Yeah.
He's trying to balance her out, right? He's like trying to be the Libra scale there and trying to balance her out, where he's trying to guide her along, and make her feel comfortable, as she's nervous as hell. Like, oh God, I gotta talk.
Yeah,
about
I
this
agree.
Yeah, I don't know. That's my opinion. But yeah, go ahead. My bad.
No, I think that's a great point. It's a great point because, they are nervous, and then people are like, why are they laughing? And I do believe that a lot of people have nervous laughter. I know I do. And sometimes I laugh in inappropriate times, or I'll make a joke, that's inappropriate. And people are like, why would you say that right now? And I'm like, I'm sorry. I don't, that was inappropriate, type of the thing. But yeah, I think it speaks to their level of nervousness. And then Chris too, because I think that's where his laughter comes from, when he's like, and it's like, okay, Chris, are you nervous or something, bud? What's going on? And then Katie, people are like, where's her accent, right? Because Katie's accent is all of a sudden gone.
Interesting.
In this one, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So it's interesting because, like, in this one, so this is March 7th, this Only Hands interview, guys, just to keep it into perspective. March 7th, did it with a gal named Caitlin Miller from Fox 17. And she says, today I sat down with the Sebastian Rogers mother and stepfather about the current investigation after 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers has been missing for 11 days. Katie and Chris Proudfoot did not want to show their faces because they say they were, quote, too emotional, end quote. Earlier this week, I interviewed Sebastian's biological father, Seth Rogers. Follow my page to stay updated with this investigation. And Seth did the interview with Caitlin Miller as well. Stark difference. Night and day.
How hopeful to finding him, but he fidgets constantly. He loves shiny pennies, paper clips. He's always like, whenever we go to the grocery store, he always looks on the ground and looks under the register counter, and he's always looking for shiny pennies everywhere. Paper clips. He loves to bend them out of shape and play with them, fidget with them. He loves playgrounds. I mean, we've said it before, he likes fishing and things like that, but
cats. Boy loves cats.
He does. He loves cats. It's his favorite animal. I don't know. He's a good kid. I mean, I don't have words to describe how I'm feeling right now. I mean, every day is harder than the last. I mean, we're out, we're looking, we're trying to make sure that everyone stays looking and doesn't let his face fall to the bottom of a feed or get covered by some other nonsense. I mean, we just want our boy home. My very first reaction was, oh, he got up and got breakfast. But when I realized he actually wasn't in the house, I've never experienced sheer panic.
Huh.
Okay, so I'll stop it there. I just sent Jennifer the link again too.
Okay,
to her
deal.
email. Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, it's all weird, right? It's all weird that they're doing it like this. But also, when Katie says, "I don't want his face to fall to a bottom of the feed of a feed somewhere and get covered up with other nonsense," but that's all she's done was like put nonsense out there to cover up Sebastian's case, in my opinion. It's like she's telling on herself.
Yeah. There was something I was going to mention too. I was over here trying to get a hold of getting Jen back on, but she's somehow cut off with, she can't text anybody or anything, so it might be anyway, some kind of technical difficulty. Oh, this is what I was going to mention.
She texted me back.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about on here, I think, in the back chat, probably.
Oh, yeah. If she's not in the studio, yeah.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. I mean, she gets that new link, should work, but if it's, it's StreamYard. But yeah, I was wondering where the kitchen, I don't have a layout of this house, and I thought somebody did. I'm sure it's not hard to get a blueprint. I know it was it used to be online for sale a while back, and you could see the layout of the inside of this house. Maybe Nancy Grace talked about where certain things were, but for her to, where her bedroom was to his or something like that, it's kind of like, did you go straight to his bedroom and then that's why you thought he went and got breakfast and then it went down? Yeah, if it wasn't cereal, she'd smell it, right? If it was pancakes, she'd smell it, right?
Yeah, or like eggs or something. Yeah, no, but you have to walk past their kitchen, and it's an open concept to get to his bedroom.
Oh, well then why the hell would you say, see
that
who, right there?
You know who pointed that out to all of us? Well, it's the first time I saw it anyway. Was when JLR, he was like, "Hey, everybody, come on in. And then he was like, so I remember seeing that, and then he was like, "Yeah, Katie, you have to walk right through the kitchen." I was like, "Dang, that's a good point."
Come on in. Hey, I just seen you pull out of the Proudfoot's house. Where's Sebastian Rogers? Where is the missing teen Sebastian Rogers? What do you want? Let me pull out my phone. I was just watching that today, cracking up again when we were commenting on that. Oh, I was laughing so hard. Oh
man, he was kind of scared of them.
Well, it looked like TB was holding a gun at first, and I was like, "Wait, did he pull a pistol? I might have a bombshell here, or whatever." I went, "Oh, it's his phone. That's right. He was pulling on his phone to record sideways, but it almost looked like a gun. It's like, man, he could have got if somebody else was packing and they pulled up and TB got out like that, they might would have thought that was a gun and mistaken it, and that quick, he could have got SHOT.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. I didn't even think of that.
She said she was completely kicked out. I'm assuming StreamYard, out of StreamYard. So I'm asking her that. I'm not sure.
I sent her the email.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh, she can't connect, she says. Oh, okay.
It might be what was doing to me. Click on the expired one, but I went to the right. I went to one that was not expired, and I was looking at the wrong DMs or something. It was weird on Discord anyway, and it kept saying expired, and then I went to this new one, and it wasn't expired, and I went, oh, here's my messages. So it got confusing because I'm a newbie to Discord, really. I don't use it a whole lot, so sometimes it's the layout kind of confuses me, and I'll be like, I thought I was just talking to her, but I'm on. We have the war room, all that other stuff. So
yeah,
it's weird.
No, yeah. Oh, we need to tell her to clear her cookies. Clear your.
See, that's another thing. I don't think I scrolled all the way down. It was sitting somewhere weird, where it was all invalid, and then I finally scrolled all the way down. I was like, oh, there it is in front of my face. I had to almost not clear the cookies, but I had to reload the page for sure.
Oh, okay. So maybe she's got to reload the page, huh?
She says almost like in an area drop where the system is down. I like system of a down. Let the bodies hit the flow. Let the bodies hit the flow. Is it that system of a down, or is it? No, I'm sorry. That was somebody else.
I don't know, but I like that song. It's funny.
Wake up. Makeup.
Yeah, now it's on the tip of my tongue, and I can't. I'll just blurt it out. No, I'm just teasing. I won't. All right, so we'll just go ahead. She said that she'll just join in whenever she said she's working on getting back in, though. I think it's just connectivity problems or cookies.
In the way that I did. And basically for every minute since that, not knowing where your child is a pain that I've never known pain like this before.
On the spectrum, yes. But not one autistic child in this world is like another one. What we can tell you is he's smart. He can be goofy. He kind of has issues with personal space. He hasn't mastered.
He can be
up in your face kind of kid.
He can be aggressive if he's upset.
Yeah. He's emotional. He's a teenager.
He doesn't like punch and hit and throw, but he gets really like aggressive stanced or like clipped where he just won't talk to you, or if he's really upset, he like growls.
Yeah, man.
Did Sebastian have tantrums at all?
Yeah. I mean, he's a kid. I mean, it's even when I came in the picture. I mean, his tantrums were pretty bad. I mean, to the point. I mean, So I'm not dragging Seth, his mom, his sister, my wife. I'm not dragging people through the mud. So what is in the past is the past, and that really needs to die. And I'm saying that for everybody to hear, to include all parties involved with this situation. The past is a past. It needs to die. Let it be. Yes. So we attend. So hold on.
We attend church.
Yes, we do attend church. Now, are we tied to one particular church more so than others? Probably not. But if we go, we tend to frequent the one called Freedom Church. It's up in Gallatin, Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
Is that, did Sebastian like that? Did he like to go and,
Yeah, when he was in church, so the kids area, oh my God.
They've got a phenomenal youth program.
yeah, I bet he liked to sing and stuff like that, right?
He likes to
Dance.
dance.
Yeah, dance.
I mean, now, granted, what you call dancing, what I call dancing, and what he calls dancing, totally different.
He's definitely got a unique rhythm.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, guess what? We all do. All right. And everybody deserves to dance and have a good time however they like to, Katie. Maybe if you don't like it, don't look over there or something. Gosh, it just makes me mad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's like, what I call dance, what you call dance. He always has to put those little jabs in there, like.
Oh,
and then,
the jabs, yes.
And that's another thing that that he has this gnarly mole on his neck. Wait, what? And then that one time, then he says, "Oh, what was it?" Starts talking about. Just starts bringing it. If you ask him, like she asked, does he ever have tantrums? And he says, even when I came around, he had them. What does that tell you? That tells you, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
That when I come around, you better act right, and you usually do, because when I get pissed off, nobody tries me, and even when I come around, he throws tantrums. So he's saying that I can't even control him, and I'm crazy, in my opinion. That's what it sounds like to me. So you can already see the control factor and the temper in his voice. You can hear it. It's almost like he's having a flashback of getting stern because he can't handle a teenager, in my opinion.
Well, and I was also thinking it, like from my perspective, I'm like, maybe he's trying to say that like, these things were already happening when I finally got there, and then everything was all shit when I was there. So, then, is like he's skating the responsibility, like, oh, it's not my fault, but I see what you're saying. He is definitely all about control.
I agree, Seth. Making fun of him again. Sebastian has soul. Those two sold theirs already. You couldn't say it better than that right there. Bow. You know what I mean? Yeah, so that's like jealousy right there. All in it's jealousy too. You got this, in my opinion, jealous stepfather, or stepfoot, that wants to, in my opinion, doesn't want him between him and Katie, and it's like an ultimatum. Hey, you get him out of the house, or I'm gone. And I'm going to do what I want. I'm going to meet women online if I want to. And you ain't going to do nothing about it. What you going to do?
I'm going to swipe left as many times. Is it left or right? I don't know. Probably right. I guess that would make more sense, right? Yeah. If I want to swipe right, I will.
If I want to swipe right, I will. If I want to swipe right, left, I will. And I want to swipe right on a male or female, I will. And I'm not cutting this mullet. I don't care what you say. But like, here's another thing. In my opinion, she's sinister enough to want to take a step. How do I say this? To take the leap and do something off pocket in order to make that happen, to please him, right? I mean, I could see a woman doing it because she's scared or she's hostage. Man, I'm sorry. In my opinion, this woman is not all that innocent. Bubba, did you go to bed? Go to bed. Well, I love you. And I said I love you. And then he ate this big popcorn and spaghetti noodles or spaghetti pancakes, whatever. And then, he ate his favorite salmon at Texas Roadhouse, and we, had a big birthday party, and got, went to the bowling alley and played some games, and, looked at the sky. The sky was blue, and all this deflection. It's like deflection and derailment of
yeah, of what really matters. Like what we're really trying to figure out is that time frame that's lost, Like, okay, so what
Love that
happened when you
Taylor
got home
Swift.
from the Texas Roadhouse, Katie? If you want us to believe that story, what happened, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Excuse me, exactly. So
Yeah, and you do have to give kids choices. You can't just control the kids, right? That's never going to work, especially when they get to be teenagers. But that's what you're setting them up for too, is to, you know, make it a little bit easier on yourself and them too. Um, have any of the other parents of missing children ever made fun of the missing child or spoken negatively about them like these two evil degenerates do to Sebastian? You know, Lover Girl, that's a good question. I will say that Peter Hyatt mentioned, hey Jen, that mentioned that before, right? Where he has interviewed other stepfoots, right? And it's not only just men. I'm sure there's others too, the women that would badmouth the kids, right? The stepmom that, you know, that doesn't like them, or
there
know how.
she is. There she is.
There she is.
Hopefully, I remain in. I don't know what happened, but technology, I guess. I don't know. It's fingers crossed.
I think it's StreamYard. It can be such a pain in the butt.
Yeah. It wants you to pay for it. That's what it is, Jen. You know that. You know how this works. We're gonna lure you in for a
Right.
1-day trial, and you're gonna pay $100 a day after that. So you better put your credit card in.
I don't know. I was starting to think maybe somebody didn't like me talking about them and came and cut my cords or something.
You know the devil
know?
doesn't. So the devil doesn't want you talking about these things. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. It's always a spiritual warfare. You know this. You told me this. Hell. We believe the same. But yeah, you never know. But we're gonna fight that to the death. We're gonna fight that one. And we're gonna stay on until you're on. If I have to wait till tomorrow, if I have to wait 24 hours on here, I'm waiting. And if you don't come on, well, I'm still waiting here. And then, they're not gonna
Is the
win.
way.
They're not gonna win. I might be like this,
You might be, huh?
but I'll just leave it on, okay? And I'll just leave the mic next to my mouth. And then if y'all wake me up, I'll have you in my headphones. You just scream at me. So anyway.
That's funny. So yeah, we were just going over, you know, another example of, you know, Sebastian. There's a question about Sebastian, you know, did he like to go to church to sing? And Katie says no, he really liked to dance, and she talks about him having a unique rhythm. And we were kind of talking about how, again, it, you know, mocking him, it seems like, or just I mean, I guess
Yeah.
I that's the way I took it anyway.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Not cool. I would never talk about my kids that way. But who's this?
This
Up on
is
my
a
screen.
little granny from the Dave Chappelle show, and he lost his job, and so she came in there and called him a punk bitch.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Whoa.
And I thought it fit for Chris Proudfoot being a punk bitch at the time that I made this video. So I was like, oh yeah, remember that little granny? She's so cute. She's all like, you a punk bitch. Sorry, okay.
Yo, I was about to ask the same thing. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, because I
I can. Jen, can you hear?
Yes, I can hear.
I'm gonna
Okay,
test something out really fast. Tell me if you hear this noise, okay?
Okay.
Did you hear that?
No.
Okay, I was
I
testing
did.
something out. It didn't work. It was a sound bite. It goes wah 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 wah. I was
What
just
do you
wondering,
have
I'm
it on
trying
a soundboard or something?
yeah, I'm trying to get it figured out, and it's just not. I don't know it that well yet, and it's on a Mac, of course. So you know. But if you can hear me, that's good to know.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
I didn't think you could hear me when I have this thing on. I'm trying to figure it out. So
Yeah, I have some sound effects that are on a soundboard, but I'd have to hook it up, which I don't have it hooked up. All right, so I'll just back it up just the tiniest bit.
okay.
Phenomenal youth program.
I bet he liked to sing and stuff like that, right?
He likes to
Dance.
dance.
Yeah, dance.
Dance.
I mean, now, granted, Granted, what you call dancing, what I call dancing, and what he calls dancing, totally different.
He's definitely got a unique rhythm.
Yeah. Oh.
But he loves to dance.
Yeah.
Even when I came in the picture, I mean, his tantrums were pretty bad.
So Sebastian struggles with maintaining friendships with a lot of the children his age because even with the children that are similar, they tend to have different interests. Sebastian gets very like single mind tracked. Like if he's wanting to talk about like Minecraft, then he wants you to be 100% all about the Minecraft. And so a lot of times, like other children will be like, yeah, that's cool, but I want to do this. And he'll be, so they wind up getting frustrated with each other. And that's where a lot of his like struggles making friends come into play is
And
because personal space is also another part of it where he disregards like what we call the personal bubble. Just because he just doesn't have that awareness. Like he'll just be right here in your face. But he's capable of getting along with other kids. I mean, and he does, but typically for shorter periods of time. You know, we have met some kids, especially like because I like to take them out and go do things, especially in like public settings like the festivals and bowling and stuff like that, to get them out and get them, you know, it gives an opportunity to interact and work on those like kind of social skills and meeting people and being appropriate when meeting people, responding, you know, with appropriate emotions and stances, you know, like if someone's being polite and says hello to you, to match that energy and not come at a different energy, you know.
This is one I got to ask you. Why on this was he asking for friends for Christmas?
Sebastian has a unique personality.
So does my daughter, and I understand. So I'm just asking.
I'm trying to answer you, and you're going to cut me off.
I did. I certainly did because I've never had a child.
So can I finish my answer?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
He's very unique. He doesn't have the true concept of personal space, so he's like very in your face type situation. A lot of kids don't like that, and most of the kids talk about things that he's not into. He is very much, if in a conversation, he will talk about Minecraft, and most kids don't play the Minecraft. They're all playing whatever other games. Sebastian is very like driven into his conversation. So whatever he's talking about, if you're talking about something else, he tries to drive you back, and people just don't have that kind of interest. At school, he's known for peeing in his pants. I mean, it's a number of things. He's very awkward, but he's quirky. He's a good kid. But he doesn't have friends. Unfortunately, it is probably the worst thing.
No, I understand autism
that I've heard him ever ask.
And you're headed back to Memphis right now. Are you in your RV right now?
I am in my RV. We are not disclosing.
Okay, guys, I just want to stop. So I want to watch this clip next. So he tells Terry Lynn this awful shit, right? About that Sebastian's known for this or that at school. And so that's the reason why he is asking for friends for Christmas, which I just want to put this into context really quick before I get your guys' opinions on this. So Smiley did this interview, right, with Katie and Chris on her panel. And then Terry Lynn later on in the night had Chris on a phone call and she put him live. So that's why you can see her bubble talking while, you know, Chris is talking, because I don't think he had knowledge of him actually being on the panel. He may have, but again, he called her cell phone and she was live on her panel. And that was the same night that they did the Smiley Stories interview, just to put it into context.
So many weird things here for me. First off, it's really, really bugging me to my max that they go from saying something positive about Sebastian, right, to directly something demeaning and deplorable out of their mouths about him. Why do people want to know if he wets his pants? Or, it's just so terrible to say that, Sebastian didn't have any friends. I'm sure he had friends. I actually have my daughter's friend that went to beach. I don't know if she still does. Knew Sebastian, and she has autism. And she even said that she knew Sebastian and that, he was a cool kid, very sweet. And, she got really teary-eyed even talking about him. So he did have friends. Let's just put it out there. But another thing that I'm kind of confused about is Terry Lynn goes from almost being so vilely against Christopher, but then boom, she likes him. Like, it's so weird.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. It's very weird that she did the flip flop. And I believe that happened around probably November that she started showing signs of that. It would have been of 2024, in my opinion. But I believe from the very beginning that Terry Lynn was working both sides, because she did, she goes back with the family, with Chris's family, in my opinion, and from what she's told us.
How did she get the interview with Chris to begin with? She just casually.
He called her. So I didn't put this part in there, I don't think, but when he was up on panel with Katie on Smiley's earlier that night, he said that he had to get off the live stream really quick because his daughter was calling him, but really it was Terry Lynn calling him. And so whenever they got out of Smiley's interview, then he called up Terry Lynn late night when Katie was in the bed, and he was saying, we really ought to do this alone, and like all of this disgusting stuff. Hold on, might need a barf bag. Libra, can you take over while I barf? Just kidding. I was trying to segue into him, giving us his opinion. But either way, it's gross. And yeah, that's allegedly. And again, that's why you'll see as we have more interviews with Terry Lynn that her word bubble will be moving when Chris is talking too, because she's got him on the phone and then she just has it on speakerphone, presenting it to her audience, which I find to be, I mean, like I said, I don't know for sure if he knew that they were going live or if he didn't. Also, a fun fact about this interview that maybe people don't know about, there was like a 30-minute conversation prior to Terry Lynn going live. So I don't know if, I'm not sure if they set it all up or what.
Thing. No, I understand autism.
That I've heard him ever ask.
And you're headed back to Memphis right now. Are you in your RV right now?
I am in my RV. We are not disclosing our current location just because of safety reasons, due to the YouTubers, the Facebookers out there that have sent some very heinous, threatening information and things of that nature, threatening to be outside of our house, all kinds of nasty things. So we're not disclosing our location at this time, unless you're law
Miss
enforcement.
Proudfoot, is
or
that
you need
one
to-
of the reasons you left the home?
One of them, yes, ma'am.
He's got that teenage attitude going on where he's all over the place. So one minute he's angry and next minute he's laughing and joking and The next minute, he's like, I'm going to my room.
Oh.
What are you doing? Nothing. I don't want to know.
Such a sweet
But
baby.
he loves Family Feud.
Okay, guys. So really quick with that was another that was another example of what I was talking about earlier when Katie is saying that Sebastian's doing something in his room that she doesn't want to go check on him for, and she's again blaming Sebastian. In my opinion, this is a perfect example of blaming the victim and Katie acting like she's the victim somehow because she doesn't want to walk in on Sebastian doing what maybe a 15-year-old boy, or I guess any 15-year-old would be doing at that time. I don't know.
We are.
What are your guys' thoughts?
And we are in our RV in an undisclosed location. We've been receiving threatening information, very heinous things, right? So ridiculous. That's right there is playing the victim. You know what I mean? Now I
Yeah,
get it
and mind you, that was after the first couple interviews that we watched, right? Where he's telling everybody that he's belted Sebastian and like he's already done and said all of this heinous shit. And then he goes on Nancy Grace and says, oh, we got to get out of here. We can't stay here. The people are crazy. Perfect example of the attack in Darvo.
Absolutely. That you guys have caught it, right? Catching on?
Yeah, I mean it's really one thing after another, right? They're blaming the public perception, they're blaming Sebastian, anybody but themselves, really, to escape complete accountability and to make it seem like they're not doing exactly what they're doing.
right.
Yeah.
Now this is Queef B's channel, right?
Yes. So this was May 27th, I believe. I have it someplace in the video if you guys are curious about dates, but yeah, because this is back in 24. Yeah, when they joined her panel. She's such a creep to bring that up. Mothers don't say stuff like that about their son. Boom. Lover girl. Well said. You don't say things like that about your son, especially if you're, not trying to embarrass him. If you're trying to embarrass the hell out of him, yeah, then go right ahead. But that's super embarrassing. Everybody explores their own bodies, and there's no reason to shame anybody for it. And as a matter of fact, when you do that, you could really screw them up psychologically. KK. Sorry. It's just unacceptable. And she does this over and over and over again with Sebastian, teasing him about girls, teasing, and I get it. I tease my daughter. I used to tell her she had Justin Bieber fever, and she'd be like, Mom, stop, and I would just joke around with her, right? It was joking, and I get that you joke around with the kids, but for her to come out here and be like, okay, here's his crush, here's him doing the things that everybody does at 15, or any age really after you hit that certain age. And I mean, it's unimaginable, and it's humiliating. It's purely humiliating, and it made a lot of good people not want anything to do with this, nothing to do with Sebastian's case. And that is the most heinous thing that they could have ever done in this case, is do shit like this, where regular good people would be like, nah, I'm out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now tell me. Okay, never mind. Still checking this audio, but anyway. So what are they saying next in this video, I wonder?
Okay, guys, here we go.
Hell, he watches Wheel of Fortune with me. He don't never guess the puzzles.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys.
But I'm trying to remember the name of the other one that he likes watching. It's the one with the whammies.
Press your luck. Press your
Yeah.
luck.
Press your luck.
Sure
Yeah.
He likes
Yeah.
that one too. He sits in here, no whammies. Sushi, I'd have to say, is probably his number one favorite, but tofu's up there with it.
Okay, I gotta ask, who got him started on the tofu?
Oh,
So, well,
I don't even know how he got turned on that one. What was it?
he got turned on tofu because we went to it was either a pho or a Thai restaurant.
Okay, guys, so a pho or a Thai restaurant. This is another place that I wanted you guys to listen to in terms of love bombing and how a narcissist works, right? Because I could probably bet that Katie doesn't get to go on these romantic dates anymore. I'm sure that shit sailed a long time ago, but here we go.
You don't never guess the puzzles. But I'm trying to remember the name of the other one that he likes watching. It's the one with the whammies.
Press your luck. Press your
Yeah.
luck.
Press your luck.
Sure
Yeah.
luck. He likes
Yeah.
that one too. He sits in here, no whammies. Sushi, I'd have to say, is probably his number one favorite, but tofu's up there with it.
Okay, I gotta ask, who got him started on the tofu?
Oh,
So, well,
I don't even know how he got turned on that one. What was it?
he got turned on tofu because we went to it was either a pho or a Thai restaurant. And we went to have, this is in California.
Now I remember.
Katie and I went and had, I think it was curry. And
They don't
he,
eat anything even remotely.
yeah, anything spicy, he just like, oh God, no. Pepper is like eating habanero pepper to him. I mean, that's how sensitive he is. But he didn't like anything on the menu. She was like, well, I have tofu. And he was like, tofu? And she was like, yeah. So she brought him a piece of it fried and a piece of it steamed for him to try. And he bit in the fried one and he was like, ugh. But when she let him have the piece of that steamed, I don't think he could get it in his mouth fast enough. And that included the entire cube. It was ridiculous. But ever since then, he's been strung on tofu.
He does much better when he is on a regular routine. And
Okay, guys, so that was their little story about how Sebastian likes tofu. But I just have to point out that apparently they were living in California before they moved to Hendersonville. And when they were first dating, you know, Katie bought classes like Chef Ramsay's masterclass for cooking. He bought her that. He definitely treated Sebastian better, in my opinion, took him deep sea fishing and hiking and all of these things. But when did that stop? Because it doesn't appear that they did anything fun. And Sebastian never even was in the camper or went to visit Chris at the campgrounds that, you know, Yogi Bear campgrounds are usually geared towards families.
I didn't realize he didn't go to the Yogi Bear campgrounds.
Yeah. Well, you know, Terry Lynn asked him that flat out, and he said no. And then also Seth had said that, you know, Katie would go visit Chris, but it was when Sebastian was with him on, you know, every other weekend. Jennifer, as it pertains to Darvo, what would you like to say on the subject of love bombing and the narcissist?
Love bombing and the narcissist. Yeah, they love painting this beautiful picture of the perfect life, the perfect, you know, relationship, the picket fence, right? We do all these fun things. Sorry. What did you just put up? The narcissist, an adult body with a child's needs. Sorry, that picture of Chris just distracted.
No, it's okay. I just felt like it was fitting for us to put that up. So if people were here for the other show, this is just how a narcissist, acts like they're better than everybody else. They deserve everything.
Yeah.
They deserve all the positive accolades. But they also, when they're in a relationship with someone and it's new, they put you on a pedestal and they treat you like gold. And so you're like, what happened to that guy? Like, that's the guy that I signed up for shit with. I didn't sign up for shit with some kind of asshole that's going to treat me like dog shit. Sorry,
Yeah.
excuse my language, night court.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to be mean here, but she doesn't seem like she was a winner herself. But sorry for saying that.
No, it's okay. Hey, speak your piece. I mean, here's the thing. I agree with that. I agree that Chris Proudfoot went for women who have very low self-esteem and self-worth about themselves. That goes for Nina too. I'm sorry, but you could be the most beautiful person in the world, inside and out. It doesn't matter. You could be drop dead gorgeous, but if you don't know that, then you carry yourself in a different way. You allow for people to treat you like dog shit. And Katie does allow for it. And again, I'm not saying that it's right. I'm just saying it's the way it is.
No, yeah, I actually talk about that in my book. People often wonder why, you go from one bad relationship to another. And it's absolutely because people like Chris they know it. They know those women are vulnerable, like you said, low self-esteem, and that's their target.
Yeah, really well said. And I think that it's important to remember that, you can always do things all the time that are going to help out with that. You just have to you just have to make sure that you're not exuding that at all. And it could be because you like you said, you've been in a bad relationship before. You start to wonder about your worth. But that's the first thing that they usually attack, right? Because they're making you feel great about yourself. They're making you feel like you're the only one in the room, right? They're so good at doing this. They're super charismatic. They know how to charm the pants off of anybody. And that just goes for, just because they're so manipulative. They're just ultra manipulative.
Yeah.
And I think that, when they can sense just any type of insecurities or anything, they'll play on that, and they'll ask you to disclose certain things, right? You know, like, tell me about your childhood, or I'm trying to get to know you. They'll disguise it in ways as if they're trying to get to know you, but what they're trying to do is they're trying to get ammunition against you so they could use it later.
Yeah. They're trying to see if you've been vulnerable before, maybe in abusive relationships before, or you had a bad childhood, because sometimes people with a bad childhood, they grow up and they have problems. And so people like that, they see an opening to dive in and take advantage of that again, because they perceive you as weak enough to tell them about these things, because it's the victim mentality, right? So what I'm saying is, I don't like saying victim sometimes, because it gives this persona that, like, you're weak, right? And so the more that you tell somebody, whether you just started dating them or you barely know them, oh, this happened to me or that happened to me, and you have somebody who has a narcissistic personality or an abusive personality, they grab those words and they say, oh, okay, maybe you are you feel like a victim still, so I can continue to victimize you and use you. And so you have to be careful. So yes, you're a victim, but let's get out of that victim mentality and let's start saying, I'm a survivor of this, and I'm tough and I'm strong, And if you have that type of, personality, when you come, in contact with somebody who is, an abuser or a narcissist, they go, oh, okay, wait, maybe she's over that. Maybe he's over that, I can't really take advantage of this person. So the more that you take your stories and you're like sobbing it out to people you barely know, you're looking for them to think that you're still a victim. And so that's my small perspective of that. So, and I'm not downing, people, because you should have a testimony. Absolutely. Right. I'm out there putting my testimony out, but I'm not putting my testimony out as I'm a victim. This is what happens. This is what happened to me. Poor me, poor that. I'm not like that. No, I'm using it to inspire people and to say, the hell with that. I've been through this. I've been through that. The heck with that. I'm not a victim anymore. I'm a survivor. And I'm out here going to help other people so they don't feel that way. So if you spend your whole entire life acting like a victim, whining about it, then these are the people you're going to attract. And it's just going to keep being in a cycle. So you got to find a way to heal a little bit or to get some help of how to cope with what's happened to you. Move past it, because like I said, you're just going to end up with people like this who are going to keep taking control over you, manipulating you. But when you can't be manipulated no more and you know all this, you're going to attract the opposite. You're going to attract somebody who knows you're strong. They like that. They see that. And they can't take advantage of you. Okay? Because you've got your shield up now. You're tough. You're a warrior in a sense. So that's what I feel about it. And Chris, I don't know. I don't know what she saw, Chris, to be honest with you. And I don't say that to be mean. He's not my type. He never would be my type. So
yeah, I think that's well said. And I think, it's important to recognize that not everybody's going to be in that mindset because they've been so beat down. If you have been, mistreated so harshly, and then, for Katie's situation, in my opinion, she doesn't have a support system. She does have a job, which is always good, right? So she makes her own money. It's not like she has to worry about that. She could have gotten away from it, yes, but then you deal with the stalking and the after abuse and things that happen. So I know it can be very, very difficult to get back into a mindset of, self-worth and self-respect. It's tough, but I don't think that Katie was able to heal from one relationship to the next. It's just kind of going from one to the other to the other. And it just can be very seductive. And whenever somebody's treating you really, really well, and trying to get in your good graces, it's easy to be manipulated, in my opinion, no matter who you are.
yeah, I agree with you. However, I don't feel like it's an excuse. You know what I mean? Like Katie, I think, in my opinion, I think Katie knows that she can use her backstory and manipulate herself. So, I agree with you. Some people never really fully heal and they don't know how to cope with certain situations, but it's still not an excuse to go out and play victim like she is.
No, it's not. It's definitely not an excuse. No. But I could see how it may have played out here, where, and Libra, do you want to say something?
I'm good. I'm just listening to y'all.
Okay, because I just saw the
But I'll
back
give
chat. It
you a-
said be right back, and I was like, oh crap, I missed it. Sorry.
I'll give you a round of applause for everything that was just said. You know what I mean? Give you a hand. Yeah.
Have you,
thank you.
Libra, have you ever been in a relationship that's kind of like that?
Oh yeah. And you don't forget it either. You know, twisting words against you, using your vulnerabilities against you, is what the person does. The constant, false accusations come up a lot of times where you're accused of doing things you're not doing because that person's they're usually projecting. They're probably doing something wrong themselves, and no matter what you do, um, they're going to make you out to be the person that's cheating on them, or you just don't know how to talk to my family, and you did this and that in front of them, and well, then let's talk about it. But you're not going to sit here and make me out to be the villain. You know what I mean? So yeah, I've been with someone like that, and I've dealt with people like that in the workplace, and in life in general, and in a lot of families have that too, but more so than my family or anything, a lot of it was someone I might be dating, or the workplace. The workplace, it can be real dangerous too. You don't have to live with those people, but you are around them like you're basically living with them. If you're around them all the time, working so many hours a day, that can really wear on your mental too. So
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and in work environments, there can also be cliques and different things that would facilitate, bad treatment, or if somebody's smearing you and you don't even know it, right? And then you're wondering why people are being weird or standoffish with you, and you have no idea why, but somebody has been like in their ear saying, well, did you know this? Blah 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 blah, and it could be it could mess with your self-esteem, because obviously you're like, well, I was liked before, now all of a sudden nobody likes me, or they think these horrible things about me because they're because you're being discredited and smeared.
well, it's like you were talking about, Jen, telling people too much about yourself too early um can be a bad idea, real bad idea, because then they can, you know, they use it against you, or think that you still have a problem with whatever that was back then. If it was a personal problem or a habit, they will use it against you, as in that they think, just in their mind, they think you're still that person that you used to be, or and you could be completely changed, and they will still see you that way. And so yeah, we do have to be careful about who we tell our vulnerabilities to, or private information that um we wouldn't want used against us, because they will use it against you every single time, especially if you offend them and they feel like they need vengeance. They're going to turn around and use that exact thing somehow, some way. Once you cross that line, that they you offended them, and they will get that vengeance.
Yeah, and not everybody deserves to hear your story. Like, not everybody
They don't.
deserves to sit with you in that space and learn about your vulnerabilities. And yeah, I agree with that 100%.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So let's watch a little bit more of this.
Thank you. So like for getting up at about the same time every day and having the same routine to get up and get ready to get out the door, and nighttime routine, taking medicine, taking shower, getting ready for bed, same thing in the morning, getting up, brush your chair, brush your teeth, put your clothes on, make your bed, take your medicine, get your backpack, are you hungry? Do you want to take food for lunch, or do you want school lunch? That type of thing. and then, you know, he leaves at the same time every day. But at the same time, it's like after school, you know, once, you know, if we've got to go to the store, it's not a huge problem if it's all of a sudden like, oh no, we need to run to the grocery store, you know. So he's easily able to do that for the most part. So yes, he's able to just like go run some errands and things like that, but he's also, for the most part, we try to keep him on a regular routine so that he functions better. You know, if you have sporadic bedtimes and everything, then he starts having more, you know, difficulty with being on track and on task and everything, or he'll, you know, he doesn't really sleep very well. So his sleep routine has never been specific, but it's, you know, it's downtime, it's quiet time, it's, you know, you remove the stimulus, you know, screen time shuts off at the same time every day so that you have that, you know, decompression time. And, you know, we have the, you know, the night lights and the little fidgets for the self-stimming and everything, because that's, you know, you can't make them just do nothing, but it's, you know, it's turning off all the screens and you know, okay, we're going to be quiet. You know, I understand you're not necessarily going to sleep, but you're going to lay in the bed and relax, you know. Wearing deodorant.
That again is a typical teenage boy.
Well, that's something that we'd been really, really working on, because other people had been like, is he wearing deodorant, Mom? And I was like, I mean, I'm trying. It's a recent development too. I mean, he's gone through a growth spurt, and it was like overnight I blinked and he had like a little mustache growth coming in, and all of a sudden he was starting to smell and his voice is changing and his hair's getting darker. Like it's turning darker, which is why like in some pictures it looks brown, but it's really kind of blonde. But in his eyebrows, he went from like just these like real light eyebrows to, it was like overnight he got big old dark eyebrows.
Oh, he got his hormones.
He's really coming into his hormones, and literally, I think he grew an inch in a month.
Oh my goodness! Did his feet grow too?
2 shoe sizes.
Oh shit!
Holy smokes!
Yeah,
Oh
that's
my
why.
gosh.
That's why in the beginning there was all that talk about the shoes, and it was like, how does she know? Like, how do you know? Like, well, because he literally just outgrew them all, and we were in the process of replacing them. We started off with, you know, a new pair of shoes and, you know, a new pair of boots, and you know, we didn't buy sandals yet because it hadn't turned warm yet, and so I told him, I said, when the weather gets warm, we'll buy them then, because who knows if you're going to grow more in another month.
Okay. I don't know. I heard that there was a pair of slides next to Sebastian's bed. So if he grew 2 shoe sizes and they only bought him new shoes and boots, that we know Seth bought him the boots, he still fits the slides apparently.
I don't know. I'm sitting here and I'm kind of like, why are we talking about all this stuff? Why are we out looking for your son? Just keeps coming back to me.
I love how Queef B's over here like,
oh, how sweet. Oh, that's so sweet. Yeah, that's beautiful. No, how nice. Those precious babies. Oh.
playing the game and of being, you know, just fake. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're like they're like, oh, that's so cute. But then again, you know, Katie's, I mean, again, if my mom was on TV talking about, especially like the whole world's listening, about my hormones, I would be a little bit embarrassed, to say the least.
Yeah.
And I think that the routine part of it too, when she talks about the routine, it just seems rushed, and then it seems like it's all a lie because, she's like, do this, do this, all these things. Oh, you want to buy lunch? You want to take it? Da, 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 da. But then she also backtracks and says, oh, Sebastian doesn't sleep well at night. So, again, it's just like, which one is it? Was there a routine or wasn't there? And then also, if there is a routine, then there would have been a shower involved, and we never even heard that he took a shower that night. But yeah, she's saying he stinks.
Lord.
Go figure.
Well,
I mean, we
when
all
she
stink
brings-
if we don't take a shower or put deodorant on. That's, we're people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she treats Sebastian like he's not really a person, in my opinion.
Yeah. What I noticed is when she brings up routine, okay, if he had a routine, I'm going back to when she said about the thump. So if he had a routine, something is out of place. Why wouldn't you go in and try to correct the, disturbed routine?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, you would think she would. You would think she would be, wanting to make it a little bit easier, especially routines are important for people on the spectrum, but more so too for people who are on medications every day. So, it's very good to get in the habit of taking your medications so that way you don't skip a dose or something like that, or you don't get confused. Did I take it? Did I not? And so there's a lot that goes into it, and it really just comes down to, in my opinion, poor parenting. And I don't want to say that I'm the perfect parent that knows everything. I don't, far from it. But in the same way, I just, again, I've been through this, and I know you have too, Jennifer, with having kids. That it's like smart to prepare and have them so you're not, asking them in the morning a million questions when they only have 1 hour to get ready.
Yeah. That's a good point. Yes. I just, something doesn't sit well with me with the whole routine talk. I don't necessarily believe that he had a routine. It's just like, was he up in that room? So if he had a bedtime, right? What time was his bedtime?
Well, she said he went to bed at 9 o'clock that night, but she also told Caitlin Miller in the Only Hands interview that she let him stay up a little bit later that night. She goes, I let him stay up a little bit later.
Well, isn't that ironic?
Sort of thing.
Isn't that ironic that she says that? So that's why I brought that up. Like, do you see what I'm saying? Do you see where I'm going with that?
Yeah, well, and she's also, again, trying to act like she's just the best mom in the world. Well, I just let him stay up a little later because he's just such a little smushy. And I just, we love spending time together. We had the best day ever. We were joking, making spaghetti pancakes. And, this narrative that she's trying to push, that she's just like, this good mom. And, she's just, oh, I just let him stay up a little bit later. Why would you do that on a Sunday? It's a school night. That's the night where we buckle down. We had a good time on Friday and Saturday, and now it's time to, get back to business. Mom's got work in the morning. You got school. I mean, to me, the whole thing doesn't add up.
I think she's coming up with a lot of stories, in my opinion.
Yeah, she's definitely adding to the stories as she goes along, based on what people were saying online. I did notice that too, the accent changing, the, fun fact, I did make breakfast, like I did. For any of you out there that don't think that I made breakfast that morning, I did, just because I said, didn't say it before. Here I am saying it now. And, Gail says shower, teeth brushed, meds, clothes laid out for school, backpack. Right? Check the backpacks, guys. Otherwise, it's going to be Monday morning and they're going to be like, Mom, I needed to do a project, and, that sort of thing. But a routine is very, very important. She never mentions anything as Gail is saying, that has anything to do with a sort of routine.
It's just so odd to me she brings this stuff up. It seems like a deflection and manipulation in itself to put this persona and this narrative to people out there. And I mean, why doesn't she ever get on and talk about, like the whole time, I just want to find my son, So like so far she's not looking, right? She's not out there searching. She's not attending vigils.
Boom.
She's going on Nancy Grace, she's going on all these podcasts and talking about things that aren't really relevant to finding her son. And the stories coming out of her are just absurd to me. They don't make sense. It's so odd. I know I keep saying that, but it is. It's just, that's the only word that comes out of my brain is odd. It's an oddity. I know certain people, feel certain ways and show their pain and suffering and all this stuff in different ways. But I mean, this is just so far out there to me. I'm a parent myself, and if my son were missing, I'd probably act more like Seth than her by far. I don't get it at this point. I just think that it's a deflection. I think she and Chris are going to keep doing that for a reason. So we don't find him. For me, I would personally love if law enforcement would sit them down more and question them more, because we're never going to get anywhere. I mean, how do you get answers when you're not even sitting somebody down who was the last person to have him and see him? And you're not questioning, you're not keeping up on them, you're not putting pressure on them to get any answers out. It's beyond me. In every other case that I have seen, maybe not all of them, but a majority of cases that I've seen where somebody goes missing, they always look at the spouse or the last person that was with that person who's gone missing. And they don't let up. They pressure. They ask questions. They keep up with it. Why aren't we doing that with Katie and Chris? It's just a crap show. And it bugs me. It bugs me.
Well, you're not the only one. Definitely not the only one on that.
I'm just saying
Yeah.
it in a investigative way. It's not right.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Show Poodle says we've all found it odd for 2 years. Every new person feels the same, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, anybody that I've ever talked to, and I wasn't even trying to tell them anything in detail. I was just like, this little boy, will you take this flyer? Because he went missing out of his own home, and they haven't been able to find him. And the first thing people ask is who was at the house with him. I mean, that's normal. They get so pissed off and they, gripe and complain about us asking the questions, but that's the normal question that even they themselves would ask someone if they were on the outside looking in.
Right.
Yeah. And you know what this Do you remember Madeline Soto?
Yeah.
Yes. She went missing like right around the time that Sebastian did, I believe.
Right. Yeah. And so stepdad, I think there were some similarities there in comparison with Chris and Katie. But if you reflect back on that case, they did not let up on the stepdad. They kept questioning him. And eventually they found it out, right? So what are we doing here? Like, do you know what I mean?
Oh, you mean they actually investigated the case like they normally would if it wasn't, Sumner Clounty and,
Yeah.
Crispy and KK? Because, I mean, that's how they found all that nasty stuff in that asshole's phone.
That was
Sorry,
wild.
I don't do Maddie Soto because it makes me sick at my stomach. But I know exactly what you're talking about, Jennifer.
That's what they should be doing, in my opinion. They haven't done it since day one. They've just pretty much made it seem like nobody's guilty of anything, even though there were consistent lies and inconsistencies with both Katie and Chris. If you tell one lie, that should be a red flag to law enforcement and investigators. If you're trained correctly, if you're a good investigator, your first lie should give you red flags and goosebumps. And you should be doing everything that's possible to figure out why they said that lie. Why did they lie to begin with?
Yeah.
And here we are, right? No answers. It doesn't make sense. No answers, not a trace of evidence. They're out there living their lives, right? Ha ha, hee heeing all over the place, not looking for them. And poor Seth. Seth is the only parent out there who is going through a living hell.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And he doesn't deserve it. Neither does Sebastian. But it's turned into a whole shit show. And it's stuff like this. It's when they get up on these panels. And like you said, they're overly confident as if they know that law enforcement's not going to do anything. Although I can't 100% say that they haven't done anything or that they don't. Because I think from the beginning, Craddock didn't believe Katie's story about the shoes. I mean, he said it. He said it on February 27th. And so that's what leads me to believe that, because he's like very adamant doing the head shaking thing. And in my opinion, we kind of got to read between the lines, especially with that one. But he's telling us something very important there, that he doesn't believe what Katie's telling him. His mom says all of his shoes are accounted for, but I'm not saying he's barefoot. Like, not it kind of thing. Everybody's stepping back from Katie, not it, right? Because nobody fucking believes that. I'm sorry. Nobody effing believes that.
What happened then,
I mean, a large part of me thinks that it could be a payoff, because, of course, we even heard Nina say that, Miss Cruella DeVille was offering money for new playground equipment. And I reckon that's not the first time she's ever done that.
I guess that's possible. Politics too. Who knows, right? But
yeah.
What do we do?
Well, and Sonny Weatherford was also stating that he witnessed Sebastian take out the trash at 6:20 p.m., but they didn't leave the roadhouse until 6:25. So how could that be?
So
I just feel like it's across the board. I think it's from the beginning. They've all, they realize, it's the Proudfoot Bower Sox family, and we're not going to press them. We're going to tell everybody we're doing everything we can, but then behind the scenes, we're because it's not like they're pressing them. Like you said, they haven't, in my opinion, done any type of proper questioning. Although I do think that they lawyered up really early. I don't think people were aware of that, and somehow they kept it under wraps. But I think it was, early on that they lawyered up, or at least people probably and maybe the police even got that vibe too, because they have multiple lawyers like F and Patty and that other dude that was serving papers at the airport. I mean,
Nothing makes sense. None of it
yeah.
does. Investigation wise, why they're on all these podcasts and shows talking like that, it makes me sick. I'm just sitting here. I don't know. Where do we go from here if there's no transparency? If the law enforcement doesn't want to sit and listen, they don't want to listen to the community. They don't want to listen to Seth. They don't want to listen to anybody. What are they doing? I mean, when is the last time they even spoke about this?
The last time they came out publicly was April 2nd, but they did put that FBI release out as well. But other than that, I mean, I know they were telling people at the gathering that, or maybe it was someone who asked the question, basically, they're looking for one last clue, is what they said. And, again, if I'm reading between the lines.
What last clue though?
Sebastian. They're not gonna do shit. Oops, sorry, they're not gonna do nothing until they find Sebastian.
You can't find Sebastian unless you dig deep into the person who last saw him or he was around.
Yeah.
And they didn't dig deep enough, and they're still not. I mean,
yeah, Katie holds the key. If they don't have, I mean, the only person that truly knows is Katie. That's who it comes down to every time, is Katie. And if they're not willing to press her, and they're not willing to, I don't want to say interrogate her, but if they were to question her, I guess that's a better way to put it, question her further, like you said, I mean, why can't they go back out there and talk to her again? I mean, maybe they've talked to her a billion times. I don't know.
Yeah, but I don't know how many times they've spoken to her, and it's been so long now.
But you asked what we can do, and I think, what we did at the gathering was, even though it may not have seemed like it made the biggest impact, I think it did. And I think it showed a lot of people that not everybody feels the same way, but that there are people that support the cause, but they're not courageous enough to take the stand with us, in my opinion.
Yeah, you're talking about the honk for Sebastian gathering.
Yeah, I mean, even okay, so let's just even back up further than that. So Seth went out to the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, and we all found out about it. We didn't know about it until he was going to do it, till he did it. And he went out there, and there were people who joined him as the week went on. But there were also people that were stopping. One conversation specifically that I heard, a gentleman stopped to talk to Jeff. He was standing on the corner with a sign for Sebastian, and the guy wanted to come up and talk about the guy's leg that was found in the woods, and wasn't willing. When Jen came up to talk to him and ask him, hey, what do you think about Sebastian's case? He wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole, and he's a man. But yet we have all these women, even older women into their older years, that are willing to stand up and take a stand. To me, that is where we have an issue, like a major issue, Jennifer. I mean, so I'm glad you asked that question, because to me, that's the meat and potatoes right there. Where's the men? Where are the men willing to stand up? Where are they? Because they talk about fathers' rights. Where are the fathers to stick up with Seth? Where are the men to stand up and say, fathers get rights, fathers deserve rights, fathers deserve to know that their child was involved in CPS issues 4, 5 times, still went open, and we want answers because fathers' rights. That's what they should be focused on, in my opinion. Where are they? And then Jen says, well, would you like to say something about Sebastian? You don't have to be on camera or whatever. We're just asking. And he's like, oh, no. And then he walks away. It's like,
sorry,
what a
did
fucking
you-
coward. What a coward. Sorry,
Did you say
Libra.
Libra?
No, I said, what a fucking coward. And then I apologize because I realized my mouth is getting away from me. But I'm like you, Jen, I'm fired up. You know?
It's frustrating. You know, I made a promise the very beginning that I would never give up on Sebastian's case, never. And I'll take that to my grave, because if you give up, now you there's no point, and more people are just gonna drop like flies because they're gonna see other people dropping down like flies, and you can't do that. No way am I doing that. I'm too passionate, you know. I'm too invested.
I agree. Libra, what did you want to say to add to the conversation?
Oh, I'm good. I'm just listening to y'all.
Okay.
So
All right. I
what's,
just didn't want to skip over you. I'm sorry.
What are they talking about on this little panel here that we're watching?
We're pretty much we just finished up with like kind of Katie describing Sebastian's going through the change of life, and you know, describing it like he's the big bad wolf, in my opinion. I think I put that in one of my videos. She's like, his eyebrows, his hair, his feet, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll get back into it. There's a couple of more. I mean, there's a lot, but I think we're coming up to the belt incident, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe not though.
But you know, I mean, he literally, like, it was like he went to his dad's, and then not even a week later, he's like, Mom, my shoes don't fit. And I was like, but those are new. And he's like, my toes are in the front. And I was like, oh Lord, get in the car.
Oh man.
Just that you don't know. And I don't wish you to ever know.
I would say it like this: everybody has an opinion. You know, it's perfectly okay to have that opinion, but you're not in the situation. You don't quite understand. I wish people would step back, take a different, wide open view, and not assume what they know. It's just better to stick to the facts. If they have questions, all they have to do is ask.
And I pray genuinely that no one ever goes through this.
Just be kind to people. I mean, it's real simple. I would not have imagined how far this has gotten, but there's no way to repay the gratitude, the love that we've felt from the community, the prayers. But thank you.
But
From the
don't
bottom of our
stop
hearts,
looking.
please.
My son is somewhere.
You stopped looking?
This ain't over until he's
Never
home.
started, in my opinion.
Yeah.
As far as I know, they're doing everything. Anything and everything has been an option. They have brought in assets and resources from various counties, potentially other states. I mean, I don't know how much more they could do, but we're
Just
grateful
looking
for
to see
everything
if he
they
has
have.
any boogies coming out of there.
They're amazing. They still haven't brought my baby back.
He's so soft spoken now, you know, on this interview. You know what I mean?
The facts
are the facts. I mean, the police know the facts, and all I ask of anyone is if they're able and willing is to help find him, help spread his flyer, help look for him, call in if you know anything or see anything. But we just ask that people focus on finding Sebastian. I will never give up hope on finding my child.
Optimism is at its highest, regardless.
Our son is out there. We're going to find him.
Everybody has an opinion and their assumptions, and they are entitled to those. But as I've stated before, all we've asked people to do is to look at the facts, not what everybody's putting out there. If they have questions, call the law enforcement agencies, and they'll give you whatever they can give you. But the assumptions are just that. They are an assumption, your opinions. We pray for everybody for hopefully this never happens to you. And if it ever does, then you'll understand. But I pray it doesn't.
And they're doing their job. They're looking everywhere they can I mean,
your prayers hit the ceiling and bounce
their
right
goal is
back
the
down,
same.
in my opinion.
We just want to find him.
Miserable, to be honest with you. Yeah.
Think of it like this. You wake up every morning and your routine is what it is and you know it, right? Now wake up when this happens and you can't figure out what to do. You struggle every single day on trying to get out of the bed, to deal and face everybody's negativity, and you try to make it a positive thing.
With the fact that my son's still not home.
We have a bedroom that's empty that is never normally ever empty, except for when he's with his dad every other weekend. So now we have a child that's missing. So there's no words to describe it, but I can just tell you, it's like you get up and now you don't know what to do.
I understand people are trying to find an answer. Truly, I got it. I understand that. But
I want an answer more than all of you combined, I promise.
I bet.
it just, I don't know. It's one of the things people will never understand unless they're in the situation. And I don't ever recommend people or wish this on anybody either.
You don't recommend us? Huh? That's odd, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't even wish this on us.
All right, guys. So she just said, I wouldn't even wish this on Seth. Did you guys hear that? She says it really low, and I played it before, and I had it. I think this video, it says she does it really low, and I didn't mess with the volume. But here it is again.
In the situation, and I don't ever recommend people or wish this on anybody either. I don't.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't even wish this on us.
Okay, Darvo like a mother.
I think I heard that.
I don't know what she said. I don't know if it was Seth or something else. It was very.
No, she said it. No. Let me just disclaimer, and I will rewind it. But I'm going to tell you right now. I've messed with this audio, and I put it up on a different video. It's just not this one because this is when I was a new creator, but that I took this clip from. But she says, I wouldn't even wish this on Seth. Hold on. Listen really closely. Get your earbuds on because you might have to with this. I'm sorry. I should have got a better quality clip.
In the situation, and I don't ever recommend people or wish this on anybody either. I don't.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't even wish this on us.
Yeah, I hear it now.
She says, I wouldn't even wish this on Seth. Sorry, I don't want to stop on Terry Lynn's mug.
But listen, he says, I wouldn't recommend. And that almost sounds like he's about to say, I wouldn't recommend doing such and such, in my opinion.
I agree.
You know,
I wouldn't recommend anybody disappearing their kid because look what's happened to us. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, go ahead.
Exactly, pretty much. That's what it sounded like he was about to say, and he caught himself, and he goes, I wouldn't recommend, I wouldn't wish this on anyone. So I was like, I wouldn't recommend ever, abusing a child because this might happen to you, or something like that. It's weird. You'll be living tortured like we are in our community because nobody likes us. We can't go anywhere, so we have to get fat by eating inside. Hunt Brothers Pizza, baby.
Yeah.
And we wear the shirts. Wear the shirts to prove it, don't we? That's right, we do.
And so I think, I'm gonna slap a Sebastian's Army logo over that Hunt's Brother pizza logo, and I'm gonna wear that around town.
There you go.
Sonia, where you at? We need you. Okay, so so there's Darvo like a mother, and it is so apparent in these clips. So this is clips of when I was going through, and every single time the interviewer would ask them what the public can do to find Sebastian, what can we do to help find Sebastian? What do you want the people to know that, what do you want the public to know, right? And this was a question that was asked in most interviews. And so I pulled them from everyone that was, and this is what I got. So Darvo like a mother, and it's so bad in this because you can see how they take everything, they deny every single thing that they have done. They deny the fact that they are the last ones with Sebastian, that this happened in their house and under their roof and under their care and blah, 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 under their jurisdiction, right, as parents. And it did happen at their house, but they deny that. They overlook it. They try to, bury that. Let's deflect over here to attacking the public and saying, you guys, I wouldn't wish this on you. I wouldn't wish this on you or Seth. Disgusting, vile, foul. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Libra, would you like to weigh in on the subject? Oh, okay, maybe no. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the
Keep playing the
allegation
video.
choked this
You're
young
fine.
man. All those things, it's bullshit. These people, everybody that said that they've seen these things, they're liars. A teacher that may come up with something that maybe it was said to them, they might be a liar too. Is there any truth or anything that you've done that you know is wrong?
Nope.
No. So you're perfect.
I never said I'm perfect.
Okay.
I just said nope.
So you're not perfect. Okay. So the neighbor that heard you call him names, they would be telling the truth of what they heard, right? Yes or no?
No. But that's okay.
I'm just asking because those cameras would not, the ring things back there would not lie if they're on there. Damn it.
I'm not saying they lie. Okay. I'm not saying they lie. Never once said that.
Well, then I'm just asking because why would they come forward to say those things if they were lying? I'm just curious if you didn't say it. If you said it, just tell me. Do I like the word? Hell no. I despise the word. But if
and once again, my answer is no.
Then why did they say that you were doing that and you were yelling at that young man?
And then here's the thing. Then that's news to us, and that has never been brought to law enforcement. And if they have, that'd be great. Tell them to take it to law enforcement.
Her and her hardcore flirting, I swear.
I just don't understand why. I mean, this is crazy that they. Okay.
Some of the crap that people are coming up with, yes, it is very far-fetched and interesting to hear.
I'm just trying to figure out why you're so angry and your aggression. Are you always angry?
I don't know. It depends on the person, I guess.
Or the day.
Or the daddy. Is that what you said?
I said, or the day.
Or the day. Depends.
So you just pop off and get pissed. It's all good, right?
No.
Did you ever call Sebastian the R word? And I don't use that word, so I'm not going to say it.
R word?
Yes.
Did
you ever refer to him as an R word?
What is the R word? Like, I'm not trying to be mean, but what is the R word?
It's derogatory. R-E-T.
Oh, okay. No. I know what you're saying. Did I ever call him retarded? No.
Oh no, I don't like that word. Please don't ever say
know.
it. Yeah, please
I know.
don't say. Listen,
My fault. Look, I apologize, but I was just saying that I do know what you were saying.
Please don't ever. And listen, she is uniquely herself. That's a word I despise.
Well, no, I understand, but I was just clarifying.
That word is a word I despise.
Okay.
Yeah, that's that word. Yeah.
But no.
Is there something that did y'all just not mesh well, you and him?
No, we meshed pretty well.
Did you ever choke him?
No.
No neighbor would ever have heard you outside their home.
Getting on to him? Sure. They may have if he's in the yard.
And would they have ever heard you say anything like that to him?
No.
I've talked to Chris, and the way he's sounding right now is exactly how I think I would sound, or anybody else would sound, giving the attacks being leveled.
I wish I could show y'all this in person. All right. Does he have?
Okay, so I just want to point out too, at this point with gray pubes, he's about to, join the conversation here. He comes on the Web Sleuths panel, but this is like way after, right? It's not like these people are, new to the story and didn't hear any of this other bullshit where Chris is literally saying that Sebastian has no friends. He likes to do accidents in his pants, and that, Terry Lynn is walking him through what the R word is, even though she, in my opinion, sounds like it's kind of inauthentic. Like, she thinks it's funny too. I don't know what to make of it, but I do think that it was a bit scripted in my opinion. And
Yeah, it was pretty weird because she tried to draw him into saying the word. She goes, he's like, "What's the R word?" "I know, I'm serious. What's the R word?" And she's like, R-E-T. And he's like, "Oh," and he blurts it out. And she's like, "Don't say that word. Don't say that word." It's like,
it's like virtue signaling.
Like I said, she's hardcore flirting with him, in my opinion. There, it's really real cringe, honestly.
I think he
weird.
knew what the word was all along, and he was just trying to get her to say it.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he was being an asshole. Like, I think
she was trying to get him to say it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then he did.
I mean, come on, we all know what the word is. I mean, even if
Yeah.
somebody came to you and said that, what the word they mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's playing semantics with her, and she's playing semantics with him, and it's all cutesy funny, and it's really gross. And show poodles, I know what you mean about you don't probably want to give your opinions on the why they flipped over. I don't think that we're dealing with people with a full deck, first of all, with people like that. And also we're dealing with people who probably have substance abuse issues, who are not to hurt anybody's feelings out there. If you're going through that, I'm sorry. But I'm saying that, you are going to take a lesser, if you're addicted to something, you need to get it. You're going to take what you can get. Okay. Beggars can't be choosers, in my opinion. So that's what type of a person that produces. It's not the person's fault. They're surviving life. They probably went through a lot of crap in their life. I'm not discounting that. But what I'm saying is that we see people like Elevated Goof. We see the Clue Crew. We see Terry Lynn, all of these people, and they weren't good people really to begin with.
Elevated
So, I mean,
poop.
and they were playing both sides, in my opinion, to begin with.
Can I ask Terry Lynn a question?
I don't know if
sure.
she watches me, but you
They're
can
not
go
real.
for it. Get it, girl.
The answer is they're not real, but she'll throw them in your face.
Blah.
Allegedly. Right. Yeah. Trish, yeah. Lady knows what I'm talking about.
Okay, well, here's my question, okay? Hey, Terry Lynn, if that's your real name. Oh wait, it isn't. I know your real name. Where's Charlie?
Ooh, where in the world is Charlie? San Diego.
Where's Charlie? That's my question. Let's see if she gets back to me.
I wonder because people were like, he's gone. And I'm like, well, I found his Facebook like real quick.
Where's
I'm
the
like, he's
message?
still in Hendersonville, yo. He's in H-Town. Where you at? You know, like because these are people that are from the area. They're like, oh my gosh, you know, Charlie, you know, we can't find him and he took off with all this money. And it's like, but he's still in Hendersonville.
Hmm.
Yep, that's what I want to know.
He's in your guys' hood, isn't he? You know, is what I'm thinking to myself here because I'm like, I found him on Facebook and it says he's still. I mean, obviously people can go wherever
It's
they
not
want
my
and not
hood.
change their location, but
Not my hood.
not in my hood. I don't know. I'm thinking. I'm like, what is it? Doesn't Charlie live down the road from you guys? Not you guys, but I mean, because what I'm saying
Oh, you're
is
not
that
talking about.
other
I was gonna say
there's
not
local
me.
people. Yeah, not you guys.
Oh,
I'm
I got
saying
you.
there's local people that have told me they can't find Charlie, and I'm like, why though?
That is so
Because
crazy.
I found him in a
Yeah.
GIF.
Because he has
Huh.
like burner phone numbers and he's hard to find because people use aliases. And but I hear that Terry Lynn is pretty good friends with the Charlie, so maybe Terry Lynn, you would like to give me a call and tell me where your buddy is.
Your buddy old pal might be.
She won't do that. You know she won't do that.
I don't know. I have her blocked, so
Yeah.
and it's been that way for a long time, you know. So it's just like,
I got like a friend
yeah.
request with big boobies in the camera, and I was like, "What the hell?" And I had to block it too. I was like, "Oh, it was Terry Lynn." Ugh. Please don't do that. Try to add me with your stupid boobs in your avatar. What the hell? Look like two big rocks come off the side of the lake. Like you might want to get that checked out. Apparently, allegedly, in my opinion, you might want to get that checked out by a doctor. Maybe get that fixed. Look like you might have an infection.
Lord have mercy.
Thank you.
No, we've all seen it. I mean, it's not like, you know, and imagine because okay, I'm like, don't make fun of, you know, like because people would be like, is she wearing a nightgown? Like one time she was on Justin. I don't know what happened to this episode, but she was wearing a very low cut, like a spaghetti strap, like but barely any like, you know. But I don't give a shit what people wear. I'm just saying. So I'd be like, oh, don't, you know. Don't shame her or whatever. She could wear whatever she wants, and you know, like if we want our boobies out there, we could put them out there, and then like, but but yeah, I retract those statements.
I don't retract mine. If she wants to call me, but please use your real name. That's all I ask.
Oh no, I'm telling you. I really thought she was looking for Sebastian, guys. I know. I mean, talk about I tell everybody that I think Craddock's gullible, and now I was gullible on that one. So there you go. I'll own that.
I think I told you this when I, you know, got invited to go to a search or something. My first question was, "Who's this run by? Who's this search run by?" And when they said Terry Lynn, I'm like, nope, no, thank you. And this is at a time where everybody thought, oh, she's nice. And, you know, I'm like, no, I could see right through that woman. I could see right through you. Call me.
Yeah, she's creepy, in my opinion. You're creepy.
I'm sorry. I laugh at inappropriate times.
She's like the cringe of creepy, like the equivalent of a big 300-pound, 5 foot tall man with a mustache and glasses, coming down your neighborhood in a white van, and all of a sudden hear the ice cream music starting to play, and you're like, what? Wait a minute, what?
Ice cream music.
In my opinion. This is so disgusting, and the reason the percentage of the world population who has critical thinking and common sense are utterly repulsed by you and Katie. Facts.
Facts.
I like that. That's
well,
pretty
because
good.
they're trying to blame everybody else, right? They're like, well, just because you guys are thinking so horribly of us, you just think everything wrong. And it's like, no, it's because of what you guys are saying,
Pointing fingers. Yeah.
And like you guys were saying, like skating around the word, playing semantics. Well, I mean, allegedly the neighbors were saying that they heard this, that they heard that Seth was saying terrible things to Sebastian, and they overheard it. And they tell on themselves, and this is all the leakage that we get from these interviews, is where they're like, oh, we would never do that. But then again, they turn around and their actions are different. And then again, I do have to side with Terry Lynn on this one. She was kind of pressing him on some of this and being like, well, did you say it though? Because your neighbors are saying that. Who's lying? Are you lying?
Yeah, it's weird. It's a weird dynamic because it's like, it's still for self-gain, I feel like, in my opinion. She's doing that, but it's still the agenda behind it, right? And then when the true colors come out later, it's like you're just doing that all for show, and you're trying to be a badass for everybody, but you don't really give a damn, in my opinion.
Yeah, and she told everybody in the 90-day community that she was blind, but the minute there was a child missing in her area, she jumped right all over it.
What the hell?
Yes, I swear there's Reddit threads to prove it. I'm not just making,
That's interesting.
It is.
Those glasses, she looks like she's blind, but yeah, that's some BS. Actually, the prescription doesn't look like it's strong enough. So her eyes would be smaller. It'd be a lot smaller. But she uses those, I don't know, I guess she's using the stupid filter to make her eyes look like she's a fish. Then she does the fishy face. Ooh, selfie time, selfie. Selfie, girl.
The filters. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, she puts the stupid ass filters on her phone, and her eyes are huge, and she thinks that looks cute. Like, I don't know why all these girls do that, or it used to be a thing. Actually, it's like so 2010 to do it, but it used to be a thing where you'd see like these girls make their eyes super huge, and they just thought it was the cutest thing. I'm like, you look like a cartoon. You look like a cartoon. Funny. Yeah, man.
My eyes are almond shaped, so I don't even know if I could make mine look bigger like that, because mine are just almond shaped.
And you look at the picture and you just tell it is. More
That's
likely.
Such a good point though, because I never noticed
So
that. But yeah,
dumb looking.
maybe that is why, huh?
Like, lady, you're 60 years old. Quit trying to be 20, in my opinion. And I think I found something of yours over there while I was searching for Sebastian near the Drake's Creek, over there near the church. By the way, you left a package down there, and I'm gonna say what it is on here, but lady knows what I'm talking about, and possibly a belt, allegedly. Unfortunately.
I feel badly for unfortunately.
We had to endure looking at something like this after a serious gathering. How dare you? How
I know
dare
what
you?
you're saying. I know what you're talking about. I know what you found.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? Disgusting. Disgusting.
I will now have to repent. Thank you to you.
And see, if I would have went and I would have searched with Terry Lynn, oh God knows, that'd be just so dumb. She'd probably just, honestly, in my opinion, she'd probably take you and just, down somewhere they've already searched, or down somewhere away from, way away from where Sebastian would even be, just because he's so, well, dumb, in my opinion.
Yeah, I've heard multiple accounts of bad experiences with Terry Lynn and searching.
We better check this.
I've never searched with her, Jennifer. Jennifer saying, yeah.
No, I've just heard it, and I just, something about her just never fit well with me from the very, very beginning. Even when people were like, "Oh, it's just so nice."
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah, no, I saw right through her, and I actually was like giving people advice to be careful going to these, searches with her or even associating with her, and nobody listened. But I was like, when I was, invited to that one search, I'm like, if it's Terry Lynn, nope, I can't. And she probably don't even know who the heck I am. But I know who you are, Terry. Call me.
Call me up, TL. Call me up, TL. Crack
Charlie.
Just kidding.
And I'm not talking about Charlie in the Chocolate Factory. Charlie, where is he?
Charlie Briley. No, I'm just kidding.
Not
I don't know.
talking
That
about
might not be how you
Charlie
say his name.
So wild. Yeah, and what was really cringe to me was when in the very beginning she got on the news and she was all like rubbing Sebastian's photo with her finger, like, here he is, precious boy. It's Sebastian. I'm like, well, who is this lady? She's not even blood kin to him. I wish his mom would at least do that. She wouldn't do that. But I'm like, is she even kin to him or anything? And she's just come out of nowhere. This Hendersonville woman, and her name's Terry Lynn or whatever, is talking about putting up signs for Sebastian and awareness. And it's like, I don't know. It just gave me weird, cringe vibes. But I assume she's single, maybe not. Woman in her like
She's married to her cat,
hundreds.
and his name is Kevin, and he's Cajun. I took that
Cat-
part out.
Yeah, she's like 100 years old, and she's like trying to like talk about a 15-year, well at the time 15-year-old missing out of nowhere. It was just weird to me.
What about that last news bit that she did not too long ago? Maybe it was a while ago. And she was leaving stuff on her porch for him in case he comes to her porch or whatever.
Why
Like, why?
go to her
Terry
porch?
Lynn?
Exactly. Yeah, I gotta find that.
Yeah, why would he be coming back to you, lady? What is this?
I need my
Hey,
life.
Libra, don't put that on me over here now.
Terry Lynn's porch.
She said a bunch of weird stuff though, Jennifer and
Holy
Libra,
crap.
and she said these things which was very odd, and a lot of people were like, what is she talking about? And then she got really upset when people were like looking at her, side-eyeing her, because but the way she was saying it, it was like she said, I have Sebastian in my trunk, but she had a stuffed animal of Sebastian the crab in her truck, and in the trunk. And so people took it out of context, but I mean, it's very easy to do that when she's doing stuff like Libra is saying, like caressing the picture and not family.
What the hell? So crazy. What's this? What's this I hear about? It's a My Buddy type doll. What are you talking about? A doll in the trunk?
No, it was
Or-
like, Sebastian the crab from The Little Mermaid, the little crab, he's like got
Oh,
the
yeah.
Jamaican accent. Yeah. She had one of those in her trunk, and she said something in one of her lives like, oh, there's Sebastian in my trunk or something like that, and everybody thought she was talking about Sebastian. But the thing about Terry Lynn is that she's from this community that like sensationalizes everything and every little word someone says or does, and they just like, and so
Stupid ass.
she knows the buzzwords that will get people, and the ways to get people talking. And I think that's really what it came down to, is she
Yeah.
wanted people to
Narcissist.
buzz about it. Yeah.
Yeah, all about herself. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
That's
she
all it
did do it
is.
to help.
Self-gain.
Yeah.
Look at my
Self-gain.
boobs.
Look at my
Boobs. BEWBS. Boobs. Look at my boobs.
Boobs.
You know
Great
what I
New
mean?
York boobs.
So, you guys, this is what it says on Fox 17 News of this last bit that I saw. Williams still keeps a blanket out on her front porch to remind her that if Sebastian is alive, he might be cold or uncomfortable, even though even the most optimistic people have little hope that Sebastian is still alive. Why would she be... I don't know, y'all. I don't know.
No, it's true though. Lover Girl says, "How could someone go from calling Chris out like Terry Lynn did?" Guys, she calls him like she wrecked Chris Proudfoot. Now, I told you guys, I think Smiley did the best interview of everybody, but Terry Lynn, whether it was set up or what they did there, I don't know. I'll never know, but unless somebody tells the truth. But let me tell you this, she wrecked that guy. She called him every name in the book and then some. And she tore his ass a new one. And you know, then she goes from that to being on a panel with him talking about the same thing that, was found in the woods, allegedly, in my opinion.
Now, do you know if Terry Lynn ever signed an NDA?
Yeah, she did.
Oh,
She
okay.
yeah, she came out and said it too. Or I mean, I'm not just talking shit because I know
Oh, dude.
more than I should. But
And
yeah,
when
she
was
did.
this? Do you know?
With who?
With At Night. Well, here's the thing. Everybody was up in arms on the dark side about it. They're like, "Oh my God, did you do it?" Da, da, da. Dogpiling her and stuff. And oh yeah, it's like, so what? I mean, I could sign an NDA with you guys, or you guys could sign one with me, and it would just be like, "Hey, don't disclose what we do here on the show." Or I could be like, "Hey, you can't work for another show like true crime show if you're going to be on my panel," and I have you guys sign it. I mean, it's a contract between the two of us, or the three of us, or whatever it is, and it's
Right.
just because
I've
that's
dealt
how it
with
was
those
in real
before.
estate. I've signed NDAs before where I couldn't
Yeah.
work in the field if I quit working for that team, because we deal with clients and leads, and they don't want people coming to where I'm at and stealing their people.
Well, I was trying to remember if it was with TB and CB, but no, that was somebody
Oh.
else that I know. I think in the courtroom has for sure, and I know who those other people are. But I was like, wait, was she one of those from with them? But with That Night, I'm not worried about that, of course. But that's still, I don't even know what she had affiliation with That Night. But yeah, that's interesting though. Still, kind of like makes me want to dig a little bit more.
Yeah, Libra, I've never heard that, so I don't know. That's a good question. She could have. I mean, if she was willing to sign one, then she might have signed another one. I mean, but I've not
I
heard
just
that.
know that somewhere on one side of the courtroom that came to Bullhorn Betty's court that first time, and then they signed an NDA with CB and CP and Mama Socks about, and then they ended up on the other side of the courtroom like they're just with Illuminati and all them, and Clitoris or whatever his name is.
Clitoris.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh, clitoris.
Switch sides after the NDA is kind of sus. Just saying. It's like,
Y'all gotta stop talking like that around me. I'm a Christian woman over here.
Sorry, Jennifer. I've been like cussing like a sailor. I'm sorry. Oh
I'm
boy,
kidding.
I know.
I can
I
do
got a
it,
real
but
potty mouth, especially when I get fired up. Then I start effing and F this, F that.
I'm just kidding around.
But yeah, that's what I've was told anyway by somebody that did go to court there. That it's like they know it, but it's alleged though. Alleged, but it's interesting if it's true.
Yeah, it is. It's very
Excuse me.
interesting if it's true.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's keep going. But yeah, it's about to get really, really bad here in a second.
When he was younger, he probably had some pretty nasty ones. As he's gotten older, between his mama, me, and his dad, and other family members, trying to get him to look, you need to focus on this. Stop doing. Ball your fist up, put them down to your side, like in a very aggressive manner, like you're pushing down, and stomp with one foot. Okay? Mm-hmm. He gets like that when he's throwing his tantrums. And then he brings his hands up in like the military knife hand is what they call it. All four fingers and thumbs pointing outward.
Yeah.
And he's like moving his hands up and down, kind of like he's making a point, kind of. That's to the extent of his violent outbreak. But other than that, no.
When I talked to him, on the phone. We talked on the phone. We've messaged back and forth, but we talked for like an hour one time and literally went over detail by detail on where the light video was taken. The flashlights. Exactly where that was filmed. We went over where the dog scented and all, and I kept sending him the map, and he would show me the route and everything. And it was like, to me, he seems like somebody who's literally out there trying to figure something out.
As someone with PCOS, I always knew that my TTC journey was going to be a little bit different. So I really needed something personalized that would fit my specific situation. This video is for
when anybody comes on and they are aggressive and insulting, it blows up like wildfire. And you're asking public for help, but you are condemning the public because of a handful of jerks, and that causes problems. I haven't
for the record, ma'am, I have not in the past gone onto a show and been a jerk and ridiculed the public and said a bunch of hateful things and inappropriate things. I have not done that. It's extremely hurtful that me, my wife, and Seth have to live in this life, even when this is over. However it ends, we have to live this life, not everybody else.
Quite frankly, Sebastian's going to find out what everybody's been saying about his parents, and I can't even imagine how distraught he's going to be, but we have to find him.
I mean, and it sucks.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I mean, Darvo to the max, right? Like, they're just so blaming, like, boo fucking who, Chris? I mean, nobody feels sorry for you. And what are you talking about even when this is over? Even when this is over?
Yeah, he's getting angrier too in his tone. Before it was just, Darvo in a, I don't want to say calm way, but, wasn't like as aggressive. But now it's like, bruh,
Yeah.
Because you can't stand it. Like I said, you can only hold that in for so long and keep this persona of who you are for so long until you can't control it no more.
Yeah,
It's an
soft
up and down roller
manipulation for
coaster.
sure.
It's an up and down roller coaster between sad and lonely. And don't talk about my truck. You know what I mean? It's like who he's around. He puts that facade on. He puts that whole fake, around the interviewer with the Dateline or whatever it was, and then turns around and on these panels starts showing his true colors like crazy because he's out probably on God knows what and loses his mind, right? Isn't that crazy? And then you see
that's so true. Like, he's keeping his cool all day, but then he goes and explodes online.
He knows where to do it, where not to do it. They turn it on and off. And now I see where he talks all soft spoken on. That's where I see. I'm like, oh, I've never seen him this way. When I saw the interview, and it's like, and then Katie's rocking back and forth, and he's all soft spoken, real, and she's being all soft spoken and crying. And Bubba, I'm so sorry. I can't know where your son is. And then he's over here. Oh yeah, and we just wish that. And I'll tell you, and he still has to get his message out there, though, right? That you look at the picture as whole, okay? And he's hearing it in his voice, but take into consideration, okay, how we might feel or how you might feel if you're in our shoes and things are being said on the internet, it spreads around and do.
It's such a soft manipulation,
Yeah.
It is. It's like,
That's
subtle.
how he talks to the cops.
That's how, but that's why I think, you're so right. That's why I think he was able to use the Darvo tactics on the cops and, almost garner like sympathy from them, easily. And it's mostly because of his position, in my opinion. He's got a missing kid or whatever. They can play that up.
You have to find him, and that's the most important thing.
Yes.
The rest is going to fall into place later, but the most important thing is he has to be found, and he has to be found regardless. Period.
I want to just side note, he's not clapping, y'all.
He's not what?
People keep saying that he's clapping. He's not clapping. That's just background noise.
Oh, I don't hear any. Yeah, y'all.
Some people have heard they're clapping, and that's fine. I'm Yes, I'm currently working.
Oh, some people have heard their clap, and that's fine. Yes, I'm currently working. I'm not.
Sorry. Sometimes I slow jam stuff, guys. But what a liar. So he's like, and then Katie also is gaslighting everybody. He's not clapping. He's not clapping. Yes, he is, because if you go back and watch my Smiley Stories video, I count all the times that he's clapping. I add a little guy in there and he claps right along. I think it's Terry Crews that I added in there. And he claps right along with Chris every single time Chris is clapping. And then all of a sudden, I need to address the chat. Hey, y'all, he's not clapping. Bullshit,
No.
Katie. Yes, he is.
No, more like his ass cheeks are clapping as he's getting it at work.
I was gonna say something similar. Yep.
Wait, snap, crackle, pop, crispy.
Oh.
Hear that? You hear that?
This criminal, I'm not this monster that everybody wants to believe. But I do believe in privacy and respect, and it goes both ways.
Did he ever have to sit in urine?
Say again now?
Urine in a pull-up?
At our house, at school? Can I know a little bit more specifics?
I didn't. I was unaware that he even wore pull-ups.
Yes. So here, let me bring you up to speed on that deal. Sebastian has pull-ups that he wears because Sebastian likes to pee in his pants and defecate in his pants. It has become a problem at school to the point where they've actually had to say something to us. So we even told him, said, look, either you figure out how to go to the bathroom or you're going in pull-ups. And for the longest time, there had sprouts where he would do what he was supposed to do, and then, he wouldn't.
And is there a reason why you wouldn't let Sebastian around your daughter?
We have family personal reasons for yes.
And am I
going to go into detail with you?
You don't
No,
have to.
and I don't go into detail with anybody.
I know some.
Oh my God.
Trust me, you don't have to.
Meet EM Sense, a breakthrough in foot
spouts
therapy
instead
that
of
wraps
bouts.
around your foot and ankle like a
Dumbass.
therapeutic.
Well, let's put it this way.
Yeah, he did. He said sprouts instead of bouts, or
Sprouts or spouts or something like that. Yeah, instead of bouts, he had spouts where he would just, no, it's I think you mean bouts. Is that correct?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, I
he
didn't
did
think it was
like
correct.
bouts of,
I never caught on that one before. I've listened to these interviews and I never caught on to that one before.
Yeah,
and he
he's
goes,
always
likes
like
to-
saying the words wrong.
Yeah, and then he says he likes to defecate in his pants, and I'm surprised he knows that word, and piss his pants. But it's like he doesn't like doing that. He doesn't.
Nobody
he
does.
goes these
I mean, come
spouts where
on.
he likes to. He does not like doing that. That was like the dumbest way to explain anything, even if it's whatever, and it's probably
He's
true.
victim blaming, and I don't like
But
to,
as- If
I
it's
mean,
true, it's
if
because
you're
of
having trouble
CP, in
with
my
the
opinion.
bathroom,
What does it have to do with finding Sebastian, though? This is what I'm trying to get at. Like, what does all this do to help find him? Like, why is
she's
this
trying to-
relevant?
Trying to look like she's just really jabbing Chris Proudfoot for self gain, in my opinion. It doesn't even matter what they talk about; it's the derailment of the
I don't
conversation.
care about that stuff. I just want to
So
find
dumb.
Sebastian.
Now, Chris Proudfoot making Sebastian, if he was, defecating and urinating his pants because he's in a household where he's scared and abused. I mean, that's important, but don't get me wrong. He didn't do that at his dad's. He didn't need that shit at his dad's house. So
boom.
But the
Yeah.
school also can take him out of routine as well. The school might have been. I don't like public schools, so I don't really care for them. So it's like I blame the school for everything if you let me. but that's just me. But,
Well,
you
I
know,
mean, I
'cause,
think it's well, I
you
mean,
know,
and something like that, Chris Proudfoot could probably catastrophize it. Like, okay, the school calls you because they're concerned and they're saying, Sebastian wasn't doing this before. Now all of a sudden he's doing it, right? And it's getting
well,
bad. So we're calling to notify you of this, right? So any normal parents would be like, okay, so my son's dealing with this. This is horrible. Let's help him out because nobody likes it. Nobody likes
you know
to do that.
what? I just thought of this, guys. He might be just lying right there and putting it off and projecting it onto the school, right? And saying, see, this is still a phone call. I don't think he knew that was a recorded phone call. He might have assumed it. I don't think he knew it because you don't have to tell people here, right, that you're recording them. I think what happened was he could have been lying, in my opinion, and just saying that and putting it off on the school, right? So he doesn't look like a bad guy. Like, oh, he's peeing at your house in his pants and defecating his pants at your house, but not at. He needs a diaper. I'll just say it this way: he needs a diaper in your house, Chris Proudfoot, but he doesn't need one in Seth's house. Chris Proudfoot is probably saying that to put it off on someone else, pointing fingers, blaming someone else. When I would like to know, I wish we could know if he was even doing that at school. I just don't feel like that's true. He might be, I feel like, in my opinion, he might be lying about that whole thing. It's really
To embarrass
Chris's
Sebastian, like
house.
humiliate him or something.
Well, it could be that too, but I think it's really Chris Proudfoot, in my opinion, making him defecate his pants and urinate in his pants at his house, but not at the school. But she questioned him about it. Yeah, since she questioned him about it, he's going to start pointing fingers and projecting it onto the school. Like, oh, no, we got a phone call from the school. And it said, Sebastian, you can't be doing that, or I'm going to give you a diaper, or whatever he said, So it's just like the whole, Sebastian, you can't be lying to the CPS agent or whatever, to the, or what are their names, whatever they're called. You can't, don't, Sebastian, when you lie and say these things, see, that's him. Sebastian was probably telling the truth. And then Chris Proudfoot turns around and goes, and sweet talks him like he did in that interview. Oh, it's really sad and it's a lonely road. And and he does that with them. And the CPS worker's like, oh, okay, yeah, Sebastian's lying. Okay, he convinces us, he manipulates, right? And then they turn around and he goes, Sebastian, and then I gave him one swat on the back on his behind, on the outside of his pants, on his behind, with one swat on his buttocks, and it's like, Sebastian, and what did he get in trouble for? Nancy Grace said, right? I believe he was lying because, and then Katie tried to answer for Chris, and he answers. She goes, no, to Chris Proudfoot, to Chris Proudfoot, to Chris Proudfoot, right? And he goes, oh, I thought you were talking to Katie. I thought you were asking Katie. I'm sorry. Well, Sebastian had lied at school, right? It's usually, and he goes, they're like, I can't remember. It's usually has something to do with school, and him probably was lying. And you don't remember the details. And I told him, you cannot lie about these things. So it's a very serious thing, And the kid's probably going, I'm not lying. You know what I'm saying? Like, totally being victimized. So crazy. So crazy. So look at it in that light, maybe. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I feel like that could be possible that he's doing that.
I was wondering. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jennifer. Go ahead.
Well, I said, I don't believe that Chris only did it once.
Oh, no, there's no way. And he said, at one time, and that actually, and that was the only time, actually.
Actually.
He added that in. It's like, I watched some videos on lawyers talking about don't ever talk to police no matter what, even if you're innocent, because there was a lawyer himself that was in self-incriminated because he said, I wasn't there that night at, say I wasn't there at that restaurant that night, right? And he goes, actually, I was never there. Well, then they pull up evidence that he went there one time before, and so his credibility went, right?
Yeah, right to the shitter.
And so then that's just from opening his mouth and then adding in there that, well, as a matter of fact, I've never been there. Or, you know, and then he probably forgot he was there before, but then they pull up video footage where he's been there before at that location, right? Due to this, you know, whatever crime it was, whatever it was. And the guy's innocent and he still gets convicted because his credibility is crap. And yes, this lawyer's like, never, ever, ever, ever talk to police. Always consult with a lawyer. And I don't either. I plead the fifth every time. There's no reason for me to give you extra information for nothing. It's stupid. I did nothing wrong. I know I did nothing wrong. And even if I did, I'm still not, you know, so just, you know, but anyway, this dumbass, he gets on the phone and he just blabbles on, doesn't he? He just, what do you call it? Blubbers. He just blabs that mouth.
Blabs it, yeah.
Blabber.
Yeah.
Is that a word we used to use? You blabber mouth.
Blabbermouth, yeah, big old
you
blabbermouth.
big snitch, you damn tattleteller, you blabbermouth.
Well, and I think too with, you know, I'll just say allegedly there was a parent-teacher conference. I don't know if it was a regular one. I don't know if it was because of the bathroom issues. I don't know if it was because Sebastian wasn't getting along with the classmate, but I would have thought that would come out. But that's the only thing that it made me think of, is that maybe he's referring to when, you know, the most recent one, that because apparently it was the first week of February that they had a parent-teacher conference.
Yeah. And wasn't he allegedly sleeping in the garage sometimes because he had incontinence issues, supposedly? And then there's a mattress that went missing because Charlie
Sarah Lynn, call me.
Binkley or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Can't remember his last
Where's
name, but
Charlie?
yeah. So like this whole thing with this mattress and putting your kid in the garage, that's just, if that's happening, man, there's so many questions I have for Sebastian if he returned, you know?
Yeah.
I have so many
Yeah.
questions. I would love to sit down with that guy and say, hey, what happened here? Oh man, we could talk for hours about this because it's been 2 years and we keep getting more questions. Like,
Yeah.
I need to write down really bullet points of like all these questions I do have and just go through them. Be like, man, I wonder what I could find out, or questions for Seth really too, you know, but like, man, what about this? What about that? And Seth does know a lot. And there's stuff a lot he doesn't know because they wouldn't tell Seth everything that's going on at that damn house, in my opinion. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's shared a lot so far, you know, and then there's no telling what he discovered in the, you know, the CPS stuff, which is just sad because that's what we're about to get into, like the Nancy Grace, what you were talking about, Libra. Here it comes. And, you know, I did some comparisons and there's no way, like Jennifer was saying, on earth that this only happened one time, as he's alleging to Nancy.
I'm a stepdad to a 15-year-old young man. Okay. I came in Sebastian's life, roughly, he was like 7, 8-ish. And I helped raise him, and I still help raise him. And I have a daughter, since everybody wants to know, who lives with my ex-wife out in New Mexico. Her mother has another man. My daughter refers to him as daddy. What does a child calling a person got to do with anything? Because as long as a child is being correctly raised and not hurt and loved, then what does it matter? He's my stepson. He does not call me dad. He does not call me father. He doesn't say it. He calls me Mr. Chris. I have always left that open for him. He does not have to call me anything he does not want to, except for late for dinner, because that ain't happening.
Right. Right. Seth said, or tell me about the snake.
Well, I'll start at the beginning of the snakes. So long time ago, I actually used to breed reptiles, snakes, gargoyle, reptile, all kinds of stuff. You name it, just about reptiles. I used to breed it. Love reptiles. One of my favorite things. In California, we actually had a snake. They had a bearded dragon. It died. But we wound up getting a snake. Well, Sebastian liked it.
They is me and Bubba. We had a beardy.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Right.
But we had a salmon team boa. Sebastian liked the idea of having a snake. Well,
Oh, he loved that thing.
he's never had one that was his snake, his own snake. Now, mind you, when I do something, I go all in. I don't half-ass do it. So, I purchased. However, I've got friends that are in the world still that are in that business, and we all chit chat. And I wind up coming across. Basically, I had like about 30 snakes at one given time. All of them were ball pythons. I didn't have anything retic. I didn't have anything massive, poisonous, or anything like that. Well, Sebastian was infatuated with one of the snakes that one of the breeders I deal with had. And it's the picture the snake that you see in the picture that's wrapped around his arm. That is his personal pastel ball python named Brownie. That is his personal snake. He loved them. The downside, like it got to the point with mom's work, my work. And I told Sebastian, I said, having a snake means responsibility. You're going to clean it. You're going to have to feed it. You're going to water it. You're going to do all that stuff.
And he
If you
actually
don't,
did.
Hey, what, Katie?
I said, and he did for a little while.
And then he stopped.
Yeah. And parenting is, and I think everybody understands this. When you're a parent, you're not your kid's best friends. You're not. That's not what your job is. Your job is to be a parent. And I told Sebastian, if you don't.
If you're over 160 pounds and want to surprise everyone, by June 1st, give me 35 days. We begin the Mini Reformer Challenge.
Do this for 15 minutes every morning.
She's gone.
Sorry, guys.
And he thought I was kidding. Nope. So when I got rid of one, I got rid of them all. Now, when I say got rid of them, a friend of mine, local in Nashville, he got them because he's a good breeder, great guy. And he's like, if you ever want him, come get him, blah, blah, blah. I was like, all right, man, appreciate it. But right now, he's not doing what he's supposed to do. So right now, we're not just hang tight with him. So we got rid of the snakes.
No, his dad couldn't take him.
Well, his dad was going to take 30 snakes. I mean, because 30 snakes, you're talking a big old rack, all kinds of stuff. I mean, and you've got to deal with the food, which is going to be rats and things like that. People don't want to deal with that.
Yeah, it's just a question. I mean, I know I wouldn't. It's just a question. It was a question because I wondered, like, I could tell in the picture he really liked it. So that was one of his, pets, and so I just wondered.
I mean, to this day, I call him my buddy. If Sebastian wants to go, I can call him up. We'll head over to his snake, his big old snake. He's got a building full of them, and that's where ours are. And he's like, "You want to see him? Just come on over, man. Whatever, just call me up." Cool. It's right. Lessons have to be taught. I'm a very firm believer. It is what it is. Is it always gone forever? No, not necessarily. But you're going to earn it back. It's not just going to be handed to you.
Because I did say I would get him a cat.
Oh, nope, he stays at your house.
No, he will be getting a cat.
And then it goes to his father's because it ain't coming
It will be coming to your house.
No, it won't.
Yes, it will.
Okay. Make sure you can send him a picture of the cat. We'll go with that.
That's rude. Are you allergic to cats, by the way?
Yes, I am allergic to cats. That's why we don't have cats. And trust me, I live.
You can take Benadryl. Get over it.
No.
You got issues. I'm just saying you got issues.
It's bad. It's real bad.
Benadryl. You do get used to their dander the more that you have them. Honestly.
So you know what? All right. So I did tell Sebastian he could have a cat. I did. I was like, you can have a Sphinx cat.
A what?
A Sphinx. Yeah. I told him he could have one. And no bullshit. I actually one day. Well, so there was one day I almost gave in, and went to this. It was a reptile show. Went to see a buddy of mine, and they had I don't know the name of the cat. My wife could have to tell you.
A hairless.
No, it wasn't hairless. This was not hair. It was some type of hypoallergenic cat.
I don't know. I only have a
exactly.
Sexy. His name is Sandy.
But
That's my husband.
I almost broke down and bought this cat for him because he wanted a cat so damn bad.
I got a cat for him. I've got little Ben Junior. He's black. He's beautiful. He's sexy, almost as sexy as Kevin.
That's gonna go to his dad's house.
No,
but
actually, no. It's gonna be your house.
But I almost broke down and bought him a cat, and then, sure as shit, he got in trouble.
I'll
I was
sell,
like,
I'll
"Are you
sell
kidding
the
me?"
Ben Junior. You'll love it.
So we didn't buy the cat, you know. But I mean, oh man, I was close.
How much was the cat?
Hell, I don't remember. It was at a reptile show. So
a reptile show. Oh God, I'm good for it.
Well, those shows, actually, it was the exotic pet show. It wasn't a reptile show. A little quick story. So when me and his mom started dating, and we decided we were going to move in together, she had 2 cats. I was like, I can't, not with cats. So my allergies, I can't do it. And my daughter actually has allergies to cats as well. And I told her, I said, look, if we're going to make a run with this, I'm sorry, but you're going to make a decision. The cats for me. And
oh, honey, you get out the damn door. Because my husband stays. Kevin is my husband. That cat is my life. Something's wrong with you. That cat's my heart and soul. It's my life.
The funny thing is,
I'm sorry. Bye, bitch. Bye.
You know, I mean,
We are the cats.
I told her, and I said I was cool either way. I was cool with it either way.
Oh, no.
But Sebastian, still to this day, has never let me live that down. Still to this day. But here's the thing: the reason he's going to go to his dad's house with it is because of, you know, everything goes to plan. He was supposed to go to his dad's house anyway.
So y'all were going to take the cat. I got you. Y'all already said that. Right? So y'all going to buy that damn cat and got it.
No. That was done way before the rest of that was decided.
Well, before she let you in, so I got it. How many cats did she have?
I don't think 2.
What color were her cats?
I don't know.
That's how much you didn't like her cats.
I don't like cats in general.
How did you discipline him?
Okay, really quick, guys. We'll just unpack that a little bit. Don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but I mean, it's very telling. And he says still to this day, which I found weird because if Sebastian's missing, how would you know whether he still holds it against you or not? Maybe he's just assuming it. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, I could tell you this. He reminds me of my ex-husband. He's so excited by allowing you to get an animal or build that bond with that animal for quite some time and become attached to it. And then all of a sudden, you know, sell the animal without you knowing or tell you have to. Coming up with all these excuses of why you have to get rid of it or just using it as punishment. And it makes me sick because I'm telling you that just reminds me of my ex to a T. And that's a control mechanism. And he's obviously using that as punishment to Sebastian. And that's not cool. That's not cool at all. Like, I don't believe in punishing children like that. You know, making them build that bond, having them so excited, because they love their animals, you know, just like they love their family. And so when you take that away, I mean, that's evil and abusive to me, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
I could see Chris doing that, and he did do it, right? So lame. And it's pretty wild because he seems to like snakes a lot, you know?
50 snakes he had.
Snake in the grass really likes his family, in my opinion. But yeah, that's some low down, dirty, nasty, dumb crap to do. That's some narcissistic behavior, right? And yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, it's either them or me. Like, again, he says this to Katie when they first start dating, that you have to get rid of your family members. It's the cats are me. And then he does it again, in my opinion, because the neighbors did allegedly overhear him saying that to Katie. And I believe that was the,
It's
that
good
was
to
a
know what
big
his,
part of
it's
it.
good to know what his weakness is, though.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, he expected Sebastian to take care of 50 snakes. Like, that's an unreasonable expectation. And with narcissists, they do that. They do that all the time to set you up for failure. And then I love how he goes, "Well, I almost caved in," but then he got, sure as shit, he got in trouble. So again, he's basically, in my opinion, telling on himself that, he knew that Sebastian really wanted a cat, that he was dangling the cat over his head. Okay, maybe we will. Yeah, maybe I'll break this time. And then all of a sudden, oh, boom, you're in trouble. Nope. Like Jen said, that's not the way
God.
to.
Yeah, like the threat of it. Not even getting the cat yet. Just, yeah, we'll do this. Oh, you ruined your opportunity. Just mentally getting someone worked up and then let down. Mental abuse, big time, in my opinion.
Especially when he's autistic. Like, why would you do
Yeah,
that
that's
to
even
him?
worse. Yeah, that's horrible.
It's like he knows,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, and again, that bond, like you said, it's just sad that he would do that. But it shows that he doesn't care about anybody else's feelings but his own either. He's like, I don't care if you love the cat. I don't care if you're going to be mad at me for this for the rest of the time on the planet that we have together. As long as you know me, you're going to be pissed off at me because I did this to you. And it definitely reminds me of something that an abuser would say. And, one of the most chilling things I've ever heard is an account where the girl asked her husband, "Why do you do this to me? Like, all I want you to do is love me. Why are you doing this to me?" And he's told her, because fear lasts longer than love. And that was his excuse.
Sebastian in general?
Yeah.
Well, that depends. The punishment has to fit the crime, so to speak. I'll give you an example. Cleaning his room, and people are going to make me sound like I'm so horrible, but I promise you, folks, you try this with your kids one time, and you won't ever have a problem with this again. So if you tell them to clean their room, and they go in there and they clean their room, well, they say come out, well, it's clean.
Infinite possibilities. Kate Spade.
So this is my first day starting free printable Tai Chi walking.
And you go in there and you go to check the room, and the room's not clean. Okay, thought I told you to clean this room. You told us the room was clean, did you not? Well, yes, sir. Okay, now I'm going to clean your room. And you know exactly what that means. I go in and I go grab a trash bag. I walk back in that bedroom. If it's on the floor and it's not supposed to be on the floor, it's not picked up and put in the right places, goes in the trash bag. If it's not important enough for you to take care of and pick up, I'll take care of it for you. Throw in the trash bag. Tie it up. I've done this to him twice. One time, Mom talked me out of it. The other time, Sebastian, here's the bag, go put it in the trash can. And then you're going to take the trash can to the street. And after that, Sebastian, did you clean your room? Well, your mom told you to clean your room. Did you clean the room? Yes or no? Well, yes, sir. Is it clean the way it's supposed to be? Well, no, sir. Then I suggest you go back in there and clean it, or I'm coming in there in the next 10 minutes and I'm cleaning. Yes, sir. Hauls butt to that bedroom, and by God, that room is clean the way it's supposed to be. Now, it sounds crazy, but I promise you try it with your kids, man, your kids will be like, oh my God, they ain't kidding. It works amazing.
Do you feel like that he was ever a burden at all on you or your relationship, either one of you?
Was my stepson a burden in my marriage?
Yeah.
No.
No.
No. The burden, so what has always been a struggle, and anybody who's married and has you know, you're a step parent. Okay. That struggle of being able to, yes, very much. And then you've got discipline on top of it. And, you know, what you can do, what you can't do with, you know, because you've got the other parent and this parent, that's always a struggle. When you can get on the same page with each other and finally everybody understands it.
Right.
Man, it is a beautiful picture. Beautiful. Now, am I saying everything's sunshine and rainbows? No, it's not.
Right.
But it ain't high tides and tsunamis either.
So if you and his mom ever argued, and that's in every marriage, like, would Sebastian ever jump between y'all?
Like physically?
Yeah.
No.
We don't fight and yell and scream or any of that like violent type stuff. We tend to take it behind closed door in our bedroom and have a conversation because the children should never be exposed to that. That's between us, not them.
Typically triggers the outburst.
Bullshit.
I wish I could show y'all this in person. All right. Does he have, when he was younger, he probably had some pretty nasty ones. As he's gotten older, between his mama, me, and his dad, and other family members, trying to get him to, like, look, you need to focus on this. Stop doing, ball your fist up, put him down to your side, like in a very aggressive manner, like you're pushing down, and stomp with one foot. Okay? He gets like that when he's throwing his tantrums. And then he brings his hands up in like the military knife hand is what they call it. All four fingers and thumbs pointing outward. And he's like moving his hands up and down, kind of like he's making a point, kind of. That's to the extent of his violent outbreak. But other than that, no.
And we have like a scale that we work on, you know, like what is the problem that's frustrating you? You know, is it like a 0, 1, 2, 3? And then, okay, well, what's your response to that, you know, type thing. So, yes, he has does interact with other children and people, but he struggles to form those like stronger bonds with people. He likes to dance.
Yeah, dance.
I mean, now, granted, what you call dancing, what I call dancing, and what he calls dancing, totally different.
he's definitely got a unique rhythm.
Yeah.
But he loves to dance.
So I'm sorry that folks are upset that day one, Katie and I were not on TV or on YouTube expressing everything. Well, you say that, but as you said, social media is here to stay.
Absolutely.
So with that being in mind, you're one, and there are millions out there that think otherwise.
I would never expect you to come on.
But I think the way he was just talking a minute ago, to me, it sounded normal, given the fact that the 90% of the chat is just trashing him.
No, that's not true. That is not true. We are kicking people out.
I can see it right now. No, I know you're kicking him out, but I keep seeing comment after comment after comment after comment that are really suspicious and like,
great. Just close the chat. I'm not even.
Yeah, like you had somebody in the chat that literally asked the question: was Katie arrested at 19 for an incident? Like, I'm sorry, but once again, this goes right back to none of that has anything to do with Sebastian.
Okay.
I'm not trying to create anything.
I know you're not, Greg.
I'm just trying to say that I absolutely understand how he's feeling, and I know out there they go, "Oh, look, he's soothing Chris's ego." I listen. I've talked to him late night on a phone. He's just a normal dude trying to figure something out. That's how he sounds like. Now he's on here with. I've seen him on shows. Remember at the beginning, him and his wife would go on shows, and they were totally calm, talking, and they were normal. But everybody dissected every single word that they said, and everybody came up with a negative meaning for every single.
When I woke him up for school, he wasn't there. I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, I can't find him. He said, what do you mean you can't find him? I said, he's not in the house.
With Base 44, a simple sentence.
Okay, guys. So I just wanted to show that quick clip in the mix of things, right? And I forgot that I put that in there as well with the layout of the home and everything. But this is, a classic example of an enabler, Mr. Gray Pubes over here, right? Because he's absolutely allowing for Chris and Katie's behavior and even, normalizing it, generalizing it, in my opinion.
Yeah, I wonder if I just thought of something pretty crazy. But when he took the trash out, supposedly, allegedly, the 25th, that night, and they found stuff of his thrown away at the landfill, allegedly, like clothing and stuff. Did they try to pull that, or did one of them try to pull that night? Hey, we're gonna get a trash bag out, and you're gonna throw everything away, and then they get really bad and something go out of hand with Sebastian? I never thought of that scenario. And I've heard this
Ooh.
interview a long time ago, and I just thought of that. Like, wait a minute. You can see him plain as day go out there taking out the trash. Well, what if he took out the trash and they made him put it in that trash bag, and he went out and took it to that trash can that night, and it really bothered him, and shit hit the fan? I don't know. Just a theory.
You know, I was thinking the same thing during that.
Yeah, it never hit me till just now.
Yeah. Is that crazy? Like, you and I both thought that same exact thing.
Yeah, that's wild. It's like, wait a minute. And then on top of it, was Chris there? And is that what was going on? And he finally had enough of Chris's crap, allegedly?
I mean, I think it makes sense because, they had a disappointment not being able to go bowling. So there could have been something that transpired. And then when we see the Texas Roadhouse conversation, obviously Sebastian was getting in trouble. So was she, and she's taking pictures of him. And Chris said that he's the one that received the pictures. And so, yeah, I mean, was he in trouble? Did something happen, that day? And did he get in trouble and later on had to throw his stuff away? And then that caused an even bigger situation.
Right. It's like, was he getting scolded about not cleaning his room? Or somebody said that they read his lips and he said, that's what I was going to do, or something like that. But if CP was there and that was going on, he had enough, it got out of hand. Let's see. It would be probably allegedly after he got home from Texas Roadhouse, if he did get home from there. And CP wasn't supposed to be there and something bad would happen there. They had to have that alibi. I don't know. Yeah. So, and then she says here, I woke him up and he wasn't there. What? Or did you try to wake him up after something nefarious happened and he wasn't there? I don't know. It's kind of weird wording, in my opinion.
You know what I've noticed with Chris is he's using sort of like a military type of punishment tactic. And I don't like that. When you come out of the military, you don't reprimand your family that way.
Mm-hmm.
You're, very, very aggressive in the way that he's punishing Sebastian for things, not even taking into consideration that Sebastian is autistic. And it's almost like it's a cowardly thing. It's like when you're in the military, you're trained to, manipulate in that way aggressively to get what you want out of people. It's
in
do
basic
you know what I
training.
mean? Yeah. And so he's coming and doing that to Sebastian to get his way. It's worse than a bully. You're at a war with Sebastian. You're not punishing him out of love. You're punishing him out of like you're literally at a war with him, and you want to win that war. I mean, this is a child that you're up against, and it's cowardly. It's wrong, and I think it's abusive, and I don't feel like you're the step parent. You're not a biological parent. So, I mean, the nerve you have to take somebody else's child and use military force of punishment. How CPS did not come after him and actually have something happen is beyond me. Like,
yeah.
Oh, I just hate that. I hate when people come out of the military and they treat their family like that, because it's never going to work. Number one. And number two, you're just abusing your family.
Yeah, like they sign, when you go into the military, you have to sign up for it. It's voluntary, well, unless you get drafted, but, you know, um,
Right.
but yeah, like they're signing up for boot camp, and kids are not signing up for boot camp. And as a matter of fact, you can't. You have to wait till you're 18. So,
Yeah, it's just
I don't like
ridiculous. That's over the top crap, and that's the same attitude he had at work and was sent home for and got in trouble for. And it says he's so ridiculous. Ridiculous. And somebody said, who was it? Sandwich, I think, said he would have took the trash out twice. I don't know. I mean, as far as we all know, he took it out once when they got home from Texas Roadhouse. So, I mean, it could have easily happened then. Cameras would have seen him go out to
is it
the
this
trash
one?
again. Oh yeah, to take out the trash again. I don't know what that means, because unless he took out the trash at like 4 p.m. as well every day. I don't really know.
I think maybe she means again, like again they would have seen him or something. Again, they caught him on camera, maybe.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Because it's supposed to be, they saw him, but they couldn't tell. So fuzzy and everything else, they couldn't tell if it was him or Katie. For all we know. But
yeah,
even if she
that's
did,
what everybody said.
What if she took it out and said, "Man, screw it, I'm taking this out," and he refused to, and that was what the fight was. That he didn't clean up his room like he was supposed to. They would have never left the house, though. I guess if he would have had a messy room, they probably would have done that before they left for the bowling alley and all that. Or maybe it was dirty and they went anyway, because I don't know. She didn't have as much structure as he did or something. I don't know, with Chris or whatever. But if he would have, they come back, they would have went out to the bowling alley and all that, and that may be why he was in trouble, or looked to appear to be in trouble. She's like, "You need to clean your room." Like I said, you need to clean your room or something. What she was talking about. And they get home, and then he refuses to take out the trash because he doesn't want it thrown away, because it could be a switch and all that other stuff, or money or whatever. I don't know. And then she goes, "I'm gonna take it out then," and she does it, and the camera doesn't see it, either one. And then she goes back in there, and they get into a real knockout, drag out fight. I don't know. Speculating a lot.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, there's a lot of people that think that could have, that something could have popped off that night. And I mean, I can't say that, it didn't, because again, we have all this time that's unaccounted for, like pretty much, 6:30 from the Texas Roadhouse until 6:30 when they reported everything, in the AM.
Crazy. Yeah, so they could wake up. Oh, we woke up. Yeah.
Why are we even missing some footage? It's like little pieces here and there.
SF.
Where's the in-between? Where's the in-betweens?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that was messed up. Timestamps and everything.
Yep, big gaps.
And it's so strange that the things that are so critical that we need, they're missing, but all the other stuff is just there. Like, what is going on?
Yeah, I mean, and we know from our resident hottie that has the deck of the deception detective, right? And he has a card that says temporal lagune, which is Latin, and it means a lapse of time. And whenever there's a lapse of time like that, it's super suspicious, right? And there's like lots of red flags that should be raised when we see that, because like, what's with that, But you're right, Jennifer, it's throughout the day. I mean, it's not just that big chunk. I mean, there's a lot of time during the day that's unaccounted for.
seems like the big questions that aren't answered are just missing, mysteriously missing. And I'm still not understanding how just the basic common sense of how does a child just vanish with no trace of even coming out of the home? There's like no trace at all. But what was very interesting to me, and I'm always questioning this, originally when they were out searching for him when he was missing, one of the law enforcement officers, you know, they said something in the lines of they saw somebody with that description. So how did that change? Why did that change? If you said you saw somebody with that description walking, but nobody ever questioned it. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, there was a part during the dispatch audio. They
Yes.
were calling in the young guys from the neighborhood that were helping. I think one of them might have been Bobby's son. I don't want to say because I'm not sure, but I know there was a couple of younger guys out there, and they called them in thinking they were Sebastian. But like, I also, it reminds me of when the news was saying, well, there was footprints leading away from Sebastian's house, but that fell up short. So I mean, they may have been referring to that audio, but that's another example I can think of that, all of a sudden, like, what made that lead fall up short? Whose footprints were they?
Right. It's crazy. It's like I've said, you have to go all the way to the beginning.
Foot Clan.
The Foot Clan. Was it the Foot Clan who had left, prints behind, or what kind of prints were they? I mean, so that's what's interesting too. The dog was not scent specific, and they said they didn't catch a scent, although it's been alleged one went to the pond. So, yeah, it just doesn't add up at all.
Nope, sure doesn't. But guys, real quick, I think I'm getting tired. I think I'm gonna head off here. And I will see you soon on the next show. I'm getting where
Oh,
my
I'm sorry,
head's
Libra. I
getting
was in the
heavy.
other window.
No
Are you going
worries.
to hop off panel? Thank you for being with us. I appreciate you.
Yes. It was
Absolutely. And y'all have a great night. I'll listen to the rest of this tomorrow as well.
Cool. Thank you. I appreciate that.
We
had a
it.
stellar panel of Sebastian's army up here. So, yeah.
Well, thank you
Nighty-night.
so much. Night, night, everybody. Thanks, y'all in the chat for being here. And Sebastian Strong, baby. Mic drop.
Yes. All right. Sorry, I was in the other window and I didn't mute fast enough, so I apologize. Okay, here we go.
I can't find him. He said, "What do you mean you can't find him?" I said, "He's not in the house."
Well, let me tell you what happened. I can explain. Let me tell you, Chris, when you went on and talked about hitting Sebastian with a belt and kind of, just chuckling about it and how the social services or child protective services came to your door and apologized to you, that got people upset.
Like I said, I got nothing to hide. So Sebastian went to school one day because we were at the house. He got in trouble. He didn't have a belt on. I was like, "Where's your belt?" And got it. Whack. Got him. So he goes to school and he tells the teacher. They're mandatory reporters. So the teacher reports it. Mm-hmm. That afternoon, CPS shows up to the house while we're actually sitting down to eat dinner. Now, mind you, 15-year-old child. He's not real happy because he's in trouble, so he's being punished. So he shows, he makes a report. They come to the house. And the lady who comes to the house is the same lady we've had. She's had a case before. Now, the case that was before was something that didn't even happen, and it's like 3 stories that was shoved into one. And when they finally got it debunked, they were like, "Oh, he got so mixed up in telling one story, it mixed into 3, and it caused a commotion." Well, they canceled that out. So the one on me, she shows up. And I said, "Hey, how you doing? It's her again." She's like, "Oh, hey." She's, "Hey, I'm already don't." She's like, "Don't tell me anything, but I'm gonna tell you what I know happened." And I said, "Okay." She goes, "Blah blah blah." She told me exactly what happened. I said, "Yes, ma'am." She goes, "Oh my God." I said, "Yes, ma'am. This is how it's been." Sebastian thought by telling on me, making it sound like I was so horrible that I was going to get in trouble over something stupid. And I was like, "No, Sebastian, you got punished, man. You got punished." And he was like, but, and I was like, "You got punished." And the lady took him outside. She goes, "Sebastian, just because you get in trouble and you get punished, you need to understand when you go and you say things about people and you lie and you fabricate things and you make it sound worse than what it is, sir, you can get in trouble for that." So that happened. And the lady was like, "I am so sorry." And I said, "No, he's just a child. He's upset. It is what it is. I'm okay with it."
Mm-hmm.
You know, he sat that back down at the dinner table and was like, "See, eat your food."
My wife and I had sex last month. First time in I don't know how long. Afterwards, she went to the bathroom. I heard her crying through the door.
And we went back and everything's been fine.
I'm sorry, I have to do it.
Y'all, for clarification, no, I did not allow him to beat my son with a belt. He did not beat my son with a belt.
Have I ever used a belt on Sebastian? Yes.
Okay.
Outside of his clothes, on his buttocks.
My understanding this, you hit him with a belt because he didn't have a belt.
No.
No.
Okay.
No. So the question about hitting him on the outside of his clothes, on his butt with a belt, that was something that he got in trouble for because he lied to us, and he got one lick. Let's clear that real quick.
Okay.
That needs to be cleared up because what was said and what people heard are 2 totally different things.
I heard you say you hit him with a belt.
Okay, so let me finish because that's the problem. When I go to make the statement, people want to interrupt and try to say, "Well, this and that." No, you wanted the answer. I'm giving you the answer. Now, when I answered that question, I told people Sebastian got a spanking. He got one lick on his butt outside of his clothes. If somebody can tell me how that's abuse to a child, explain to me.
Can you confirm when that happened?
That was years ago. Now, mind you, 15-year-old child.
I got spanked by a belt and wooden spoon by my mom for years.
So, but let's not sidetrack. Let's stay on board. Okay. So the question about the CPS thing that came up to play that everybody wants to tie to this belt is not what it was.
Okay.
Well, I think it was confusing because when you initially talked about it, you referred to him as an embarrassed 15-year-old. So
yes, you did.
Like it was years ago.
Now, mind you, 15-year-old child.
We thought it was like right recently.
Well, instead of asking more clarification,
let's clear it up.
So, as it stands, Sebastian went to school one day. He made a statement to a teacher. The teacher reports it to CPS. CPS comes to the house. That case has nothing to do with Sebastian getting spanked. So Sebastian went to school one day because we were at the house. He got in trouble. He didn't have a belt on. I was like, "Where's your belt?" And got it. Whack. Got him. So he goes to school and he tells the teacher. They're mandatory reporters. So the teacher reports it. Mm-hmm. That afternoon, CPS shows up to the house while we're actually sitting down to eat dinner. That had everything to do with Sebastian didn't like being in trouble. So he thought by reporting it to a teacher, they were going to come to the house and they're going to take me out of the house and do this and do that. That is what the CPS case was about. And yes, I laughed at it because when I explained to Sebastian, very detailed, what happened, he thought it was a joke. When the CPS lady shows up and looks at him and says, "Sebastian, you can't false report. That will get people in trouble and you can get in trouble." And then she explained to him what happens.
What did he say you did to him?
Can I ask you, what does that have to do with the price of eggs in China when it comes to the disappearance of Sebastian?
Because I'll tell you why. Because you're wondering why people are coming at you. And
yes, because
he was in your home last. That was the last place he was seen.
Yes,
so
he was.
When we hear these things, it's like, okay, let's just clear it up and see what happens. Because I'll tell you why. Because people, I'm not saying me, but I've seen people say, hey, he was hitting his child. He reported it to his teacher. Did something happen? Was there an explosive incident that happened?
No, absolutely nothing of that nature.
Okay.
And for people to not understand, when you discipline a child, there's a difference in discipline and abuse. There truly is a difference.
But I think hitting anybody with a belt is abuse. I'm sorry, I do. And a lot of people agree with me, and that's the problem.
And
So
guess
we have a
what?
difference
That's
of
the
opinion.
great thing. That's the great thing about having your opinion.
Yes.
That's an opinion. That's not a fact. That's opinion.
Okay. I think a belt is abuse, but that's my, again,
Well,
that is my
if I was leaving bruises and marks on a child, that's abuse. That would be considered abuse.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
so by definition,
that's weird.
That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. You can say your opinion, and that is fine, but you have to back it up and say, what I'm stating is just an opinion. There's no fact to it. When you don't say that, you leave it open to interpretation for a lot of people to take it and run with it. That was a lot of the problems with this.
And there will be people, I can get people from CPS that will say hitting a child with a belt is an abuse. But here's the thing, you're right. That doesn't have anything to do necessarily with Sebastian and his disappearance. But what it does is it creates a narrative in people's minds that we need to clear up and change, Chris. We need to clear it up and change it. Okay? So let's do that.
We just did.
Okay. Now, you did go on Nancy Grace and say that CPS has never been called. And
no, it's not. No. Nope.
Okay, that's what I heard. What did you say?
She asked the question about a situation, and she asked me if I had ever had CPS called on me, I believe is what the question was. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't exactly know what the question was without hearing it again, so I'm not going to answer you with something without having it in front of you.
Okay, that's fair. That's very fair. Very fair.
Every morning, 15 minutes till June. That's all it takes to shock everyone who haven't seen you in
Sorry,
months.
guys. These ads
Do
are
this for 10 minutes
popping up like
every
crazy today.
morning to get snatched by June. Start off.
Lord.
I want to find out about Mr. Proudfoot hitting Sebastian with a belt. What happened?
That was actually several years ago, and it
To
was
Mr. Proudfoot. To Mr.
Now, mind you, 15-year-old child, he's not real happy because he's in trouble, so he's being punished. So he shows, he makes a report. They come to the house.
Proudfoot. To Mr. Proudfoot.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Proudfoot, what happened?
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were asking Katie. Sebastian had gotten in trouble. He got caught lying. And I had asked him, I said, hey, you got to have a punishment for this. He says, yes, sir. And I said, okay. So I gave him a swat with a belt on his buttocks on the outside of his clothes, one swat.
What did he lie about?
Honestly, I don't remember at the time, but it was probably something dealing with school because that's majority where his issues lie.
At school, he does pretty well with a lot of the kids. But even that, they have to take breaks, because not him, but not just him, but, even the other kids, they each have their unique interests and their unique ways of thinking and doing things. And so they get to each other and they have fun. And then, something will happen and one or both will get frustrated. And so they got to, time out and whatnot.
And so Sebastian went to school one day because we were at the house. He got in trouble. He didn't have a belt on. I was like, where's your belt? And got it. Whack. Got him. So he goes to school and he tells the teacher. They're mandatory reporters. So the teacher reports it. Mm-hmm. That afternoon, CPS shows up to the house while we're actually sitting down to eat dinner.
Did he have other issues at school?
Some behavioral stuff, but nothing too crazy.
What kind of behavioral stuff?
He has a hard time. He's awkwardly socially blending in with students. So it's a little, he's trying to figure out how to do it, but respecting people's space. He gets a little too close. and then kids don't really accept that too much, so it kind of causes an issue. But he'll not stop, and he continues on. So then it causes an issue, and instead of being honest about it, he'll lie. Like, no, I didn't. Okay, Sebastian.
We're lying about doing
Was that the first?
We're lying about doing
Was that the first time? Was that the first time you had ever hit him with a belt?
Yes, ma'am. The one and only time, actually.
When was this?
Years ago, ma'am.
Now, mind you, 15-year-old child.
Any idea how many? 3, 10, 1?
It probably at least 3 years ago.
I don't understand how that turned into a CPS or Child Protective Services complaint. How were they alerted that you hit him with a belt?
That did not turn into a CPS service call.
And so Sebastian went to school one day because we were at the house. He got in trouble. He didn't have a belt on. I was like, "Where's your belt?" And got it. Whack. Got him. So he goes to school and he tells the teacher. They're mandatory reporters, so the teacher reports it.
Mhm.
That afternoon, CPS shows up to the house while we're actually sitting down to eat dinner.
I had a question about the belt incident. You're telling me that was the only time that you ever hit Sebastian with a belt.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're also telling me that did not make it to CPS?
No, ma'am, that did not.
And so let's move on. Okay, so nothing came of that from you hitting him with a belt. Has there ever been any, and people are going to ask, has there ever been any violence in your home as far as Sebastian is concerned?
No.
Okay, now you ask.
Okay, so I just wanted to reiterate that, and that was the whole compilation of, again, how many times Chris was asked, when did this happen? How many times did it happen? He lies over and over and over again, blaming Sebastian, blaming everybody but himself, and never answering the question. Because if there was 4 CPS reports, then a 5th CPS report, the only thing I can think of is that there was multiple times where he put hands on Sebastian.
Yeah, he's deflecting a lot. He's avoiding, and he just seems to be back and forth with what he's claiming of why he did that. But what's more disturbing, in my opinion, is that this is a step parent, and why is Katie allowing a step parent to take a belt to her child? I think that's something that should be discussed with biological dad, if he would approve of that. Why does he feel the automatic authority to take a belt to somebody else's child? I'm sorry. I grew up in, I have a stepdad, and, we grew up with, if they're going to discipline me or, my brothers, that would be discussed between all of the adults on every side. Am I okay with this type of, you know what I mean? But Chris is just going in and thinking he has the total authority to discipline in such a harsh way. I don't care what era you're from, what generation you're from. I personally don't believe in using a belt on anybody. I think it is a form of abuse. It's inflicting pain and punishment to get what you want. It's to put fear into that child, which children don't even know how. They're not mature enough mentally to grasp that. and what that type of punishment is for, and no, I'm not for that at all, for many different reasons. And especially with an autistic child, I don't feel like using a belt on an autistic child, let alone that's not your own biological child, that is so demeaning, that is so corrosive, that is so abusive to me. I can't, I personally can't wrap my head around anybody who would even think about using that as punishment. You know, biblically, people took a whip to Jesus's back, and seeing what people did to Jesus, why would you do that to a child? It's the same thing. It's the same method. It's I don't know. Me personally, if my husband ever did that, it would be over. The marriage would be completely over. And first off, I wouldn't even allow it to happen. That's just a no-no. When you're a step parent, in my opinion, that's off limits, especially with, like I said, forms of punishment. If you're the step parent, I think that's something that you need to discuss with all parents that are biological to that child. That's not your place. And he's sitting here and he's pretty much excusing everything he did to Sebastian as if that's okay. He's done nothing wrong. It's everybody else's fault. It's Sebastian's fault. It's everybody but his, and just lying about it too. And then Katie's just, oh, he didn't beat him with a belt. He didn't beat my child. Technically, he did. I mean, what do you call it when you take a physical object that is meant to hurt and punish somebody harshly? What do you call it? If I were to take a belt to my husband because I didn't like what he was doing, what is that called?
Yeah, I mean, and she like, so one thing that sticks out to me is that she was already aware because she signed the parenting plan when she divorced Seth, or when they divorced. It was no corporal punishment, and she didn't hold up to her end of the bargain on that. So, you know, that was because she was making allegations, and so the court said blanketly, and that happens all the time in family court, like, hey, you know, nobody's going to do it, right? You don't want it, nobody agrees with it, cool, we're going to put it in there, no corporal punishment. But also the way that Katie is lying for Chris and justifying his actions, it is the most ridiculous pile of crap I've ever seen, from a mom, you know. And she's like, we're lying about doing work. Really, Katie? So you're justifying it, but you're saying he didn't do it, but you're still justifying it. That tells me everything I need to know, you know?
Yeah, I think we focus a lot on Chris, but I think we should also be asking the questions of, how was Katie around Sebastian? Was Katie the same way? Does Katie use belts herself? Does Katie, you know, abuse Sebastian verbally in punishment methods? These are the questions I'm asking. Like, why aren't we asking mom these questions? Like, we're focusing so much in on Chris, which is, you know, but what about Katie?
Yeah, I mean, it's her responsibility. She's the mom. Yeah.
Yeah, she's the biological parent who decided to go marry a step parent and bring this man into Sebastian's life and Sebastian's environment. So, like, why aren't you putting your son first? And, you know, do you not think about what Sebastian feels when Chris is punishing him with this military corporal punishment method. Like, have you ever asked Sebastian how he felt, what it makes him feel? I mean,
right.
I didn't have a step parent that was like that at all. My stepfather and I, at first, we didn't get along, but it was never to this extent. And he's never, ever, physically done any of that. Like I said, it's just crazy to me that Katie would allow Chris to use a belt on her child.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and on the flip side of that, my parents weren't divorced or anything, but my parents, my parents had no problem with corporal punishment. Like, I mean, I've had my hair pulled, I've had my ass whooped, I've had the whole 9 yards, but I'm no gray pubes up here saying it's okay, because I don't agree with it at all. And I would never do that to my daughter, ever, never, ever. Like you said, there's no lessons learned, in my opinion. I mean, I would just gauge the ass whooping after a while and be like, well, this is probably going to be worth it, so I might as well. I mean, it kind of breeds contempt, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think when you're using like physical objects like belts and stuff, it can actually be worse and make them not respond in a respectful manner. They grow up to probably hate you, in my opinion. I mean, I don't think I would love a step parent who was taking a belt to me. I don't think I could ever. It's just going to make me resentful and probably act out even worse. So,
exactly. Oh yeah, it did. Yeah, it does. It does.
I mean, respectfully, I don't know if anybody else agrees with that. But I think it's weird to have a step parent come in to the picture and the environment and start using a belt to punish somebody's child. I guess for me growing up, that wouldn't have been something that any of my parents would have agreed with. It would have been off limits. Like,
yeah. Oh gosh, no. I mean, like I said, and I mean, I'm glad that you have that perspective too. You know what I mean? But yeah, coming from someone who did, it's like it doesn't teach you anything. It really doesn't. In the grand scheme of things, it's like you just, yeah. I mean, and again, I think there's just so many more effective ways that you could parent. And like you said with the step parent thing, it's not going to, it's almost like he didn't give a crap if Sebastian liked him or not. He knew he took the cats, right? Told him that's either me or the cats. If you want to give a go at this little lady, then you're gonna have to get rid of them cats. And that's my best Chris Proudfoot. But I mean, that's what he's saying. He told Katie. He's telling Terry Lynn that, and then, he's given ultimatums right off the bat, and it's directly affecting Sebastian. And then he comes in and starts using corporal punishment, allegedly, according to his own statements. And you're right, it's not going to, it's a hard way to bond with somebody, right? I mean, it's different if your biological parents do it, but it still doesn't make it right. In my opinion, it's totally wrong. It's all wrong.
I just don't see like the difference between somebody who goes up to somebody and takes a bat per se. Let's just say a bat. Somebody comes up to you with a bat. They don't like you. They don't like what you're doing. They're very controlling. And they just whack you. There's no difference. That's assault. And so for me, taking a belt to a child who isn't fully developed yet, and especially one that has autism, that's assault to me. And I that may be far-fetched for some people, but for me, just the reality is that you're literally taking an object that can cause harm, not just physically, but mentally and psychologically. And you're doing that in order for you to gain what you want. You're trying to scare and manipulate and terrorize to get your way. And so I don't believe in that method at all. I think it is abuse. I don't think there's any excuse to ever beat a child or use objects or, you know, and he said, you know, oh, there's no marks or anything. Well, there had to have been marks if you're using an object. An object to skin is going to leave a mark. Whether
Oh
you
yeah,
did,
he did say that for a while, didn't he? He said like, "Oh, it's only abuse if you leave a mark." I remember him saying that.
I mean, what? Okay, so let's just wake up and smell the coffee here. So, if I were to take a belt to you, okay, I'm not. But say that I whacked you, okay?
I'll be good, Jen. I'll be good. No, I'm just kidding.
You better. No. if I'm gonna smack you with a belt, lady, is there gonna be a mark or no mark?
Oh, there's
Let-
definitely going to be a mark. There's
there's
definitely going to
going
be.
to
I
be
mean,
a-
because you're giving him a good whack, right? Like he's like whack, got it. I got him. Same thing with like a switch, right? Like some of my friends would be like, oh, that's nothing. You'd get the belt. Well, I get, somebody tell me to go pick a switch, and I better pick a sufficient one. Otherwise, they're picking the switch, and I'm like, damn, that's some psychological shit right there. Like damn. And so, but again,
Well,
I'm so ornery. I gauge the ass whooping. Like, oh, is it worth it?
well, let's also put this in. Okay, if you were to do that to your wife or your husband, okay, you would go to jail, right? For assault. If you took a belt or any object and hit your husband or hit your wife in an argument, that is assault. So why are we excusing to do it to a child? There's no difference. It is what it is. You can't call one thing an assault because you're adults and then see a child that is acting out and call it corporal punishment and an excuse. That's bigotry. You can't do it. They are both the same. They are both the same. And that's just the way that I see it. I don't believe in it. I believe in other forms of punishment when a child's acting out, but that is just no. and I don't, me as a Christian, okay, biblically people use that switch verse, right? But they use it out of context. So biblically, a switch, it's metaphoric. So what that's meaning is back in biblical times, Jesus was talking about sheep, okay, and they had a switch, which is a rod. The rod was meant to metaphorically have the sheep follow, orders, discipline, not to beat, not to physically harm. And it just drives me crazy. Oh, we put a switch to a kid. No.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. Context means everything. So
It does.
So we're out here telling people it's okay to just beat the crap out of your kids with a belt. And psychologically, it's been proven that when you do things like that and you use methods like that on children who aren't fully developed yet, they will grow up to have parts of their brain damaged. And then they grow up themselves and they become abusive themselves to their own children or abusive to other people because that's what their brain has been trained to,
Or they
to
get
go.
abused, because they think that that's acceptable to be accepted.
Yeah. So I don't believe in any of it. Other people have a different opinion. I'm not trying to judge you. That's just my personal opinion.
Yeah.
There have been thousands and millions of children in every generation who have never been beat with a belt that grew up perfectly fine. So
yeah, my daughter's a really good kid, and I never beat her. There was some times when my ex-husband was trying to do some crap, but it was more of either way. I won't get into it, but I will say there was some and I do see Chris doing that, and then Katie saying no, 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 and then I guess it was alleged too. Tony was saying that, in the CPS reports, Katie was named right as the person because she's the mom and because she's responsible for Sebastian. And she was staying in the situation. She wasn't taking him out of it. So she was also being blamed. It didn't say that she was also partaking in anything, but then again, maybe she flew under the radar. I don't know. And again, we don't know what's in the fifth CPS report. So
I don't know. Again, CPS is an agency that I feel just needs abolished and a new, agency formed because, again, we know that they didn't do anything for Sebastian. And that's what they sometimes do. Well, not sometimes, the majority of times. And, if they would just do their job and what they're meant to be out there to do, which constitutionally, I don't even believe in having, CPS agencies. I could get into that in a different episode, but they've completely let Sebastian down, and I don't think we would be here today if they would have done what they're claiming they're out there to do. And,
yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, I agree completely. And, I think there's so many more ways. And as you said before, it's not like you're teaching your children that that's the way to handle a situation. And it's really not. It's one of the worst ways because you could hurt somebody. Say you're angry and you go too far or whatever. I mean, it doesn't take long to have something go bad on that,
Yeah, I mean, just how I was raised, I had two different homes that I had to go to, and neither one used that type of punishment method. My grandfather rarely ever even raised his voice to get the point across that you don't do that or that's bad. And it's like, what he did is he used love and common sense. I mean, there was actually, it's kind of funny is I had a mouth on me growing up. Okay, I always got the last word. Always sassy, talking back. I mean, yeah. And so my grandfather had this big blue chair. We called it the blue chair. And let's just say I made that chair famous. I was always in that chair. Now that's like the only thing that my grandfather really kind of did punish wise. Like you sit in that chair until you could tell me what you've done wrong, that kind of thing. But it was
that's my method. That's my method.
Yeah, and it worked because I didn't want to sit there all day long. And then eventually I kind of had the time to sit and decompress and kind of learn, what did I do wrong? Oh, I did that wrong. And, then I'd start feeling bad about what I've done and talking back. And so eventually I would just feel like, I'm ready to apologize, Okay. And then my grandfather would sit me down and be like, okay, what did you do wrong? I tell him what I did wrong. Just like a discussion back. I mean, never, ever, ever was it, punishment was never violent or in a demeaning way, because again, you have to be careful with how you punish your children, because you don't want to use shame, because it just makes it worse. Just one-on-one talk, ask questions. What did you do wrong? Do you know why you did that? That's just my
it goes across the board though. You're right. And I mean, if you're a boss, like say you're a boss of a company, you can't just shame your employees. I mean, you could, but that's going to be a hostile work environment. There's a lot of liabilities. involved in that. And, again, that's just not the way to handle situations. You got to be smarter than a fifth grader, sometimes. And if you're the leader, you have to act accordingly, because attitude's always going to reflect leadership. And that goes for parents, that goes for, anything. Yeah. And, if you don't like what somebody's doing, you can't just haul off and smack them. And that's what they're basically doing to Sebastian. I don't like your behavior, so I'm just going to go ahead and whack, get you.
But, essentially what they've done is make Sebastian not trust. I wouldn't trust somebody.
It does steal trust.
And your children should trust you, because what's going to happen if they grow up and they get in a situation where they're at a party or something and they're not meaning to go out and party and get into bad things or anything like that, but they're in danger, but they're scared because they know they're going to get in so much deep trouble or whipped at home with a belt or this or that. They're not going to want to call you and be like, hey, I need help.
That's true.
You know what I mean? I'm not saying like gentle parenting is 100% correct, because I don't believe in gentle parenting either. I'm saying there's got to be a level of common sense of how you punish your children for what they're doing wrong, but in a way that they trust you enough that they could come to you with anything and learn their lesson at the same time and know that you mean business. Whipping some child is not going to solve that. What it's going to do is make them shameful, make them act out more, and become, they don't like you anymore. They don't trust you anymore. They become violently angry themselves, and they grow up to have a dysfunctional background of how to cope with real life situations in their own family. Like when they grow up and have their own family and kids, they're going to have a highly dysfunctional way of punishing their children. And it's a cycle, an endless cycle of dysfunction. So
yeah, or they're scared. I mean, I think Sebastian was having issues because he was scared, and I think there was some other issues too that I don't feel comfortable saying because I don't know for sure. But we just have to look at that behavior of having accidents, the way that Chris is explaining them, and so on and so forth, and we can come up with conclusions there. But I agree, and I would tell my mom anything. My parents were really good people. I'm not saying they're horrible people or I was abused or anything like that. But yeah, if I got a line, especially when I was little, obviously it didn't, carry up really, but, it's definitely a method that used to be used, and we've definitely evolved, like Shauna was saying, we've evolved, and we realize that that's not the best way to handle situations. Like you said, it can cause a lot of different issues, and a big one is trust, but then another one is that shame, because shame is a son of a bitch and it stays with you. And that's why, just even anybody, if somebody does something wrong or they make a mistake, the worst thing you can do is shame them, for it. And I think to what Thomas Randall was saying about, the bigger picture too, with the emotional and the, verbal stuff with Sebastian, that all causes deep-seated issues as well.
Yeah.
So, all right. So we'll just go ahead and I think we only have like 10 more minutes. So I'll probably play like half of this. So we might stop through.
Gray asked, why is Seth being treated so different? Because of how Chris came on and became so angry and did what you did tonight, Chris. You've done this before. And I think that's why. And Seth didn't. And I think that's the difference.
Right. Because I don't feed out of people's hands. I don't feed into what people think. I don't. And once again, that's the difference.
But how about just saying thank you to the people that want to help you?
Okay, well, that's simple. There's a difference in me saying thank you to everyone, which if you go back and listen to every single interview I have done, I have told everybody, thank you, thank you, thank you for everything that you have done. There's not enough thank you in this world. We can't begin to describe how much we appreciate it. I have said this.
You say you can't remember your childhood?
Yeah.
Let me tell you something important. You can't remember most of your childhood.
Go back to one video and show me where I haven't. I've also said that our family prays for everybody else, and we love you all, regardless of what you think. But you know what? Once again,
yeah. I think when his first interview, you got to admit, his first few interviews were really calm. The one on, can't remember the names of their channels, but like, you know, he was on multiple channels, calmly talking. Both of them were. And yet the public was already angry with him before he became angry on a show because that was definitely later. You got to admit, like his first 3 or 4, both of them.
And I can tell you why. Because he said he hit Sebastian with a belt. That made people
Which
angry.
interview? Which interview was that?
It was the very first one I heard. With I can't remember.
Smiley stories. I
Yes,
can try
yes.
to pull up a transcript at some point.
yes, it was on the Smiley story. Yes.
That one.
Okay.
But
yeah, but I
once
mean,
again,
but here's the thing: there is a perception. See, look at. When I was growing up, I just want to say this. When I was growing up, my mom spanked me with a belt, wooden spoon, everything, and she's the greatest mom I've ever. I mean, like, just awesome. There was I didn't ever feel like it was abuse. Things have changed though over time. Like nowadays, it's considered abuse, and maybe that sort of is affecting how our society has changed quite a bit. But it's like, but the thing is it used to be totally normal, and it is still sort of normal in some families. As long, you know, if you're not sitting there just wailing away for hours, you know, like creating the bruises, like Chris was saying, it's just sort of. I mean, I think it's sort of normal for a lot of people in society. It might not be for some people, but I think I don't know. I think if you took a poll and people were off, you know, not in this particular chat right here, it wouldn't be as high as you might think. It's not going to be 99% of the people. It'd be like 50-50 on whether or not.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a little bit anecdotal.
But once again,
could we talk about the thud that Katie heard?
Yes, that's a good one. Let's talk about that. And I apologize. I had your name spelled wrong. Everybody that knows me, Chris, knows I'm the worst speller in the world. And I thought I put Proudfoot, and I didn't.
About spelling.
So I apologize.
I'm not the speller either. So
I do apologize for that, sir.
I put proud food one time when I wrote it.
Yeah.
So
Well, I've been called Bradford, Proud Food, Brownfoot, all kinds of stuff.
So sorry.
Really,
I thought I put Proudfoot.
All right, so here's a funny little thing. People can look this up. It's great. Tennessee, a couple years ago, back when there was all this rioting, people stepping in front of the interstates blocking traffic, there were several states across the country that passed a law. If you're impeding traffic and you get ran over, that's on you. And Tennessee was one of those states that adopted that. And it sucks that that they don't really understand it. Like, because don't go somewhere that you don't know the laws and expect to have all the freedoms you think that you're entitled to or that you think that you get because you made a mistake and went, oops, I was dumb and didn't know something. And well,
let me ask you, have you ever been called a narcissistic son of a bitch at all in your life? Because I'm going to have to call you one. I do believe that I've been called all kinds of names. Hell of a narcissistic son of a bitch. And I think I had to smack the shit out of you. That's why we could never do this face to face.
That means you lack self-control.
No, I like self-control.
No, I mean, that's what you just said.
No, I don't
If we did it
like
face-to-face, you'd have to
self-control.
slap me.
No,
That's lack of
I
self-control.
don't condescending assholes.
Well,
I just don't. I don't.
Terribly sorry.
You could go out and maybe paper the cars while they're out in the parking lots.
Oh no, can't do that.
That's illegal. Oh, sorry, I forgot.
Illegal in a lot of places.
Well, in Tennessee, you don't want to be caught doing that.
I forgot. I knew somebody said that it was illegal in one of those states.
And if they don't catch you doing it, they'll go after whoever that is for. They'd end up going after the Proudfoots for that.
What?
Chris and Katie.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, the reason why a lot of that comes into play is because if you put something on a car and it causes damage to a car, you're held liable, regardless of what it is.
So
Whoops, sorry guys, I was muted. So this is what we were talking about the other day about Chris getting angry. His voice is shaky. He's like, don't cause damage to a vehicle. You could cause damage. And he gets, this evil voice and he acts like the big bad wolf. And he's doing it to threaten people not to put Sebastian's flyers out, which is very odd.
Why would you not want to do that? Like, you're not searching, you don't want flyers up, but you'll do all the podcasts and shows in the world.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's up there with Terry Lynn, and she's really, serving him up a big scoop of, bullshit with him. I am saying I did want to put that in there where she calls him, or asks him, has anybody ever called you a narcissistic son of a bitch before? Because he is very condescending, very rude, right? And that's just his personality. But then he goes from that to, and you better not damage any property put in. I mean, who even thinks about that when their child's missing, or a stepchild even?
I don't know. It's like I've told you before, there's nothing in this universe that would stop me from looking for my child. And I think that's why people have this disdain for them for so badly and so deeply, is because they do not show the character of integrity to want to find Sebastian, and they just keep doing it. It's a shit show. I mean, I don't really know how else to explain them. They're a shit show. They're it's like watching, some sort of TV show to me, where it's just like, doesn't even have anything to do with Sebastian. It's just their show. It's just their, I don't even know what the heck it is anymore.
And the minute that someone else on that panel brings up putting the flyers out, he shoots it down, but he doesn't even just shoot it down. He starts getting threatening and aggressive and hateful.
It's the attack. It's, deny, attack, reverse victim offender. It's the attack.
Yeah, the young and the restless, right? He's turning it into a total soap opera, and it's like a circus, and people are like, this can't be real, right? Like, this isn't what I signed up for in true crime. Like, we're trying to find this person. This asshole doesn't even seem like he cares, right? And he's also making it so salacious, like he knows what he's doing. He talks about breaking the internet. He talks about how everybody's, wants to hear him speak, and all of this, and it's very self-serving, and just kind of speaks to what his true motives are, and that's to make it so nobody wants nothing to do with Sebastian's case, in my opinion. I mean,
yeah, deflecting. It's when he would post those was it Batman memes and stuff like that, it was just, that's insane.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that's not something I would definitely be doing if it were my child out there missing with no trace, may I add, nothing. It's just, it's repulsive.
It is repulsive and sad. And the thing is too, is that here's Chris Proudfoot having every opportunity to say, please pass out flyers as much as you can. And it's amazing to me that he shoots it down the way he does. So this is our last clip that we have for you guys tonight. And thank you guys for sticking around. I know it's been a long one, but I think we got a lot of information in. And also, there's just so many of these instances where Chris acts a fool, you know, and he does it. So this is going back to Smiley Stories World, and this is going to be March 20th.
Here's something that's very unique. And I mean, we talk about it whenever they come and they talk to us or they call us on the phone. This is a case that literally has got all of these agencies stumped. Okay, and I'm saying this very openly as far as, you know, playing devil's advocate. Let's say one of us was.
Hi, it's Mark Barden from Sandy Hook Promise. The shooter who murdered my sweet little
suspected of foul play. Let's say something, right?
Right.
There's no way that we would outdupe all these agencies. There's no way. However, this 15-year-old boy has managed to outdupe everybody. Call him Houdini. He always wanted to be a ninja, and we kept goofing around. Well, he has officially done it because poof, nothing. You know, and it's, you know, the cops have told us this is a case that will go down as a researched study case where they're asking the questions and looking for answers, and literally nothing. Everything they try to come up with, blank. It's information that we still, even as of today, we had a meeting with law enforcement, and we've asked them verbatim, like everything we've been saying, is there anything you want us to change?
Hey, can we talk about the GoFundMe? What was the big problem? Because you did say some shitty things, and you did. And I don't know if you're going to own it or not. That's up to you. You did.
Here's what I'm gonna tell you. I'm not worried about going tit for tat. And what I said,
I don't need you to go for tit for tat. I'm not asking for that.
what I said has not been placed out there correctly. So, and I really don't care anymore.
I know you don't.
People can do whatever they want to do it. That's fine. I don't care.
It wasn't, yeah, because it's not for gain. Like, I don't know what you thought it was for, but it's not for gain like that. It's actually, that man is looking for his child.
Okay.
And I would think that that's okay, wouldn't you?
Like I said, whatever they do, that's their own personal business.
Would you apologize for what you said or no?
No.
I just don't understand this, because I know Danny is nothing like this. He can be an asshole, but not like this. I'm being honest, for real. I mean, why so condescending?
It's not condescending.
It is.
You asked a question,
No,
I gave you an
it's
answer.
asshole-atitis. I mean, it is
No.
really. Yes, it is.
All right, what's your
It
next
shouldn't
question?
even fucking be like this. It's like you don't want.
You're right.
It shouldn't, but you're
whatever.
making it. You have made it.
So what's your next question?
So you wouldn't apologize, right? No.
Nope.
Do you believe that this young boy is alive?
Yes.
What makes you think that?
My gut and my heart says he's still alive.
I'm going to ask you one hard
And right now there's no other evidence to say otherwise, so
Let me ask you something really good.
yes, ma'am.
I'm asking, and this is from the heart. Nobody's hiding him from you all, right?
Nope.
Not at all.
Okay, so a lot to unpack in that little bit there. The first clip from Smiley, and again, that one was, the 20th, and then we have the 21st. So these statements were made within, about a 24-hour period, just two different dates. But he was bragging about the fact that the police were telling him that this case was going to go down as a studied case, a research case, and all of this. And it just makes me wonder, what the hell? Because if somebody told me that and my child was missing, I would be so devastated. to hear that. I would be crying. Smiley, do you know what the police told me? They're telling me that this case is never going to be solved and it's going to be studied for years and years. And I would be beside myself, right? But not Chris. He's just very nonchalant and like, oh, yep, that's what they told us. Isn't it cool? You know, it's very braggadocious.
Was that actually like verified that they told him that? Did they literally say that?
I mean, this is all alleged according to Chris's statements. I've never heard law enforcement ever come out and say that. They've always just said active and ongoing investigation.
I've never heard, and it's almost like it's like a skeptical, you know, that's like law enforcement coming to somebody who that's weird. Like, why would law enforcement say that? I don't know if they did, but if they did, why would you say that? Like, unless you honestly knew what was going on and you're not saying the truth. Like, you know the truth of it and what's going to happen. Like, nobody can predict the future. So why would they say something like that unless they knew what the future was actually going to hold for this case?
Right.
You know, that is crazy to me. And actually, if that's true, that really concerns me.
Yeah, because I mean, they know more than we do. Obviously, I mean, I can't take that away from them. They are the police. You know, they are the detectives and investigators from day one. Whoever Brandon Clark is, I don't know who that is, but I don't know if that's Carter's. I don't know.
But if they
'Cause that's-
did not say that to him, if they didn't say that to him and Chris was just saying that, then that concerns me to kind of speculate that he's saying he knew how this was going to transpire all along because deep down, this is what they wanted to happen to begin with. And then that leads me to think you did do something, and this is exactly what you want. So are you saying in like some weird way that this is what you were planning all along? It's weird to me on both ends.
I agree. Yeah.
And it's just weird. It's weird to me too that Terry Lynn is on there talking like that, and all of a sudden it's just like, oh no, you're a good guy, you're buddy, feel bad for these guys, you know. It's just, to me, it's like, did you already, like, are you playing a game with them? Were you playing it all along? Were you always on their side and like creating this?
So.
Yeah, this weird. I mean, and if that is the case, okay. Poor Sebastian.
Yeah,
you know?
poor Sebastian is right. Yeah, and Terry Lynn slept with Danny, by the way. She told everybody that. This is not something that I'm just, so yeah, she's got that relationship there. They've known each other. She grew up in the area. She went to Beach actually. And so like I really do, looking back, in hindsight's always going to be perfect vision, but I do believe that she was just playing Seth's camp and pretending like she was
to get information to feed back to them. I don't really want to say names, but there's a certain canine person that was kind of doing the same thing, trying to fish for information. And I speculate, and in my opinion, is that doing that to earn your trust, to see if you would, feed any information to go back to them with. And
yeah.
SF, excuse me, SF and you know. Um,
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think a lot of that was going on. And, you know, when you look at Duchess's interview and she was trying to hook up Chris and Katie with Trev time. And then, you know, he ended up going and helping Seth out, but was he really helping? I don't know. I mean, it's so confusing, but the way it all played out and then hindsight being perfect vision again, you know, Terry Lynn was the one that called Chris Proudfoot and he lied to everybody, Smiley, Katie, everybody in the panel, and said, "Oh, it's my daughter. It's my daughter. I got to get off the phone because my daughter's calling me." Well, Terry Lynn was the one that was calling him. And instead of her busting his butt out about it, she didn't. And in my opinion, that would have been the first thing I would have said to him. Why are you telling everybody that your daughter's calling you when you know damn well it was me?
oh,
So that's what makes me think she was in on it to begin with, because she was already pulling this fuck shit around March 20th, you know, and that's all it was a bunch of
he was always,
tomfoolery.
always fishing for information from the beginning. And I don't trust people like that at all. I don't, because they're fishing for a reason. And I don't trust pretty much anybody. That's why you got to watch what you say, who you revolve yourself around, especially in this case.
Yeah.
There's just a few people that I really honestly trust. The rest of them, I'm not telling you anything. Not that I'd say anything anyway, but I'm just saying in general, if I don't trust you, you're not getting any information out of me. And,
Yeah, but I think I know what you're saying. Like, it does seem like people will try to fish for information, and I get that part. We're all curious, you know. But in the same way, it's not for a purpose of helping anything. It's in order so they can go back and tell other people that information. So I know it's really really difficult, and it's really hard as especially as a YouTube creator, because I didn't know any of these people or you know anything. I was very naive, we'll just say that. And I smartened up really quick and realized, you know, Terry Lynn, in my opinion, and it did, I will say it did hurt my feelings, because I really thought that she was doing everything she could for Sebastian, and I really enjoyed being in her community with the people that were in there at that time. And so it was very hurtful to a lot of those people, and I know because it hurt me too. But they don't give a shit about whether they're hurting anybody. I mean, we have a woman who told everybody in the other community she was in, called the 90-day community, that she's blind and she needs all this money and help me. Oh my God, I can't pay my bills. I don't have any groceries. I don't have this, this, and this, right? And that happens. And when you need help, I get it. But she was playing on their emotions and she was lying through her teeth. And then people were like, wait a minute, you mean, wait, who's searching for Sebastian? What do you mean searching? She's blind. How is she driving around? Oh my God, there she is. Right. So, I mean, you know, we're dealing with con artists. And unfortunately, I feel bad for Seth, because the con artists were coming out of the woodwork and saying that they wanted to help him find Sebastian when it was, you know, nothing more. Like Lieber was saying, I mean, I believe she was doing it so she could get, you know, clicks and views and look like the tough lady on the streets of YouTube. I told off Chris Proudfoot. Well, it seems very scripted, in my opinion.
yeah, I had grown very annoyed with her live feeds. It just seemed like even when she'd go out, it was like, "Oh, hi everybody, you know, I'm here at blah blah blah, and we're gonna go out and search." And it's like it almost seemed like she wasn't even going out into the depths of it. She was just like kind of walking and pacing in circles to me, like,
yes,
you're procrastinating, you're not doing anything, you don't know what you're even looking for because you're too busy on here and, you know, talking to people. And it just seemed very odd to me. I mean, But again, I think in a professional way of searching for missing people. I'm not thinking of taking a phone and doing that the whole time, or
Yeah.
even
No, it's
doing it
hard. You can't really look. You can't look and search at the same time. You just can't. There's no way. I mean, plus you don't want to
yeah.
bust your ass, but
I mean, yeah, I don't know. But I just know that, I will gladly search for Sebastian in any search, but if you're gonna bring that woman, I can't. I just
you're not the only one. Trust me, I've heard horror stories of people that went with Terry Lynn. They were like, she was late. She was, she wanted to get out of the vehicle. And she was messing around. She was doing this. She was doing that. And, all over the place.
Yeah, I've heard it all, and it. I don't know. There's just I'm not trying to judge, but just deep down, I didn't get good vibes from her at all from the very beginning. And so that's just something that I personally don't involve myself in because I don't want drama. I just don't like being involved with people I don't trust. And, I just want things to go smoothly and professionally and on point. And that's just the way that I think. So I don't want to go do a search with people who don't know what they're doing. I want to go on a search with people who are going to be serious, take it seriously, and know what they're looking for and how to look for it. And let's just get it done. Let's get it done. This isn't a party. This is a missing child. This is a case that needs to be solved. We need to bring Sebastian home to his dad, to his family. That's the goal. The goal isn't to be on YouTube, getting famous off of it. Get your butt out there, work hard. This is somebody's child. This is a child in our community. Yes, I'm from here. I'm not going to tell you where I live, but yes, I'm around here. And Sebastian needs it. Seth needs it. The army has to stay and be strong, and we have to keep looking. We have to keep searching for answers, but we have to do it professionally. We can't do this just willy-nilly. We're not going to get anywhere. And so
right, we need a grid search, I think, of a good spot. I mean, that's
you need to go back to where he went missing from. If you don't know where he went missing from, I don't know if you're going to find the answer,
Yeah.
I mean, he had to have gone missing from somewhere. It's not like you put in your video. It's not a poof. He didn't just disappear and fade into thin air and turn into dust. He's out there somewhere. And so where did he go missing from specifically?
Right.
And if you don't know that information, you're not going to know how to get to point B and find him. So you have to go back and you have to say, hey, point A, what happened at point A? And then you list all the things that could be, could have happened. Go down that list and what seems more realistic, and then get to your point B. But like I said, without point A, there is no point B. So, but that's just me. I would start from the very beginning, point A, and then get to point B.
Yeah, I think so too. And I'm with you, Jennifer. It's hard because it's like for a while there, I was like, okay, well, the lights, the flashlights, right in the yard, in between the yards, however we want to put it, is most likely the way that Sebastian got out. If there was no other footage and no other activity that night, then that had to be the way. But then it's like Seth says, I can't tell if it's Sebastian taking the trash out. The neighbors who have the footage or have seen it have said, no, we can't tell who it is. Katie starts lying and saying, hey, I saw it. And the FBI was able to clear it up. And it is Sebastian because he's running, his distinctive Naruto run, and we find out that that's all BS. And so then we were thinking, or I was thinking about it. And then whenever I asked Jen, Astrology for Mystics with Jen, you know, well, she asked me, she goes, well, where do you want to go? And I'm like, well, where do you think we should go? Because you're familiar with the area and I'm not. And really, I mean, my theory is the lights video, right? Like that's showing that Sebastian or something happened in the neighborhood, right? Where the light source meets the other one and then goes back to the house, and that's only one person left in the house. So it had to be somebody bringing Sebastian out. But then again, if there's no proof that he made it home, then I would have to change my theory, like you said, because if we work those theories out and we write down all these different probabilities and not possibilities, more like let's get down to probabilities, then we got to work each and every one of those out. And once we hit that roadblock and there's no other way to go, it's a dead end, right? So that's out. But we don't even have where he went missing from, other than, we know we saw him last at Texas Roadhouse.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying logically, you have to have a point A, the point B, and like I said, if you don't got point A, you can't get to point B here. So we've got to go to point A again and re-examine what happened, but I don't know. I can't do that. It's got to be a professional to go out and do all that stuff, like a licensed person. And I hope that they eventually do that. They just start from scratch, go back to point A.
Yeah, I think they should put some new people, a new person on it, because, we've talked about it here too. Like what, what makes us think that Brandon Carter's even qualified to do something like this or handle a case like this when he's never solved one before, never solved a missing child's case. And then, to just have it set with him is a waste, in my opinion. And all it's doing is making things worse, because the more time that goes by, the harder it is.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna have to get off here soon because
yes, ma'am. I know I kept you guys on too long, but I was like, I couldn't. Man, there was so many of them. That's not even. It's like the tip of the iceberg what we went over tonight with Darvo. I mean, it's left and right, and
yeah, there's lots of it.
Even with Betty, like we could do a whole show for Betty. We could do a whole show on Betty's, them bringing her into court and the machete. And I was going to put some of that in, but I was like, no, there's too much. There's already too much.
Yeah,
it's wild, but I agree with you. We need to get down to the nitty gritty, right? We need to get down to the meat and potatoes of the matter and figure out where we can start looking, because I don't know if I just don't have the faith, Jennifer. I don't have the faith that they're doing everything they can. And sometimes I'll get a little bit of a nudge here or there, a little nugget of information. They'll be like, okay, they are looking like Splash the Otter. His handler was like, yeah, we've worked with the TBI, but
yeah.
So, I mean, that shows something, so I'm not trying to bash them completely or just say, oh, they're not doing nothing at all, but it's just kind of few and far between for me.
I agree. I'm right there with you.
I wonder how Chris and Katie would react to having a detective come in and ask them some questions. Like, as in, hey, I'm a fresh, I'm detective so and so, and I've been assigned to, ask you some more questions about Sebastian's case. I wonder how well that would be received by these two knuckleheads.
Yeah, I don't know. They probably, manipulate more. But I think my little man is up right now, and I can hear his little feet up there, and
Okay, go get him. Well, thank you so much, Jennifer, for coming and spending time with me tonight, and just going
Oh
over
yeah,
this. It's really important.
I enjoyed it. I always enjoy it. And thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to have me on and discuss it. Yeah, it's really fun and interesting, and yeah, I'm glad. So
Yeah, it was a great show. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate you a lot.
oh, I appreciate you too. And I
Thank
hope
you.
everybody has a great night, well, morning. And hopefully I get to do this again with you. So,
Oh yeah, we definitely will. We definitely will. We got so much more to talk about.
oh yeah, I look forward to it. But yeah.
All
I'm
right,
out of
girl. Love you
here.
lots. Love you
Love you
lots.
too. Bye, everybody. I got to figure out how to shut this off, though. Okay, there we go. Bye.
Bye, Jennifer.
Bye.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Yeah, so just a lot of Darvo up in the house tonight. In Sebastian's case, there's just been so much, right, guys? And I mean, like I said, I could have done a 7-hour video with all of this, and it probably would have taken us 3 days to get all of it in and discuss all of it. So, thank you, little Miss Sharon. Says, thank you. Have a great day. We absolutely love you. That's so sweet, in my opinion. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. Yeah, and guys, if you get a chance, or if you know somebody that would benefit, definitely go check out Jennifer's new book. We did put the links in the chat. I need to link. I'll have to link it to. I'll do the new Barnes and Noble one in the description too. So look out for that. And I don't know what time I'll be on tomorrow, but I'll make sure that I make a post or something like that. I made a short also. So usually when I do that, it links it to the live, and then so I'm surprised that some people were saying they didn't get a notification. So if you didn't, I apologize. But I appreciate everybody being here for the live. Big thank you to Jennifer, and also to our friend Libra for coming up and giving us another perspective. It takes all of us guys to put our heads together, and we know a lot more now than we did before. So I know some of this can be repetitive for a lot of us who have watched these interviews and analyzed them before, but we also have new knowledge that we didn't have before, or as time goes by, we learn more things as well. And I think it's so important to continue to analyze this stuff. I believe that Sebastian is absolutely out there. I know for sure that we could take one thing off the list, is that he didn't just disappear, right? He didn't go poof. That doesn't happen. Um, and so, with that being said, he's out there somewhere. We got to find him. Yeah, Sebastian's army. That's right, Bo. We got to keep going strong. So, thank you, Justice for Noog, and thank you guys. Thank you to the mods. You guys are awesome. We have the best mod squad and just the best chat. Thank you guys all so much for your love and support. And I will see you all next time.